Jack Ryan would later reflect on what had truly kept him alive that evening. It certainly wasn't expertise. Perhaps the weight of the bok choy in his grocery bag had granted him a crucial instant. Or maybe the slick mud underfoot, but not skill. It was pure dumb luck and raw survival instinct. This particular supermercado wasn't near his usual routes, but Ding Chavez had insisted months ago it had the best produce in Alexandria. It was only after his forced leave from the campus that Jack had finally taken the advice. Unemployment had provided ample time for contemplation and, reluctantly, for expanding his routines. The one boundary he steadfastly refused to cross, despite his sister Sally's persistent nudging, was diving into HBO's girls. That was his line in the sand. No Roman legion would cross that river, and no trendy television drama would cross Jack Ryan's screen. Sooner rather than later, however, he'd need to address his current state of limbo. His probation period was nearly over, and Jerry Henley would be expecting an answer. Was he returning to the campus, or was this a permanent separation? And then what? He dedicated the bulk of his adult life to the campus, operating under the public facade of Henley Associates. He'd started as an analyst and evolved into a field operations officer, a spy. This clandestine counterterrorism unit, founded by his father, President Jack Ryan, and managed by former Senator Jerry Henley, had a strong track record of targeting global threats, while simultaneously generating legitimate profits for clients and funding its own covert missions. "That's $17.50, the cashier said. Jack passed over a 20, collected his change in his paper sack from a bored-looking teen, and moved toward the exit. It was just after 8, and the store was nearly empty. Through the wide windows, rain sparkled under the parking lot's harsh lights. A cold front had settled over Alexandria, bringing 3 days of relentless rain that had local creeks rising in hardware stores near the Potomac, doing a brisk trade in sandbags. Ideal weather, he thought, for a big pot of slow-cooker chili. He'd just logged 8 solid miles on the indoor track at his gym, followed by a punishing circuit of bodyweight exercises, and he planned to transform his haul of ground beef, beans, vegetables, and his mother's latest superfood obsession into a well-earned meal. The chili was for tomorrow. Tonight, it was leftover Kung Pao chicken. The automatic doors hissed open, and Jack used his free hand to tug his sweatshirt hood up against the drizzle. It was a short dash to his car, a black Chrysler 300. His first sedan in years, parked trunk out against the guardrail, an old habit from his previous life. Always be ready for a quick departure. Always know your exits. Months of so-called civilian living hadn't erased the tradecraft drilled into him by John Clark and the others. Was that significant, or just the ghost of a former routine? As he approached, he spotted a soaked flyer trapped under his windshield wiper. A food drive notice, a political reminder, a yard sale ad. It didn't matter. He wasn't interested. Leaning over, he grabbed at the soggy paper. It came away in a wet clump, leaving a stubborn strip pinned beneath the blade. "Perfect," Jack muttered to the empty lot. A voice cut through the night from behind him. "The Burkor, hey you." Hand it over. Jack didn't need to turn around. The aggressive tone, the late hour, and this particular stretch of the city set off every internal alarm. This supermercado sat in a rough part of town, known for its struggles with addiction and street crime. Spinning on his heel, Jack took 2 quick steps back, creating precious space. The man approaching from his left was a towering figure, well over 6 feet and painfully thin, his features hidden by a dark hood. A sudden flash of lightning from the stormy sky threw his face into sharp, menacing relief. Disrupt his rhythm, Jack thought. This guy, probably strung out on something powerful, had already picked his target and was moving with a tweaker's single-minded confidence. This was a routine he'd played out before. Jack had to rewrite the script. He stepped forward, arm thrust out. Back off. Get lost. Most desperate muggers aren't prepared for a victim who fights back. Predators look for easy prey. But Jack's defiance didn't even make him blink. The man's pace never slowed, his eyes locked on. His right hand, which had been hanging at his side, rose to his waist, palm turned outward. A knife. If it were a gun, it would already be showing. Guns work through intimidation from a distance. Knives require you to get up close and personal. That palm-away grip told Jack everything. This wasn't about threats. A dead man doesn't struggle when you take his wallet. Jack's pulse hammered in his ears, his breath turning short and sharp. His right hand swept to his hip, thumb hooking under his sweatshirt, his palm searching for nothing. Damn it. He was unarmed. He had a permit, but he'd stopped carrying his pistol after leaving his old job. Keys. His car keys were buried in his pocket, not held ready in his hand as a makeshift weapon. Sloppy Jack. His attacker saw that moment of realization. He lunged forward, right hand sweeping up and out for a vicious slash across the neck. Reacting on pure instinct, Jack hurled his grocery bag like a pass. It struck the man's chest, contents exploding across the wet parking lot. It broke his momentum for a single heartbeat, not nearly long enough for a counter. One Nikami-sime to go. No sane person chooses a knife fight. Jack whirled, sprinted for the guardrail, vaulted over, and landed in a soggy mess. Below was a weedy slope, dotted with juniper bushes, ending at a line of concrete highway barriers. He heard the slap of footsteps speeding up on the pavement behind him. He began a frantic sliding descent, grabbing at scrub for balance. His pursuer was fast. A hand seized his hood and yanked his head back, throat exposed. Jack didn't resist the pull. Instead, he spun violently to his right, crashing into the man and directly into the path of the descending knife. It was there, a silver arc aiming for his face. Jack drove his left forearm down, deflecting the blade and pinning the man's arm against his own side. His right hand shot up, fingers clawing for the attacker's eyes, shoving his head sideways. They toppled over together, Jack landing on top, and began a chaotic, mud-churning slide down the embankment, tearing through low bushes. The man thrashed, but with a grim focus, Jack understood. He was trying to wrench his knife arm free. With his free hand, the attacker grabbed Jack's jaw and twisted his head sideways. A bolt of pain shot through Jack's neck. One of the man's fingers slipped into his mouth, and Jack bit down with everything he had, feeling a sickening crunch. A scream tore from the man's throat. Still tangled together, their slide ended abruptly as they slammed into one of the solid highway barriers. The impact produced a dull, wet thud, followed by a choked gasp for air. Jack's vision narrowed to slits as headlights flared and tires hissed over the rain-slicked road. The other man was already rolling, scrambling on all fours through the mud. Another lightning burst revealed a deep, bloody gash along the side of his head, a loose flap of scalp hanging near his ear. That's a skull fracture, Jack registered, a serious one. He was crawling too, but backward toward the grassy slope. He stumbled upright and spun around. His attacker was already on his feet, lurching forward. He moved like a drunk failing a sobriety test, feet tangling until he pitched face first into the muck. Groaning, he shoved himself to his knees. His hand rose, probed the wound, then came away dripping. "Huap Sapley." The man slurred, voice thick. Need the... He was scanning the ground, dazed. Looking for the knife. Jack saw it first, a few feet to the man's left, partly submerged. Too late. The man heaved himself up and shuffled toward it. Jack charged, his boots slipping as he tried to close the gap. The man bent for the blade, nearly overbalancing. Jack planted his back foot and drove his knee upward. It connected with a sickening crunch, snapping the man's head back and sending him sprawling against the concrete barrier. Jack's own feet slid out. He landed hard on his back, his skull cracking against the ground. Stars exploded in his vision. "Move, do something," he screamed in his mind. "He's getting up." A morbid picture flashed, himself lying still in the mud, throat cut, rain pelting his unseeing eyes, a coroner's camera flashing numbered. Absolutely not. Jack wrenched himself onto his side. 10 feet away, his attacker was slumped against the barrier, head tilted. The gray concrete was streaked with red. The man was pale, maybe mid-30s, with short, light hair. Jack could actually see a sickening glimpse of white bone through the torn scalp. "Just stay down," Jack yelled. "Don't move." The man blinked, disoriented, his gaze finding Jack for a fleeting second before he rolled sideways and began pushing with his knees, moving with the clumsy determination of a child. He got his feet under him. Tough son of a gun. Jack's eyes darted to the knife's glint in the mire. He scrambled over, snatched it up. It was a heavy locking folder, nearly 8 inches of cold steel. "Stop right there," Jack shouted, breath ragged. He tasted copper in his mouth and spat. His blood or the other man's. "The police are on their way." He didn't believe it. But maybe the bluff would work, make the guy back off or just sit down and wait for an ambulance. In this darkness and pouring rain, who would even know? Who would guess that Jack Ryan Jr., the president's son and currently unemployed special operator, was fighting for his life with some strung-out mugger in a highway ditch? Unbelievable. The man was moving again, but not toward Jack. Leaning his left hand on top of the concrete barrier for support, he shuffled forward, paused, then kept going. A car sped past, horn blaring, drenching him in a wave of spray. He didn't flinch. Major brain trauma, Jack thought. And despite everything, he felt an unwelcome twinge of pity for a junkie who just tried to murder him. Get a grip, Jack. Still, he couldn't let the guy wander off to collapse in some alley and die from a cerebral hemorrhage. Damn it all. Hey. Stop. Come back here. The man reached a break in the barriers, and his guiding hand met empty air. He halted, staring down at his feet. Another car roared past, horn blaring. The man turned left and stumbled directly onto the highway. "Don't you?" Jack saw the headlights and heard the deep growl of the diesel a heartbeat before the 18-wheeler cleared the overpass. The truck's horn screamed. Jack broke into a sprint. It was too late. The massive grille struck the man head-on. Jack froze in place, his eyes locked on the empty stretch of road, the hiss of the truck's air brakes a distant hum in his ears. Did that really just happen? Move. He spun and sprinted back toward the embankment, skidding to a halt. Up above, silhouetted against car headlights, a figure stood at the guardrail. "Was pulse, hey!" Jack yelled, his voice raw. "Call 911. The shadow didn't stir. Jack shouted again, hands cupped around his mouth. The figure simply turned and vanished. Seconds later, the headlights dissolved into the night. Adrenaline and shock were a potent cocktail, Jack decided. He'd witnessed plenty, but this was different. That man hadn't even flinched at the oncoming truck. Now, under a scalding shower, Jack leaned his forehead against the cool tile, his hands trembling in rhythm with his pounding heart. He'd left, and he'd taken the man's knife with him. In those frantic 90 seconds after impact, his mind had clicked into a cold, procedural gear checking for phone, wallet, keys, any receipt from the grocery store, before he was pulling out of the supermercado lot. It wasn't until he was nearing the Orinoco that the first sirens pierced the silence. Was it shock? Or was it the visceral understanding of the circus that would follow? Cops, reporters, the inevitable digging into his family, his job at Henley, interviews with old girlfriends and childhood pals. The headlines would be brutal, and every political rival of his father would feast on the story. Never mind that he was the victim here, the narrative would spiral out of control. He hadn't walked away clean either. Despite pinning the attacker's knife arm, the blade had found its mark, 3 shallow punctures below his shoulder blade, each no deeper than half an inch, but leaving a burning, numb ache. Sliding down those rough cedar bushes had scraped his back and stomach raw, like he'd been dragged across concrete. A darker thought surfaced. Had he swallowed any of the man's blood? If so, he'd need to worry about hepatitis or worse. The guy had tried to kill him. Why? For his indiscretion. For a missed fix. For the $22 in his pocket. Where tave car? This wasn't his first brush with mortality, but it carried a strange, chilling weight. Alexandria, Virginia. Jack awoke before sunrise, his sleep fractured and thin. Even in his dozing state, his mind replayed the event on a loop, a blurred mix of dream and memory that always concluded the same way. The mugger's death, and Jack left grappling with a vague, unsettling guilt. He took another shower, this time focusing on cleaning his wounds, then endured a long blast of cold water before getting dressed. He tossed his clothes from the night before into the washing machine, added a generous pour of bleach, and started the cycle. In the kitchen, he made a double espresso, drank it in one go, then reset the machine for a regular pot of coffee. His gaze fell on the sink where the mugger's knife lay. He placed it in the dishwasher, started a sanitizing cycle, and walked into the living room to turn on the TV, flipping to the local news. In the pre-dawn hours, with stories on repeat, it didn't take long. Police report a man was struck and killed by a vehicle on North Kings Highway near Telegraph Road last night, just after 8 p.m. The anchor said, "The individual has not yet been identified." Authorities are asking anyone with information. Jack hit the mute button. "Unidentified," he echoed quietly. No mention of any witnesses. That could mean everything, or it could mean absolutely nothing at all. If the person at the guardrail had called it in, the police were probably sitting on the information, waiting to build a solid case. Especially for someone with his name. For 20 minutes he paced the floor, sipping coffee, and repeatedly checking news sites on his laptop. Nothing new appeared. The urge to call someone to share the weight was strong, but he pushed it down. He needed to think clearly. More than that, he needed to act. Driving back to the supermercado, Jack was only half aware of the early morning traffic. The rain had let up, but the sky was a blanket of heavy, dark clouds. Everything was soaked, glistening sidewalks, waterlogged lawns, potholes turned into tiny ponds. Tree branches, tipped with the first pale green buds, sagged under the lingering dampness. It was just past 7, the sun a weak glow on the horizon, and the store wouldn't open for another hour. The parking lot looked deserted. Jack circled once, eyes sharp for any police cruiser. Seeing none, he swung a U-turn and parked near the front doors. He stepped out into the chill, his breath a faint cloud, and walked to the spot by the guardrail. Peering down the embankment, he saw only a length of yellow police tape strung between the concrete barriers at the bottom. It was oddly mundane. In his memory, the struggle had torn up the slope, leaving a mess of mud and torn brush. Beyond the barriers, traffic on Kings Highway flowed steadily. The lot was still empty. He climbed over the rail and carefully made his way down to the flat ground beside the barriers, a messy mix of mud and sickly grass. Passing cars threw up a fine spray from the wet pavement. Following his mental replay, Jack found the specific barrier where the attacker had fallen. He knelt. The gray concrete showed no stain of blood. The rain or a fire hose had scrubbed it clean. He stood and walked the line, searching for any sign of the previous night's violence. There was nothing. As he started back up the slope, a glint of white caught his eye near his foot. Tucked under a scrub brush was the corner of what looked like a business card. He bent and picked it up. It was a hotel key card. Hey, what are you doing down there? Tef Trideste. Jack looked up. A man in a dark blue suit stood at the guardrail, one foot propped on a post. Is that, The man demanded. I said, what are you doing? Get up here. The man pulled a wallet from his pocket and flipped it open, revealing a badge Jack assumed was from the Alexandria police. Come on. Now. Great. Jack took a steadying breath, palming the keycard. He climbed the rest of the way and stepped over the rail, shoving his hands into his jacket pockets. The solid shape of his Glock 26 in its holster pressed against his forearm. Hands out of your pockets, the cop ordered. He was stocky, with wavy red hair, and looked to be in his 40s. Jack complied, and the cop gave him a thorough, appraising look. Name? Jack Ryan. Sokras, Bipolar Sporty. Jack handed over his driver's license. The cop studied it, his eyes flicking between the photo and Jack's face several times before he gave a slow nod. Mary is Porchev. Are you Yep Jack cut in? Aren't you supposed to have a Secret Service tail or something? Officially, maybe. I had a word with their supervisor, so they're giving me some space today. Jack offered a smile. The cop's expression didn't change. What were you doing down there? Jack had been turning this very question over in his mind since he got back in his car. Jack had always known there was a decent chance he'd eventually have to talk to the police about what happened. He just hadn't expected it to be this morning. Had someone seen him? He paused, partly for effect and partly because a sudden doubt about his whole plan was creeping in. I was here last night, he finally said. Well, that was it. He was committed now. Whether this lie would dig him out of trouble or bury him deeper was anyone's guess. The officer's expression tightened. He fixed Jack with that flat, assessing stare they must teach at the academy. When the incident occurred, "You customer now. Walk me through it. From the beginning." I went to the gym first. Which gym? Malone's, over on Foundry Street, near the DMV office. Go on, the cop urged. After that, I stopped here for groceries. It was probably around 8 o'clock. The officer held up a finger, his eyes dropping to Jack's driver's license. This says you live at the Orinoco Apartments. This supermarket isn't exactly on your usual route, is it? They have the best produce in the city, Jack explained. So I checked out and came outside. It was raining. About what time was that? Maybe 8:15. I was walking to my car when I heard, "Before you got in the car or after?" The cop interrupted. "Before," Jack said. There was a flyer stuck under my windshield wiper. I pulled it off, and that's when I heard the honking from down the road. Sounded like a big rig. Who is betwaken? The word echoed strangely in his mind, but before he could dwell on it, the cop pressed on. Then what? I set my grocery bag down. Where? On the hood of my car. Peppers and tomatoes? The cop asked. Naprit 2, sorry. The officer who first responded noted some peppers and tomatoes on the pavement right about here. Oh. Tell Chimbalich betad. I was planning to make chili. Anyway, I walked over to the guardrail and looked down. I heard tires screeching, saw headlights swerving, and then there was this awful crashing sound. At least I think that's what it was. Gwev think. The cop repeated, his tone sharpening. Care to explain that? It was pouring rain and pitch dark, Jack said, keeping his voice level. I'm not entirely sure what I saw or heard. It didn't sound like a normal accident. When I saw the news this morning about the pedestrian who was hit, I put the pieces together. And then you decided to drive all the way back down here too. What? For assistance? Jack ignored the sarcastic jab. He knew this game cops used mockery to poke for weak spots to see if you'd flinch and contradict yourself. It was just technique. I don't have a good reason, he admitted. The play did its own. Guilt, maybe. If what I witnessed was actually, it likely was. Why didn't you report it last night? Jack offered a helpless shrug. I really wish I had. The cop considered this, then gave a slow, thoughtful nod. Wouldn't have changed the outcome. He was gone at the scene. Just parts. Did you know him? I don't know. Mandau's retell. That's what we're trying to determine. What did he look like? You mean before the collision? The cop asked with a humorless twist of his mouth. Doppelpreis, Yale. Before. Tall, thin, Caucasian, mid-30s. Jack shook his head. Doesn't ring a bell. No identification on him. No one's reported him missing? Not a soul, the cop said. Then he shifted gears, his demeanor turning almost conversational. So tell me something. What's it really like? The Oval Office, I mean. The question threw Jack. Maybe that was the point. It looks just like the photos. I'm not in there much these days. A weekly dinner, the occasional reception. You don't enjoy being the first son. It's fine, Jack said, a practiced casualness in his voice. I value my privacy. Thankfully, I'm not the type to stumble out of a bar, forget my pants, and give the paparazzi a front-page shot. The cop let out a genuine, rumbling laugh. No, that definitely wouldn't be your style. Is your mother as kind as she seems on television? Every bit, Jack replied, smiling. The officer's tone turned serious again. All right, level with me. What were you really doing here? If it's nothing major, I might be able to help keep it quiet. I already told you. You think I'm not being straight with you? I've been on the force for 12 years, the cop said. I think everyone's lying. Except my dog. He's a terrible liar. Jack couldn't help but smile. Dogs are honest like that. What's your name? Doug Butler. He extended his hand. Jack shook it, and the motion sent a sharp twinge through his shoulder. Butler noticed the brief flicker of pain on Jack's face. You all right there? Jack nodded, forcing his expression back to neutral. Weighted pull-ups. I'm starting to wonder if they're even worth the effort anymore. Wait, are you getting into CrossFit or something? Not at all. Just trying to outrun time. Look, Officer Butler, I realize how strange this must seem, me showing up like this. Even if I couldn't have helped that man, I should have reported it. I don't have a good explanation. He was being completely honest. I understand, Butler replied. It sounds like survivor's guilt. You might not have witnessed the actual moment. But in your mind, you saw a man die last night. That's a heavy thing to carry. Jack bit back the urge to ask about other witnesses. He knew cops had a sixth sense for people who asked too many questions, even helpful ones. Butler continued, You know I'll need a formal statement from you, Jack. Wits blue. Will this make the news? If it does, I should probably give my father's communications team a heads up. Doubtful, but Cravlis. Between you and me, The truck driver said the man just walked right out into the street. Didn't even glance up. Probably never saw it coming. All things considered, not the worst way to go. Jack listened carefully and detected no sarcasm in Butler's tone. Whether consciously or not, the officer had clearly spent time thinking about how people meet their end. A professional hazard, Jack supposed. Any idea who he was? Our best guess is homeless, possibly under the influence. Mr. Vorhappens. Why he was wandering around in the pouring rain, your guess is as good as mine. So why are you out here now? I mean, investigating. Standard procedure for an unattended death. We have to check all the boxes, make sure nothing gets overlooked. Also, we're only about 5 miles from the White House. What does that have to do with it? Nothing. Forget I mentioned it. Butler fished a business card from his wallet. Write your number on the back. Jack complied. And Butler handed him a second card, along with his returned driver's license. I'll call you later today to get that statement. A phone interview should suffice. Jack was easing his car into the Orinoco's underground garage when his thoughts circled back to that single word, flyer. He parked, stepped out, and stood for a moment with his hands in his pockets, staring into the middle distance. What's the angle? He whispered to himself. It had been completely blank. The paper left on his windshield was just a plain, unmarked sheet of copy paper. Muggers, Jack knew, were creatures of opportunity. They didn't plan elaborate schemes. Their method was usually a simple, brutal ambush. They didn't use distractions or props. And another thing, who hands out flyers in the middle of a downpour? Replaying the memory, Jack couldn't recall seeing similar papers on any of the other cars. Was he reading too much into this? No. The knife. He pushed himself off the couch, walked into the kitchen, and opened the dishwasher. Using a dish towel, he carefully extracted the still warm blade from the utensil rack and laid it on the counter. He examined it meticulously from the sharpened tip all the way to the end of the handle, but found no identifying marks except for a small 6-digit number near the thumb stud. Jack pulled out his phone, snapped several photos of the knife, uploaded them to his cloud storage, and then sat down at the dining table with his laptop. He navigated to a reverse image search website, uploaded the pictures, and clicked search. The results populated his screen immediately. The knife was manufactured by Eckhorn Solingen, a model named the Secutor. A quick search revealed the company was based in Solingen, Germany, and the knife was sold by numerous online retailers. Jack checked a few sites and found the average price, around $175. What was a strung-out addict doing with a high-end knife like this? Any genuine junkie facing withdrawal would have pawned it for drug money at the first opportunity. Jack zoomed in on one of his photos. Etched along the blade's false edge was the word Secutor, followed by a 4-digit serial number. Near the thumb, stud was the company's logo, which resembled a squirrel standing upright and holding a small sword. Same model, different markings, Jack murmured to himself. He picked up his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and tapped a name to call. Shiloh River Gun Club, a voice answered. Is this Adam? Sure is. Why's calling? Jack Ryan. Night, Jack. Long time no see. You need to come down to the range. Send some lead downfield. I know I do. Listen, I need a small favor. A friend of mine is considering a purchase on eBay, an Eckhorn Solingen knife, but the markings seem off. Could you take a quick look? Adam Flores, co-owner of the Shiloh River Gun Club, was someone Jack had met through John Clark and Ding Chavez. Outside of an actual military installation, Shiloh River offered one of the most authentic tactical training facilities along the East Coast. He and Adam, a dedicated collector of military memorabilia, had developed a casual friendship over time. If it made a loud noise or had a sharp edge, Adam was the guy to ask. Normally, this sort of inquiry would have gone to Gavin Bury, the campus's head of information technology, but that door was closed to Jack now. Gavin had risked his own neck for Jack on numerous occasions, back when Jack was still an employee, and he'd likely do it again, but Jack refused to put him in that spot. "No problem," Adam replied. "Send the pictures over email, and I'll see what I can dig up." "Appreciate it." Jack ended the call. From the pocket of his jacket, he retrieved the hotel keycard he discovered at the scene. The front was a bright blue, stamped with a bold red number 6. Motel 6, he recognized. But which location? Flipping the card over, he examined the back for any identifiers. Several numerical sequences were printed there. One by one, he entered each into a search engine, alongside the phrase, Motel 6. The third set of digits, 14003, which appeared to be a franchise code, returned a match for a motel in Springfield, roughly 8 miles west of Alexandria. This detail didn't fit. Motel 6 wasn't luxury, but it was a recognized mid-range chain with what Jack considered a respectable name. If this card had belonged to his attacker, it wasn't the sort of run-down flophouse a desperate addict would pick, or could likely pay for. And why Springfield? Why not one of the several motels within easy walking distance of the supermercado? A cold prickle crept across the back of his neck. Whoever had come for him the previous night had been determined, and they were looking less like a random street criminal by the minute. Being a target wasn't unfamiliar territory for Jack, but this situation carried a different weight. He realized that stepping away from the campus had allowed him to settle into a false sense of security. Isabel. His hand shot out, grabbing his phone to dial her number at her father's London flat. He checked the time. It would be mid-afternoon there. Just as the call began to connect, he hesitated and canceled it. Until he understood more, he didn't want to alarm her. She would worry instantly, and she'd be booking the next flight out of Heathrow before he could explain. Instead, he dialed the direct line for Isabel's father. Armin Kashani answered on the first ring. He was not, and never had been, Jack's biggest supporter. Rightly or not, Armin blamed Jack for the vicious attack on his daughter. In their effort to reach Jack, Yegor Morozov's associates had almost killed her. She'd endured weeks in the hospital, followed by private rehabilitation in London, before recuperating at her father's home. Jack didn't resent the man's hostility. If or when Jack had a child of his own, especially a daughter, he could only imagine how he would react if someone threatened her. For her part, Isabel had been patiently, steadily trying to soften her father's stance toward Jack, and it appeared to be having some effect. "Good afternoon, Jack. What can I do for you?" Armin's tone was nearly cordial. "Equadacy, nearly. Thakrat, Mr. Tapler. Kashani, there's a potential situation you should know about," Jack said, pausing to choose his words carefully. "Does it involve my daughter?" "Probably not, but as a precaution. She has been well protected since the day she arrived, Jack. I have 2 former SAS gentlemen with her at all times." That should certainly help, Jack thought. He hoped it would be enough. If last night's ambush was somehow tied to Morozov and some unresolved thread Jack had overlooked, he'd prefer Isabel to have an entire regiment guarding her. The thought sent a surge of cold anger tightening in his gut. They went after her before, and now they've come for him. They failed this time, and he intended to make that mistake cost them. "I'm sure she absolutely loves having a permanent security detail," Jack replied to Armin, the sarcasm in his voice thinly veiled. "She doesn't care for that in the slightest, but I do care for her, and until she's back on her feet completely, I intend to—" "I wasn't arguing, sir." "Glad to hear it." You'll update me on this situation you're dealing with. Absolutely. Like I mentioned, it's most likely nothing. I'd recommend you hold off on mentioning anything to her until I had no intention of it. Be safe, Jack. The call ended. Jack placed the phone on the table and moved to the balcony windows, gazing outside. Down below, the Potomac River ran high, its placid face masking the powerful seasonal undertow. Two yellow racing shells, their rowers straining and swaying as one, slipped past the inlet. Jack watched them until they vanished. Was trying to kill me. Breathe and tick. And what's the reason? Was that shadowy observer connected to it? He received a response to his initial question, at least an incomplete one, about an hour later when Adam Flores phoned again. Jack, that blade you've got is quite distinctive. It's definitely an Eichhorn Solingen secutor, but not a standard retail version. The blade is heavier, and it has a lanyard hole. Just give me the highlights, Adam. My true Dekegkreit. Eichhorn Solingen provides all the combat knives for the German here, their army, but the majority are fixed-blade Chem 2000 models. Yours is a limited edition, a batch of 100 issued to the Kesk, likely for special awards or similar occasions. Bolges day? Jack asked. Kommando Spezialix, Special Forces Command. Back in '97, the Bundeswehr consolidated all its special operations units under one umbrella. The Kusk is the absolute best of the best, Jack. Imagine Navy SEALs, Delta Force, Green Berets, and Marine Force Recon all combined into a single unit. This clarified a great deal, yet it spawned even more puzzles. It made sense of why his assailant hadn't acted like an ordinary street thief. It also offered a hazy explanation for the silhouette he'd spotted by the railing, the backup plan in case the initial attack faltered. If that was true, why didn't that second figure step in to complete the job? On the flip side, why use a knife in the first place? Why not a firearm with a suppressor? From 30 feet away, a shot would have been simple and discreet. Knives are silent, and perhaps the man shouted demand, "Hey man, hand it over," provided the answer. A cover story. If any bystander had overheard or seen Jack's murder, every detail from the attacker's scruffy look to his street slang to the weapon itself would fit the narrative of a desperate, drug-addled mugger. For someone pretending to be a homeless addict, the resale value of a gun would far outweigh its utility. They'd picked the perfect neighborhood for the charade. Sure, the murder of the president's son would ignite public fury and a massive investigation, but a botched robbery, if staged convincingly, would likely hit a dead end. A professional hit, however, would have the government tearing the country apart. Someone had invested serious effort to assassinate him. If this was linked to Yegor Morozov, the operation's sophistication tracked, but the timing was baffling. Why wait all these months to make a move? The choice of knife, a rare and pricey Eichhorn Solingen secutor, was another odd detail. What was the message there? Jack knew many special operators who grew attached to a specific piece of gear, whether it was a trusted blade or a little plastic soldier from their kid. In that line of work, you clung to any good luck charm you could find. Was that his attacker's situation? Regardless, one thing was clear. Whoever was behind this wasn't going to quit after one failed attempt. And he had to operate under the assumption that Isabel was now a target as well. He faced a decision: go to ground and summon help, or deal with it personally. Hiding wasn't an option. Even if it suited his temperament, given the meticulous planning his attacker had already shown, lying low would be pointless. For now, he chose the latter path. He would bring the fight to them. Like many special operators, Jack kept a go bag ready, a practice drilled into him by John Clark and Ding Chavez. His pack of 5 Your tactical havoc was stocked with the essential tools of his trade. Jack's first move was a long shot. He was almost certain his full access to the campus's main computer system had been cut off, but he had to check if anything was still active. On his laptop, he pulled up the Henley Associates website and went to the secure login portal. Holding his breath, he entered his credentials. The screen loaded, and as he expected, nearly every access tab was grayed out and locked. Only one remained active, Level 1. He clicked it. A new window opened, revealing a single message in his inbox from Gavin Beery. The message was brief, almost a joke. In case you meet a sketchy woman at a bar. Level 1 access was just the surface layer of the campus's resources, but it did provide basic investigative tools. Through a shell corporation, Henley Associates operated a private investigation firm, largely a digital front, that offered plausible cover for its operatives. Enquester services existed only online, but its licenses and documentation, including the private investigator's badge Jack carried, were completely legitimate. "Thanks, Gavin," Jack whispered to himself. He navigated to the Credit Inquiries section. From his backpack, he retrieved a magnetic barcode reader, connected it to his laptop, and ran the Motel 6 keycard he'd taken from his attacker through the scanner. He already knew the motel was in Springfield, but he needed the room number. After a moment, the data appeared. Room 142. A bit of luck, he thought. A ground-floor room with an exterior door meant he could avoid the front desk entirely. Minutes later, he was driving west on I-95. The rain had stopped, and the afternoon warmth had climbed into the mid-70s, making the damp streets steam. Soon after leaving the Orinoco, he turned onto Springfield Boulevard. The motel was a long, 4-story white building overlooking the Franconia Road and I-95 interchange. Jack circled the building once, then followed signs to an entrance on the east side. He found a parking spot about 50 feet away, tucked near a hedge line, and backed in. He turned off the engine. His pulse quickened. His attacker wasn't coming back, but the mysterious man from the park might be. The odds were good. The room had already been cleared out. Jack hoped not this was his only lead. Another feeling crept in. Anticipation. He'd missed this. He missed the campus. He still saw Dom, Ding, and John Clark regularly for lunch or a beer, but it wasn't the same. Without anyone meaning to, Jack had started to feel like an outsider. What bonded them was Henley's off the books, work a common thread in both civilian and military circles, a natural side effect of being skilled at a job that regularly tries to kill you. If that wasn't a textbook definition of addiction, what was? Maybe it was. Months on the sidelines, and the pull was still there. There are worse habits to have, right? He drew his Glock, eased the slide back just enough to see the brass cartridge in the chamber, then holstered it again. He stepped out of the car and walked toward the entrance. The key card clicked the lock open. Jack used the back of his thumb to pull the door open and stepped into a small entryway. Following signs inside, he headed down the hall toward room 142. The corridor was empty, but as he passed other doors, he heard muffled voices and the sound of a game show on a TV. He stopped outside 142. A "Privacy Please" tag hung from the handle. He pressed his ear to the door and listened. "Meisco time." After checking the hall again, he drew his Glock, moved closer to the hinge side of the frame, and swiped the keycard. He used his fist to push down the handle and nudged the door open with his foot. He paused, listened once more. The room remained utterly still. Jack counted to 10, inhaling and exhaling slowly. With his Glock held in a tight, ready stance, he pushed through the door into the narrow hallway. A bathroom door stood ajar on his right. To the left, A closet with two mirrored sliding doors was partially open, revealing a black hard-shell suitcase resting on the floor. Further ahead, he could make out a dresser and the foot of a queen-sized bed near a window covered by sheer curtains that bathed the space in a muted, grayish light. As the door clicked shut behind him, Jack retreated a few steps, putting distance between himself and the bathroom entrance. He moved forward cautiously, clearing the bathroom. First it was empty, the shower curtain pulled all the way back. Another step brought him to the edge of the main room. Seeing no immediate threat, he holstered his weapon. The space was a textbook mid-range motel room. Worn, low-pile carpet, plain white walls, a bed flanked by two nightstands, and a small circular table with chairs by the window. The air carried the faint, sharp scent of pine cleaner. Jack paused in the center of the room, absorbing the details. It was orderly, yet showed signs of habitation. A few minor things were askew, the kinds of details a cleaning crew would normally fix. But the privacy please sign on the door handle suggested housekeeping had been kept away. The surfaces were barren, no personal items, loose change, receipts, or the usual pocket litter cluttered the nightstands, dresser, or table. The bed covers were hastily pulled up, not properly made. There was also a conspicuous absence of any drug-related items. This wasn't some transient addict's crash pad. Moving to the bathroom, Jack noted a toothbrush and a small tube of toothpaste, aligned neatly beside the sink. In the shower stall, a half-empty bottle of generic shampoo and a used bar of soap sat in the caddy. A towel and a washcloth. The latter, folded lengthwise, hung stiffly from the curtain rod, air dried to a rough texture. The trash can was empty. Returning to the main room, Jack pulled on a pair of leather golf gloves and began his methodical search. The nightstands yielded nothing. Two drawers of the dresser were empty. The top drawer held only basic, utilitarian clothing: socks, underwear, jeans, and plain cotton t-shirts in solid colors like blue, black, and red. He meticulously felt each item, finding nothing, not even clothing labels, which had all been carefully removed. He retrieved the suitcase from the closet and placed it on the bed. It bore no tags, personal or airline issued. Unzipping it revealed an empty interior. Jack ran his gloved fingers along the entire nylon lining, feeling for any hidden compartment or irregularity, but found none. He returned the suitcase to the closet. The room was sterile, almost militarily precise. Everything had a place, and everything was in it. Functional, efficient, and completely anonymous. It offered him no clues, no narrative. Maybe. Jack muttered to the quiet air. He picked up the landline phone and dialed the front desk. "Motel 6, how can I assist you?" A voice answered. "Hi, I'm in room 142, Jack said, adopting a casual tone. "Could I get a copy of my charges so far? My office manager is hounding me for the expense report." "Of course, sir. I can email that to you. A printed copy would actually be better for my files. Just slide it under the door. I'm about to hop in the shower. Give me about 5 minutes. One more quick thing," Jack added. "When is my scheduled checkout?" "Let me check. It's for the day after tomorrow, sir." Jack thanked him and hung up. True to his word, the clerk delivered. A few minutes later, a single sheet of paper slid across the threshold. Jack waited for the retreating footsteps to fade before retrieving the invoice. In the guest information section, the address field was blank. How did he pull that off? Jack wondered. Most hotels wouldn't complete a booking without one. It was possible, but it required some savvy maneuvering. The payment section showed a credit card number with only the last 4 digits visible, the rest redacted. But there was a name printed clearly: Eric Weber. Even if the name was legitimate, Weber was common, and Eric was no help either. Without an address to cross-reference, the name was just a dead end, floating in a sea of possibilities. He set the thought aside for later and moved on to his next objective. Leaving the apartment, he decided to pass the time by browsing a few second-hand bookshops. Once darkness settled in, he drove west until he reached Telegraph Road, then took the turnoff. He spotted a BP station directly opposite the supermercado and pulled around to park beside the building. From his backpack, he retrieved a gray hooded sweatshirt and a baseball cap, pulling them on before locking the car. He walked to Lenore Avenue, then crossed Telegraph toward the grocery store. The lot was about half occupied, with a steady flow of shoppers predominantly Latino, with a scattering of white customers moving through the automatic doors. The clatter of wobbly cartwheels carried over the asphalt, and the doors sighed open and closed with a mechanical hiss. It was now 7:45, just 15 minutes before the store's shift change. Jack's eyes instinctively drifted toward the guardrail at the far edge of the lot. No vehicles were parked there. Lingering in the dim light, he carefully scanned the storefront for security cameras. Inside, he knew there were plenty of those little mirrored domes dotting the ceiling, but out here he spotted none. Tugging the cap low over his brow, he positioned himself beside the entrance. To each person passing by, he delivered his practiced, hopefully convincing story. He was searching for his homeless brother, last seen in the area, followed by a description matching his assailant. Most shoppers brushed past him, offering either no reply, a mumbled excuse, or a blunt no. Now and then, someone would pause, listen briefly, then shake their head sympathetically and wish him well. At 7:55, a familiar face emerged, one of the regular cashiers, a petite woman in her early 20s with striking dark eyes. She had rung him up a few times before, but was always reserved, rarely making eye contact. "Excuse me," Jack said, stepping slightly forward. "I'm trying to find my brother. He's gone missing." "I'm sorry," she whispered, edging past him toward the door. "I really have to. He's tall and thin, might be wearing a dark hoodie. He's homeless, and we're all worried. Please." The cashier slowed her pace, then stopped and turned back. She shifted into the glow from the store windows, putting a little more space between them. A local, Jack assumed. She showed no sign of recognizing him. "You guys, zu Apenmelder?" she asked. "Around 6'5", he replied. The woman paused, then said, "Hold on. There was a guy. I've seen him a few times this past week. He was panhandling, asking for spare change. I gave him a couple dollars once, but it felt sort of foolish, you know." "Why's that?" "I came in early for my shift last night, around 7:30, and I saw him get dropped off right over there." She gestured toward the far side of the building. "No. 7:30, Jack noted. That was a half hour before he had arrived. The timing was interesting, and it highlighted a habit he'd grown lax about, varying his daily patterns to avoid becoming a predictable target for either surveillance or an ambush. She continued, "It was a really nice car, not some junker. I figured if he had access to a car like that, or knew someone who did, he shouldn't be begging for money." Jack feigned a concerned frown. "I apologize for his behavior. He struggles with some issues, if you catch my meaning." "Yeah, I understand. Can you describe the car?" "The Tucson. It was white, newer model, maybe a Nissan or Toyota. A mid-size sedan, I think." "Did you happen to see the driver?" She shook her head. "Seblet over it. There was something on the news earlier. Wasn't there a guy hit on Kings Highway last night?" "Really?" Jack responded, keeping his tone neutral. "Did they give a description? Was there any identification?" "No, I'm not sure." "Meant to. Sorry." You could call the police. I hope it's not him, but maybe. Her voice faded, and she offered a sympathetic tilt of her head. I have to go. Thank you, Jack said as she slipped through the doors. A white, mid-size car. Could those headlights that had outlined the mysterious figure the night before belong to that same vehicle? Jack drove back to his building, parked in the garage, and took the elevator up to his floor. The doors slid open to reveal the quiet vestibule. Seated on the leather bench against the far wall was Doug Butler. Jack stepped out into the hallway. Hey, detective, he ventured cautiously. Butler rose to his feet. We need to talk. Alexandria, Virginia. How had he managed to land back on Butler's radar? He'd already provided a statement over the phone, one that had apparently satisfied the officer. Jack mentally ran through the possibilities. He'd slipped up and contradicted his earlier account. A new witness had emerged. They discovered some trace evidence at the scene that placed him there. Internally, Jack cringed. He was reasoning like someone guilty, and the sensation left a sour taste in his mouth. He unlocked his front door and stepped inside, with Butler trailing behind. Flipping the light switches on the wall, he illuminated the kitchen and living area before moving into the kitchen. I was going to ask how you got upstairs, Jack said. But I suppose a detective's badge is a pretty powerful hall pass. Comes in handy sometimes, Butler acknowledged. You want anything? A beer, maybe some coffee. Yeah, a beer sounds good. So, what do you carry? Jack turned. Butler was standing in the archway, his hands buried in his pants pockets. This Sastermine clutched his bettigem tway. Jack asked, in your hip holster? Glock 26. I have a permit for it. I know you do. Were you carrying it when we met at the supermercado? When Jack nodded, Butler gave a weary shake of his head. Can't believe I missed it. Must be getting old. I paid extra for the invisibility holster model, Jack replied with a slight grin. Butler let out a snort, not quite a laugh, but Jack suspected it was the closest the detective usually came to one. He retrieved 2 Heinekens from the refrigerator and handed one to Butler, who twisted off the cap and took a long pull. He held up the cap. Trash. Counter's fine, Jack answered, taking a sip of his own. You want me to put the gun away? Nah. Just don't draw on me. Might give me a coronary. Nice place you've got here. You come from money. Everything's relative. You work at a financial firm, right? Hendley something. Hendley Associates. That's right. Arbitrage, market analysis, that kind of work. Sounds fascinating. Everything's relative? Jack repeated, the phrase feeling hollow even to him. I'm on a sort of sabbatical, I guess you could say. It was the first time he'd described his situation to anyone outside his family. Mask diabolical. Forced leave of absence. Both terms were technically accurate, but in reality, Jerry Hendley had essentially told him to go to his room and contemplate his mistakes. For a moment, Jack felt a flash of genuine anger. He understood Jerry's decision. But understanding wasn't the same as agreeing, was it? Had he truly made peace with the suspension, or had he just been convincing himself that he should feel that way? The uncertainty was irritating, and he pushed the thought aside. Got any stock tips? Butler asked. Depends on what you're shopping for. Legal or illegal? Probably better stick with the first one. Wise choice. It's the only kind I deal in, Jack said, taking another swallow of beer. He thought for a second. Buy low, sell high. Butler cracked a grin. Dismount to kick. I know a few solid private investment managers, if you're serious. Yeah, maybe thanks. Another 8 years and I'm out. Unless I hit the lottery or suddenly become the next Joseph Wamba, I'm gonna need a plan. They stood there for a moment, sipping their beers in a comfortable, if loaded, silence. Jack wondered if Butler was employing the quiet as an interrogation tactic. My grandfather was a cop, Jack offered. Yeah. Baltimore homicide. Butler nodded slowly. Mine too. Dowsa PD. Small world. What made you want to join up? I was military police in the army. Back in May of '00, I wound up in Baghdad. About a month after I arrived, our position got mortared and I caught some shrapnel. Spent nearly 6 months at Walter Reed. Then they discharged me. Alexandria was hiring officers, and it seemed like a natural transition. Was it? Mostly. If I'd stayed in the service, probably not. I know guys who did tour after tour. Those are the ones who really struggle afterward. The quiet settled between them again, heavier this time. Zo, Jat prompted, hoping to steer Butler toward the reason for his visit. It worked. So, are you in some kind of trouble, Jack? You mean, aside from last night? Der beste Poriam. Not that I'm aware of, Jack replied. Why do you ask? About a week ago, a man was killed on the 395 up near Holmes Run Trail. I read about it in the paper. That carjacking went sideways, didn't it? Butler asked. Seems that way, Jack replied. The victim lived in your building. Parked in the same garage, drove a black sedan similar to your Chrysler. He even matched your general description. A knot formed in Jack's stomach. You're not joking. Dead serious, Butler said. His tire blew. He pulled over to change it. Our best guess is someone stopped, maybe pretended to help, then cut his throat and drove off. Jack was silent. Here's what I'm thinking, Butler continued. Maybe someone tampered with the tire first, then followed him, waiting for the blowout. When did this happen? Around 2 in the morning. He was driving home from his girlfriend's place, a regular routine for him every Monday, Tuesday, and Friday for the last half year. Just like his own gym schedule, Jack realized. Hell, he muttered, the word feeling inadequate. That's one way to put it, Butler agreed. You didn't answer my question earlier. Are you in some kind of trouble? Yes, I believe I am. They tried for him twice now and failed twice, leaving an innocent man dead on the roadside. A third attempt would be decisive. What was this really about? Jack had never leaned into his identity as the first son. It was his father's long shadow, albeit an unintentional one, and he disliked the pompous ring of the title. Yet the cold fact remained. Someone was putting in a concerted effort to assassinate the president's son. That took staggering audacity. What could possibly justify that risk? This wasn't about simple revenge, Jack reasoned. Figures like Yegor Morozov approached violence with chilling calculation, weighing costs and benefits before giving an order. Could be debts or a personal scandal, Butler suggested. No, it's nothing like that. I'm not here to give you a hard time. Even if I were that type, shaking down someone in your position would be more headache than it's worth. If you're in over your head, maybe I can help. Don't misunderstand, it's not like you'd lack for resources. CIA, FBI, they'd all come running. But if you want to talk. I appreciate it, Detective, really, but Doug. Da tu porti tu plaqué. Jack gave a firm nod. Did the victim have a family? His name was Mark. Parents, 2 sisters. They own a chain of boutique bakeries, McClune's. Mark was being groomed to take over. It's not my case, so I don't know the details of the family business. Look, Jack, this could all be a string of bad luck. Stranger things happen. Just stay alert, okay? Witzbagim, I will. You might want to keep that Glock close, too. Jack nodded again. Anything new on the man from last night? What it Henniftstaffler? Did anyone claim the body? What about the autopsy? Nothing and no. As for the autopsy, there wasn't much left to examine. The medical examiner will run toxicology and fingerprints, but that's likely it. Unless a relative appears, he'll probably become a ward of the city. What does that mean? A burial in the city cemetery. After 30 days, unclaimed bodies are declared indigent. The public covers the funeral costs. Dardans Tave. Butler finished his beer and placed the bottle on the counter. Thanks for the drink. I need to get going. Thanks for coming by. Tap to Sten. Sure. And Jack, one last thing. Maybe consider reactivating that Secret Service detail, huh? At least for a little while. Alexandria, Virginia, for the second consecutive morning, Jack found himself awake before sunrise. His sleep had been fractured, punctuated by glances at the clock, trips to the window to scan the quiet street, and futile attempts to fall back asleep. A restless energy churned within him with no clear outlet. No immediate step to take. He was being hunted. The first attempt failed due to a case of mistaken identity. The second, pure chance. Tumbling down that embankment with Weber, it could have just as easily been his own skull cracking against the concrete. The randomness of it was its own special torment. Weber could have easily finished the job. It was sheer chaos and blind luck that he hadn't. Jack was down to his last move, a desperate gamble at best. If the unknown man was Weber's partner, he faced three choices: flee the area, make another attempt on Jack, or clean up the loose ends and disappear. Jack was banking on that third option. They knew he was alive. They'd assume he was aware of both attacks and had already alerted the authorities. With Weber dead and an unidentifiable body at the morgue, the only fragile lead left was Weber's motel room. If anyone was coming to collect his things, it would be the accomplice. After a quick stop for supplies, food, water, and a couple of paperback thrillers he'd been meaning to read, Jack drove back to Springfield. Using a fake ID from his bag, he checked into the Motel 6. He spun a story about a very special anniversary with his girlfriend, soon to arrive, and specifically asked for room 144. The bored, vaguely alternative teen at the front desk muttered, "Whatever, dude. Have fun," and slid him the key card. Jack parked near a side exit and went inside. Pausing at room 142, he listened. The privacy please sign was still hanging. Hearing nothing, he used his key card for a quick, silent sweep of the room. Finding it undisturbed, he left and settled into the room next door. The entire plan hinged on the accomplice. Why hadn't he stepped in to help Weber? The question nagged at Jack. Had he gotten scared? If that was the case, how likely was it that same man would risk coming back for Weber's belongings? Possibly, if the order came from someone higher up. Jack's earlier search of the room had turned up nothing useful. Maybe there was nothing to find. Did the accomplice, or whoever was calling the shots, already know that? The morning dragged. Worried he might miss the distinctive double beep of the electronic lock next door, Jack had built a makeshift listening post with pillows in the hallway. The housekeeping staff made their rounds, tapping on doors and softly calling out before either cleaning or moving on. Out of sheer boredom, Jack timed them. They averaged about 12 minutes per room. Was that fast or slow? He had no idea. Eventually, a maid reached his door. "Housekeeping, do you need anything?" Clean towels or soap? Jack stayed silent, his privacy please sign clearly displayed. Did policy make them ask anyway? Or maybe, in a monotonous job, they got a quiet kick out of potentially interrupting something. After a brief pause, the maid and her squeaky cart continued down the hall. By mid-afternoon, he'd finished one novel and started another. He dozed, snacked on trail mix, and sipped water. The whole thing felt like a monumental waste of time, a classic stakeout, where you question your life choices while eating overpriced snacks. But he had no other leads. Calling Jerry or even Clark was an option, but involving his father, and by extension, the full weight of the FBI and Secret Service would create a bureaucratic nightmare, especially for the campus's off-the-books work. Sunset bled into night. A little after 9, Jack's eyes snapped open. His hand found the Glock beside him. Had he just heard the double beep? He rolled over, pressing his ear to the wall just in time to catch the soft click of room 142's door shutting. Well, I'll be damned. A full minute of silence followed, then a muffled male voice from the other side of the wall. He couldn't make out the words. Crawling into the bathroom, he grabbed a glass from the sink and returned to the wall, feeling utterly ridiculous. Did this cliché actually work outside of bad movies? He pressed the glass to the wall, then leaned his ear against its base. The sound was still muffled. Shifting it a few inches to the left, he tried once more. This time the voice, while faint, became distinct. Not sure. I don't see anything out of the ordinary. The speaker sounded nervous, uncertain. Just clothes, toiletries, a suitcase. All right. Yes, I'll handle it. A sudden thump against the wall right by his head made him flinch backward. Closet, he realized. It was on the opposite side. Were they collecting Weber's bag? Jack rose, slipped on his jacket, grabbed his duffel, secured the Glock, and quietly left the room. Which way? The person in Weber's room had entered either through the main lobby or the same side door he had used. On a hunch, he chose the side exit. Outside, he moved toward his car, his eyes sweeping the parking spaces. In the fifth stall sat a white recent model Nissan Altima. As he passed its rear, he dropped into a crouch, pulled out his cell phone, captured a photo of the license plate, then stood and continued to his own vehicle. About 5 minutes later, a man stepped out from the side exit. In the glow of the wall sconce, Jack caught a glimpse of thinning gray hair and a heavy jawline. The man looked to be in his mid-50s. He was pulling Weber's black suitcase behind him as he walked toward the Nissan. A minute later, the car reversed, turned, and headed for the lot's exit. Jack followed at a distance with his headlights off until the Nissan turned east onto Springfield Boulevard. Then he accelerated to the stop sign. He waited for another car to pass before switching on his headlights and resuming the tale. Alexandria, Virginia. The Nissan traveled east, away from Springfield, and onto the 495 Beltway, then took the South Van Dorn exit heading south. At Franconia, it turned east once more. Is he running a surveillance detection route, or just hopelessly lost? Jack wondered. After another 10 minutes of driving, they entered the Rose Hill neighborhood, where the Nissan turned into a residential zone. Finally, on Climb Hill Road, the car slowed and pulled into the driveway of a single-story ranch house, painted a muted sage green, with white shutters and a row of neatly trimmed yew bushes flanking the front steps. A solitary porch light glowed beside the door. Across the street lay a park with a playground. As Jack drove past, he glanced sideways and saw the Nissan vanishing into a detached garage. He continued to the end of the block, pulled over, and cut his lights. The destination was puzzling. Rose Hill was a settled, modest neighborhood of family homes, parks, and elementary schools. How did Eric Weber, the man who had slaughtered Mark McClune on a highway shoulder, and then attempted to do the same to him in a grocery store parking lot, intersect with the man driving that Nissan. And not just intersect, conspire to commit murder. Make a call, Jack. He couldn't idle here long without risking a police visit. Any patrol officer familiar with the area would immediately spot his Chrysler as out of place. He had the plate number and the house address. With his Enquester access, that was enough to get a name. But he wanted a face, a sense of the man. He checked his watch. Low minutes paving an ass. It was a justifiable risk. He rummaged in his duffel for the necessary items, ensured the car's dome light was off, and got out. Adopting a slow, deliberate pace meant to project an air of belonging, Jack walked back down the block. As he reached the house, he turned left off the sidewalk, following a line of overgrown shrubs along the side of the property into the backyard. To his left stood a weathered gray shed, the prefabricated kind sold at home improvement stores. To his right were the back of the house and a raised wooden deck leading to a door. A window to the right of the deck was illuminated. Kitchen, Jack guessed. Jack stood on the lawn, the garage directly opposite him. Its side door, with a mullioned glass upper half, was his target. A redwood picnic table sat beside the garage wall. He glanced back at the house's lighted window, seeing no movement. Don't think. Just move. He rose and jogged across the grass, his gaze flicking between the window and the deck's sliding doors. Reaching the garage, he crouched and pulled on his gloves. The door was locked, its knob old and worn. Jack retrieved his multi-tool, extended the flathead screwdriver, and slid it deep into the keyhole. He applied pressure, turning the tool against the knob until, with a solid clunk, the mechanism gave way. He pushed the door open and slipped inside. Flicking on his red pen light, he scanned the space. It was exactly what he'd anticipated. Raw wood walls, cardboard boxes stacked on rafter shelves, a pegboard heavy with tools, and a cramped workbench nearly touching the bumper of a Nissan. The car's engine ticked softly as it cooled. Jack checked his watch. Nearly 2 of his allotted 5 minutes were gone. He had 2 to search and 1 to get back to his own vehicle. He moved to the passenger side, opened the door, and quickly disabled the dome light. The glove compartment yielded the usual documents: owner's manual, insurance card, registration. The owner was Peter Hahn. Another German name, Jack noted. He photographed the cards and replaced them. The center console held chewing gum, an Altoids tin full of quarters, a bottle of air freshener, and a Nokia cell phone. Perfect, Jack murmured. Clearly, mister. Hahn wasn't the type glued to his phone, a trait Jack's father shared. From a small canvas case, Jack selected a micro USB adapter and plugged it into the phone. Into the adapter, he connected his thumb-sized data recovery stick, a commercial-grade tool far less sophisticated than the custom models Gavin Beery crafted. It would harvest basic data contacts, texts, call logs, but not the deeper DNS information that could reveal browsing habits. He powered on the phone. A green light on the stick began to blink. When it flashed red, he disconnected everything and returned the phone to its place. Finally, he attached a GPS tracker, about the size of a deck of cards, with Velcro to a cable bundle under the dashboard. After a final check to ensure nothing was disturbed, he eased the door shut and exited the garage. A flashlight beam suddenly cut through the darkness from his left, blinding him. Cop. He fought the urge to go for his weapon. If you move, I will shoot you, a voice stated from the shadows, carrying a faint, perhaps German, accent. Was this Peter Hahn? Jack had checked that side. The man must have been waiting patiently at the corner of the garage. Clever. Jack took a chance, adopting a desperate tone. Look, man, I was just after some spare change. I'll put it back, okay? It was just some quarters. Turn around, Han commanded, his voice unnervingly calm. This wasn't his first time holding someone at gunpoint. Come on, just let me go. I swear I won't come back. I said, turn around. Mykonerch, slowly. Hands out to your sides. Damn it. Rusty, Jack. You've gotten rusty. Slowly he turned, squinting against the harsh light and tilting his head so the brim of his cap cast a shadow over his face. The beam of the flashlight left Han as nothing more than a voice in the darkness. You little punks, he muttered. Just quit it. A flicker of relief passed through Jack. Definitely not law enforcement. Hold on, Han said, his tone shifting. Take the hat off. Let me get a look at you. It was over. Jack removed his cap. Eyes on me, Han commanded. Jack squinted, turning his face into the punishing light and lifting his chin. Several seconds of heavy silence stretched between them before Han spoke again. You realize, he said, the words flat and measured, my life would be a whole lot simpler if I just put a bullet in you right here. If Han was shocked to find Jack Ryan in his backyard, he gave no sign of it. You had your chance the other night, and you didn't take it, Jack replied, forcing his voice to stay level. Why change your mind now? Han didn't answer. Jack pressed forward. Killing me doesn't fix anything. It just makes a bigger mess. I'm assuming you know who I am. The statement felt arrogant and bitter on his tongue, but he was bargaining for his life. Yeah, I know who you are. But it might solve my most immediate problem, Han replied. Good, Jack thought. He's still talking. And what's that? Cleaning up after whoever told you to trash Weber's hotel room? You tailed me. You and your partner tried to kill me. I want the reason. Is Ixu Salver? Another pause. He's not my partner. Esto Quan. Mister. Han, Jack said. Could you lower the light? Lift your jacket with your left hand. Turn around, slowly. Jack obeyed. Take out the gun. Set it on the ground. Jack placed his Glock on the damp grass. Han told him to back up and sit at the picnic table. Han stepped forward, his own weapon steady, retrieved the Glock and tucked it into his belt, then finally angled the flashlight beam down to Jack's chest. I've got questions, Han stated. That makes two of us. Why do they want you dead? I was hoping you could explain that. I don't even know who they are. Why did you leave that parking lot? Why didn't you finish the job? Jack's vision had adjusted enough to see Han's outline. In the sidelong glow, he spotted a snub-nosed revolver in Han's hand. I'm not sure, Han replied, and for the first time his voice carried a weight of genuine exhaustion. I'm not that guy. Not anymore. Maybe I never really was. What they wanted. It was senseless. Just murder. Were you there when Weber shot that kid on the freeway shoulder? Han let out a long, weary breath. He lowered the revolver to his side. I told him he had the wrong person. He didn't listen. Han sounded utterly resigned. Such a pointless waste. Gave the order. That I won't answer. As it stands, I don't even know if what I've done is enough to keep her safe. I hope it is. Before Jack could ask, Han added, they never said it outright, you understand? But I know him. He's capable of it. Maybe I can help. No. It struck Jack then that Han hadn't asked the obvious question. Why was the president's son sitting in his backyard instead of a team of federal agents? If a famous pop star showed up to repo your car, you'd wonder why she was the one doing it. Jack suspected Han was simply past caring. Whatever trouble he was in had pushed him to the edge. "I can make some calls," Jack said, and instantly heard the hollow absurdity of it. He could never explain this. Han gave a short, humorless laugh. "Calls? You can make some calls. How generous." "No, what happens next is—" Han hesitated, searching. "Oh, bos epsite." Jack felt his muscles coil. He kept his focus on Han's gun hand. His odds of closing the distance in time were terrible, but he refused to be executed sitting at a picnic table. He also wasn't about to let Han take him anywhere else. Secondary locations were where people disappeared. What Han said next caught him off guard. "Loyalty's a strange animal, isn't it?" "Sometimes it is. Tell me what's happening. I'll do what I can." "You can't do that." "I can't tell you. But I can point you in the right direction." "What does that mean?" "You'll have to figure out the rest. I assume you have a way to track me." "Never mind." "Of course you do." It would happen soon, within a day or two. He needed to be prepared. Jack returned to the Orinoco half an hour later. He had pressed Han for more details, for any scrap of information. But the man had just placed Jack's Glock on the ground, turned, and walked silently back into his house. Stunned, Jack remained in the dark for almost a full minute, his thoughts racing, before finally getting back into his car. Now, with a beer in hand, he sat before his laptop and inserted the doctor's stick. As the program began downloading the contents of Han's cell phone, he logged into the Enquester portal and entered Han's details. The report appeared in seconds. Peter Han, age 63, a naturalized citizen who had emigrated from Germany 16 years ago. He had retired 3 years earlier from Xerox, where he'd worked as a facilities maintenance manager. He was a widower with one adult daughter. His credit was solid. His mortgage on the Climehill house paid off, with almost no unsecured debt and no legal issues. It was the profile of an utterly ordinary man. With higher-level access to the campus's systems, Jack could have run Han and Weber through Henley's intelligence databases. But that door was closed. Something told him it wouldn't have mattered anyway. The search likely would have come up empty. Peter Han was clean. No red flags. Except, of course, for every unsettling word the man had spoken that night, and the calm, practiced way he had handled the confrontation like someone who was no stranger to tense situations. A soft beep from his laptop signaled the download was complete. Jack opened the text file, a dense block of raw data, and quickly parsed it into categories: text messages, call logs, and web history. Han barely used his phone for texting or browsing. The call history was brief. A few pizza places, some local theaters, the public library, a contact listed as Larry Bowling Night, and another simply as BB. Jack tapped on each. Larry Neal lived in Rose Hill, just a few blocks away. The entry for BB returned a German address and phone number: Karl-Munsterstrasse 61, 864 Munich. The German connection was growing stronger. Had he angered someone there? He couldn't recall anything. Han's warning echoed, "It will happen soon, so be ready." But what was it? And who was her? Alexandria, Virginia. Han's definition of soon turned out to be the very next afternoon. Jack had killed the morning trying to make sense of the sparse clues, watching rain clouds darken the sky from his balcony. By noon, a steady drizzle was falling. He wrestled with his decision to stay silent. The attempt on his life had to be connected to the campus. No other explanation fit. If that was true, then Jerry Hendley needed to know. What if he wasn't the only target? Isabel was safe, but what about the others? He picked up his phone and hit the speed dial for John Clark. Clark answered on the second ring. "Jack, what's going on?" His tone was easy, untroubled. In the field, Clark was famously unreadable, a poker player's nightmare. But around the office as Henley's director of operations, he usually wore his emotions more openly. If there was an active threat against anyone at the campus, Jack would have heard it in his voice immediately. Just touching base. Making sure the world hasn't ended. All quiet on the Western Front, Clark replied. If it weren't true, he wouldn't have said so directly, but he would have found a way to signal it. Besides, if someone had come for Dom, Chavez, or any of the others, Jack would have heard through the grapevine by now. Exile or not, he was still family. Clark asked, "So, what are you up to over there?" It was a perfectly normal question, yet Jack felt a wave of dark irony. What am I up to? Oh, just the usual dodging assassination attempts and deciphering cryptic warnings from retired maintenance men. Instead, he said, not much. Lying low. Clark let out a low laugh. I save all my shows on the DVR. Ends up keeping me awake until morning. So, you're planning to come back to the team soon, aren't you? Have you spoken with Jerry? Not yet. I'm still considering it. What's left to consider? Jack stayed silent. Clark added, Ding was asking for you. How about we get a drink next week? All right. I'll give you a call. Jack ended the call. The exchange only solidified his hunch. This situation was personal, targeting him directly, not the broader organization. Just past 3 in the afternoon, his phone chirped with an alert. He glanced at the screen, tracking. The GPS unit's motion sensor had been triggered. Peter Hahn's vehicle was leaving the garage, likely with Hahn behind the wheel. The thought that this might be a deliberate setup, an invitation, really had occurred to Jack. Either Hahn was attempting to guide him towards something important, or he aimed to complete the task Weber had begun, preferring not to do it close to home. The motive didn't change anything. This was his sole thread to follow. He snatched his gear bag and walked out the door. Hahn was traveling at a leisurely pace, moving northwest from Rose Hill. After leaving the garage, Jack pulled over to the side of the road, secured his phone to the dashboard mount, and linked it to the car's navigation display. On the larger, brighter screen, the steady blue pulse of the tracker was clear. Hahn's car reached Interstate 495, hesitated briefly, then merged and headed directly west. Unless Hahn took an exit soon, the highway would curve north toward Annandale, Dunloring, and Tyson's Corner. Even with Hahn's slow speed, Jack couldn't close the distance yet. For the moment, he would have to run a parallel route. He made his way onto the George Washington Memorial Parkway and headed north. Traffic was sparse, but the evening rush would change that before long. His windshield wipers thumped and squeaked intermittently, matching the rhythm of the light drizzle. Jack split his attention between the road ahead and Hahn's signal, which continued north, nearing Annandale. Mentally, Jack reviewed his choices if Hahn turned west. Once past Arlington Cemetery, he could hop onto the Custis Parkway and, with luck, close the 8-mile gap before Hahn got too far ahead. For the next 10 minutes, they both proceeded north Hahn on the 495. Jack tracing the GW Parkway along the Potomac River, their paths gradually converging. Eventually, the two highways would meet before crossing the river and becoming the Capital Beltway. Jack's final opportunity for a swift westward shift, the Georgetown Pike exit, slipped by, and Hahn's blip kept moving steadily north. Jack accelerated to 80 miles per hour, silently pleading that no patrol officer would notice. Hahn's route would take him straight across the Potomac, while Jack had to follow the longer loop, costing him nearly 4 extra miles. Jack was halfway there, skirting the edge of Langley Oaks Park, when the signal slowed and took the Georgetown Pike loop off-ramp, then stopped. What's out there? Jack muttered to himself. To the west lay some of McLean's most exclusive neighborhoods, where home prices soared into the millions. Using his right hand, Jack panned and zoomed the navigation screen. West of the 495 stretched a large open area. It appeared to be a nature preserve. Secluded and on a day like this, probably deserted. The spot made sense, whether for a private meeting, an ambush, or whatever Peter Hahn intended to show him. "Come on," Jack urged the blinking dot. "Make a move." Jack was now passing Parkview Hills and nearing the Georgetown Pike and 4095 interchange. Hahn's car was less than a mile ahead and stationary. The blip turned west onto the Pike. Jack sped up and reached the exit turnoff 40 seconds later. Here, west of the 495, the Pike was known as Cardinal Drive. On Jack's navigation screen, Hahn's car was now half a mile ahead, slowing as it approached Swinks Mill Road. The road curved into what appeared to be a long, meandering parking area. Jack lifted his foot from the accelerator, letting the car glide forward until he neared the Swinks Mill Preserve. He halted before the entrance, then crept ahead just enough to peer through the tree line. Despite the temperature hovering in the low 60s, the driving rain and gusting wind created awful conditions for a hike, and it was still too early for the most dedicated mushroom hunters to be prowling the woods. No other vehicles were visible before the pavement curved out of sight. "This is a spectacularly bad plan," Jack told himself. From a tactical standpoint, the list of reasons to abort was long, with extraction posing the biggest problem. Once he entered this lot, he'd be funneled into a single narrow lane for an escape. And he was completely alone. Conversely, if he wasted time hunting for another entry point and Hahn abandoned his car, the trail would vanish. No alternative. Perfection is a fantasy. You improvise or you lose. He checked for security cameras, but spotted none. Easing the car into the lot, he drove to the rear section, a cul-de-sac stretching about 100 yards. At the far end, Hahn's Nissan was turning onto a one-lane dirt service road. Jack snatched his binoculars from the rucksack and focused. A wooden sign with faded yellow lettering declared authorized personnel only. Tossed beside the post was a coiled length of chain. Moments later, the car's taillights vanished into the trees. Damn it. The lot was otherwise empty. Who was Hahn meeting? And where? This service road hadn't shown up on his navigation display. Through his side window, he noticed a small roofed kiosk. Behind its plexiglass cover was a display of enlarged historical photographs. The brochure box was empty. He rolled both windows down an inch, then drove forward, scanning the dense woods on either side until he reached the mouth of the access road. The cautious voice in his head was clear. "Get out. Call Henley now." "Not yet." His instinct was whispering something else. Something about Hahn's demeanor suggested the man was operating on his own terms. Trust wasn't the right word, but Hahn had twice avoided a clear chance to take Jack down. Whoever was directing him, Hahn had clearly chosen a different path. What that path entailed, Jack didn't know. He was about to discover which inner voice was correct. Jack drew his Glock and secured it beneath his thigh. He nudged the Chrysler's nose between the posts and drove forward. The rough track headed north, roughly tracing a creek whose murmur Jack could hear through his open window. Occasionally, between the trees, he caught a glimpse of the Nissan's red taillights or the pale flash of its rear bumper. Hahn was proceeding slowly, barely doing 20 miles an hour. The forest grew denser, and soon the road banked gently east, away from the river, and began to climb. Ahead, Hahn's brake lights glowed briefly, then went dark. Hahn had stopped, his passenger side tires resting on the soft dirt shoulder. Beyond his car, the access road appeared to curve right, likely following the contour of the Potomac's bank. Jack let his car roll to a stop, then shifted into reverse and backed down the road until Han's vehicle was just a blur through the foliage. Han emerged from his car. He popped open a green and white golf umbrella and, without so much as a look over his shoulder, walked across the road, down into a rain-filled ditch, and disappeared from view. Jack waited a full 30 seconds, then stepped out, tugged his cap brim lower, and followed. The rain had intensified slightly, the drops tapping a steady rhythm on the damp earth beside the road. When he reached the spot where Han had descended, Jack spotted a narrow footpath winding north and west, skirting the base of a rocky slope. If there was any high ground to be claimed, Jack intended to take it. And if an ambush was waiting, that's almost certainly where it would be. Jack pushed on for another 50 yards until he spotted a gap in the tree line. He dropped into the drainage ditch and began ascending the slope. The fallen leaves were slippery, but by gripping roots and jutting stones, he managed a slow, steady climb, pausing now and then to survey the area. After a few more minutes of careful movement, he reached a low rock face. Finding a ledge where the stone formed a rough, natural staircase, he started upward. He halted. Where was Han? The path the man had taken should be off to his left and lower down. Jack resumed climbing until the steps widened into a rocky shelf dotted with scrubby pines. He edged forward until he was just a few feet from the shelf's outer rim, then knelt and peered over. Below him, a creek cut through a narrow ravine. To his left, where the ravine opened up, a waterfall cascaded into a frothing pool before flowing into a wider lagoon. A flat flagstone crossing spanned the lagoon, and a simple wooden footbridge arced over the waterfall itself. Jack caught a flicker of movement to the left. He flattened himself against the rock, raised his binoculars, and trained them in that direction. It was Peter Han's distinctive green and white umbrella emerging from the forest trail. Han stepped onto the bridge and began to cross. Midway, he stopped. He rested a hand on the railing and leaned out, seemingly mesmerized by the rushing water. Rain dripped steadily from the rim of his umbrella. 5 minutes ticked by. Then, a solitary figure in a khaki trench coat, holding a black umbrella, approached the bridge from the far side of the ravine and walked toward Han. Jack zoomed in, but from this angle he could only see the man from the chest down. His stride and physique suggested someone younger than Han. Han noticed the newcomer and turned to face him, extending a hand in greeting. Trench coat moved as if to reciprocate, but his hand came out of his coat pocket, clutching a small, sleek, semi-automatic pistol. "You've got to be kidding me," Jack whispered under his breath. He yanked his Glock free, but he was already too late. The pistol's muzzle flashed a brief, bright orange. The roar of the waterfall swallowed the gunshot's sound. Han staggered back as if he'd been shoved hard in the stomach. Trenchcoat fired again. Han's right leg gave out, and he toppled sideways, his back hitting the handrail before he slumped into a sitting position. His umbrella tumbled from his grasp, bounced once on the wooden planks, and then rolled away. With chilling efficiency, Trenchcoat raised the pistol and fired a final shot into Han's right eye. He shoved the weapon back into his pocket, turned on his heel, and walked calmly away. The entire brutal sequence, from the first shot to the killing blow, had taken less than 5 seconds. Jack's first visceral impulse was to rush to Han's aid, but he crushed it immediately. The man was unquestionably dead. His next thought was to pursue the killer. He fought that urge, too. Had Han led him here simply to witness this execution, or to discover the next clue in whatever puzzle he'd been unraveling? Maybe it was both. The only person with answers was now strolling back across the bridge. Jack lifted the binoculars and followed him. Trenchcoat's pace was leisurely, almost casual, as if he were just finishing a peaceful walk in the woods. At the end of the bridge, he turned right onto a trail and vanished behind a thicket of trees. Jack rose into a low crouch and moved to the very edge of the rock shelf. Lying prone again, he swept the binoculars across the landscape below. According to his car's navigation system, the preserve's boundary was marked by this very creek. That meant Trenchcoat had likely parked somewhere inside the preserve itself, farther down the access road. Parking in the upscale residential areas to the west seemed less probable. In an exclusive, close-knit McLean neighborhood, an unfamiliar vehicle would stick out like a sore thumb. How much of a head start should he allow? Jack calculated quickly. 90 seconds. He began a silent count, keeping the binoculars focused on the flagstone slabs crossing the lagoon. When his count hit 40, Trenchcoat reappeared from behind the curtain of trees and stepped onto the lagoon's bank. He started across the stone ford. Jack zoomed in once more, but the man's face remained frustratingly hidden behind the black umbrella. Jack retreated from the overlook, pivoted, and hurried back along his original route, moving with swift, silent steps. Reaching the drainage ditch by the road, he paused and glanced left, anticipating the appearance of the man in the trench coat. Seeing nothing, he dashed across the pavement and vanished into the tree line. He had to get ahead of Han's assassin. After covering about 50 feet, he angled left toward the service road, slowing his advance as he neared it. Once the raised shoulder of the road became visible through the foliage, he halted and dropped into a crouch, raising his binoculars. He scanned back along the pavement. "Where are you?" "There." The man in the trench coat was ambling down the road, utterly unconcerned. Jack had a slight head start, but not much. He pictured the rough layout of the preserve in his mind. This service road would eventually swing south before connecting to Highway 495 and looping back toward Cardinal Drive. He stood, retreated deeper into the woods until the road disappeared from view, then turned and began moving again, keeping the pavement to his left. Jack corrected his path southward, ran for another minute, then cut left once more until the road reappeared. Ahead, a glint of blue car paint caught his eye through the trees. He ducked beside a fallen log and brought the binoculars up. It was the hood of a mid-sized sedan. He'd discovered a second parking area smaller than the first, a horseshoe-shaped clearing with space for maybe a dozen vehicles. Only one spot was occupied. The service road entered on the left and exited on the right. He zoomed in on the car. A Chevrolet Malibu. A Hertz rental sticker was fixed to the top right of the windshield. Jack adjusted the focus to the Maryland license plate and committed the number to memory. Lowering the binoculars, he peered left through the trees, watching for the trench coat. He weighed his choices: confront the man and take him down, or gather more intel and follow him. The first idea was flawed for several reasons, chiefly the problem of what to do with a captive afterward. Lock him in a closet and interrogate him? Unrealistic. If Jack wanted to unravel this mess and stop it, he needed to identify who was pulling the strings. Still, the thought of letting a killer simply drive away gnawed at him. Whatever Han's motives, he'd apparently walked into that meeting knowing he might not walk out. And he'd spared Jack's life not once but twice. While Jack felt no deep loyalty to the man, honoring that sacrifice felt like a bare minimum debt. From his right came the sound of tires on gravel. A red SUV, compact and boxy, pulled into the clearing and parked in a stall opposite the Malibu. Its tail lights dimmed. The engine went quiet. The driver's door opened. Jack glanced left. The man in the trench coat was now 100 feet from the lot. A spike of anxiety shot through him. What happened next hinged entirely on the killer's policy regarding witnesses. Would a second murder be worth a clean escape? The SUV's driver, a man in his 20s with messy blonde hair and a strong jawline, stepped out. He circled to the back of his vehicle, hesitated, then strode across the lot toward the Malibu. At the rear bumper, he took out his phone and photographed the license plate. He then moved to the driver's window and peered inside. "What are you doing?" Jack whispered. Who was this guy? Not a cop, he moved, with a hesitant, uncertain gait. Not a car thief, either. This was heading for disaster. The blond man straightened up and began walking back to his SUV. At that moment, the Malibu's headlights flashed once. A soft beep sounded, followed by the solid thunk of door locks releasing. Jack looked left and felt his heart hammer against his ribs. The man in the trench coat was stepping into the parking lot, the umbrella still shading half his face. Jack's pistol snapped up, leveling on the driver of the SUV. The muzzle flashed with a sound like a damp towel cracking. The driver slumped to the ground. Damn it, Jack thought. Bystander or not, he couldn't let this man in the trench coat add another victim. Jack drew his Glock, rose from his crouch and charged into the parking lot, sighting on the figure. Freeze, he yelled. The man halted, but his weapon remained fixed on the downed driver. Slowly, he turned his head toward Jack. His face was shadowed beneath the umbrella's rim, revealing only a determined jawline. Lower the weapon, Jack commanded. For 3 agonizing seconds, there was no reply. Then the man spoke, his voice calm and unaccented. This man is still breathing. If you want him to keep doing that, you'll drop your gun. This guy had already killed once today and just shot a second person. Handing over his weapon would make Jack victim number 3, either to eliminate a witness or because Trenchcoat finally recognized the target he'd failed to hit twice before. Jack glanced toward the SUV. He could see the driver's feet protruding from behind a rear tire. One foot twitched, scraping through the mud, as if trying to drag itself away. Not happening, Jack replied. The man studied Jack for a moment, then called out, You. Can you hear me? A weak, accented voice answered, Yes. I hear you. Jack caught the lilt something European, maybe German. Crawl to me. Do it now, or I put another bullet in you. Don't move, Jack barked. Then to Trenchcoat, it's over. You're not a cop, are you? The man sounded almost amused. He was ice cold, Jack realized. A professional. No, Jack said. But I'm a pretty good shot. Put the gun down. Last warning. Trenchcoat wasn't buying it. Let me walk away, and everyone lives. Step back. I'll get in my car and go. You can tend to this man before he bleeds out. In response, Jack advanced 3 deliberate steps until he was at the Malibu's bumper. He slowly crouched, keeping only his head and shoulders exposed. No deal. I'm taking his vehicle. You have my word, I won't kill him. Absolute nonsense. With his eyes darting between Jack and the SUV, the man began pacing forward, his gun still trained on the driver. I mean it, Trenchcoat insisted. I just want to leave. Don't take another step, Jack warned. In one fluid motion, Trenchcoat dropped into a crouch and pivoted, his pistol swinging around. Jack saw the muzzle flash and felt a tug at his jacket collar near his ear. He ducked behind the Malibu's engine block, then risked a glance. Fast, Jack thought. Trenchcoat was already sprinting for the SUV, bringing his gun back toward the driver. There you flash. Jack tracked him with the Glock, leading slightly, and fired. The round tore into the sodden earth between Trenchcoat and the SUV's bumper. The next one finds your chest, Jack shouted. It was a bluff. He needed this man alive, but aiming to wound went against every instinct he'd trained for. Trenchcoat kept running. Jack fired again. This bullet struck the man's right calf. He stumbled sideways but caught his balance and vanished behind the SUV. Jack sprinted forward, weapon raised, scanning for any sign of trench coat inside the vehicle. "Get out of the car," he yelled. "Out now." 10 feet from the SUV, he slowed, sweeping for movement. He dropped low, looking underneath, but saw only the motionless driver. From the distance came the muffled crackle of undergrowth. Jack reached the bumper and peered around it. Across the road, Trenchcoat was fleeing into the tree line. Jack raised his Glock, but the angle was gone. He had no shot. To his right, a pained groan sounded. The driver was conscious. "Can you hear me?" Jack asked, moving closer. "Yes." "Who are you?" "Just stay still. Don't move. Hang in there." Jack kept his eyes on the tree line for another full minute before finally rising. He moved carefully to the man's side and crouched down. The guy was on his stomach, his face pressed into the wet earth. A dark patch of blood clotted the hair above his left temple, a thin, rain-streaked trickle of it running down to his jaw. "My head is killing me," the man muttered. "No kidding," Jack said. "Look at me. Can you see the woods on the other side of the road?" "Yeah, I see them." "Sefezeler kavdet, betangan." "He's still out there. You tell me the second anything moves." Jack slid his pistol back into its holster and leaned closer. The man's blue eyes, wide with panic, were locked on him. Jack used his fingers to gently part the blood-soaked hair until he felt it a shallow furrow in the scalp, maybe 1/8 of an inch deep and running for a couple of inches. The man flinched. "Was I shot?" "Just grazed," Jack answered, his fingers still searching. The guy in the trench coat had fired 2 rounds. "Where was the other one?" "There's so much blood," the man breathed out, his voice shaky. "Head wounds bleed a lot." "What's your name?" "Geopolitical." Jack had a dozen questions, but now wasn't the time. "We can't stay here, Ephraim." "Where can you move?" I think so." Jack helped him sit up, propping his back against the SUV's tire. He then circled to the rear, popped the hatch, and found a yellow hard-shell suitcase inside. Rummaging through it, he pulled out a few white athletic socks. He quickly tied 3 together and walked back to Ephraim. "Press this right against the cut," Jack instructed, guiding the man's hand to place one of the knots firmly over the wound. He wrapped the remaining length around Ephraim's head and secured it with a tight knot. "My head really hurts," Ephraim said again, his words slurring slightly. "You'll be fine. Lift your shirt up." "Why?" Jack was already doing it, yanking Ephraim's jacket and shirt up toward his neck. Ephraim caught on and used his free hand to help. "Do you see anything?" Ephraim asked, the fear now sharp and clear in his voice. The initial shock was fading, replaced by a cold understanding of the danger. Jack turned him around to check his back. "No other wounds." "What about my legs?" Ephraim asked. If he'd hit an artery, you'd already know it. "They'll leave me." "Suppler, can you drive?" "We need to leave." "Now." "Okay, yeah, I can drive." 4B, are you a cop?" "Just keep watching those trees and shout if you see him," Jack replied, avoiding the question. He walked back to the sedan, pausing to scoop up the 2 spent shell casings from his Glock. He opened the driver's door, hit the trunk release, and did a quick search. It was empty. Returning to the interior, he rifled through the glove box, the center console, under the seats. On the passenger side floor were 2 crumpled fast food bags, one from Arby's, one from McDonald's. Each contained a receipt, which he pocketed. His fingers brushed something stiff tucked beside the gas pedal under the floor mat. He pulled out a burgundy passport. On the cover was the German eagle crest with the words European Union, Federal Republic of Germany, passport. The name inside was Stefan Meuler. The photo showed a man in his early 40s with short black hair and a thick, carefully groomed beard. Jack highly doubted that was the trenchcoat man's real name, but it was a lead, a thread he could start pulling. He returned to find Ephraim on his feet, though unsteady, leaning heavily against the SUV. Jack knelt by the rear tire and began sifting through the mud. "What are you doing?" Ephraim asked. "Looking for my bullet," Jack said. The other round was gone, either in Mahler or lost in the woods across the road. It took a couple of minutes of searching before his fingers found the impact crater. He pulled out his multi-tool, dug the slug free, and dropped it into his pocket. Standing up, he faced Ephraim. "Give me your wallet." "What? Why 62? Why?" Ephraim frowned, then reached into his back pocket and produced a Belgian passport along with a slender brown leather wallet. Inside were several credit cards, a European Union driver's license, and a Belgian ID bearing the name Ephraim Leichel. "Are you mugging me?" Ephraim asked as he passed over his cell phone. Jack couldn't suppress a short laugh. "No, this isn't a robbery." "Which hotel are you staying at?" "The Embassy Suites in Old Town." "Room number 412. "Head straight there," Jack instructed, returning the wallet and passport. "Don't stop anywhere. Wait for me." Jack scrolled through the contacts on Ephraim's phone until he found its own number, then saved it into his own device. "Why should I believe you?" Ephraim asked, taking the phone back. "Because you're still breathing," Jack replied flatly. "Fair enough. What's your next move?" "I'm not sure yet." "Can you tell me anything about that man, his name, where he's holed up?" "No, Rippy, no. I was only tailing him." Jack considered asking why, but held back. Instead, he said, "Can you reach your room without passing through the lobby?" "Was it the proyest?" "Wolf, do that. Get on the 495, find a restroom at a gas station. Clean yourself up, then go straight to your room. Don't open the door for anyone unless you hear my voice." Alexandria, Virginia. Jack ran back to his car and within 5 minutes of sending Ephraim off, was driving down Cardinal Drive. He crossed over the 495 and onto Georgetown Pike. At the first traffic light, he spotted a gas station and pulled into a parking space. He knew he had one chance at this, and the odds were no better than 50-50. Even after taking a bullet from Jack's Glock, Mahler had moved quickly through the trees. The man had already shown he could keep his cool under pressure. Jack had to assume Mahler had patched up his wound, collected himself, and was either hiding in the nature preserve or had already left the area. The real question was whether Mahler would return to his hotel or if he had a backup escape plan. The situation had turned sour for Mahler. There were witnesses, and he'd been in a shootout. How would he respond? Jack pulled the fast food receipts from his pocket and used his phone's mapping app to locate both restaurants. Each was situated within a quarter-mile of the other, just off Richmond Highway. He dropped a pin on the map and searched for nearby motels. 3 turned up within walking distance: a Holiday Inn, a Days Inn, and a Comfort Inn. All were mid-priced, decent but not luxurious, similar to the place Eric Weber had chosen. Maybe that pattern meant something. Maybe it didn't. Jack's plan hinged on human nature. Most people grabbing a quick meal in an unfamiliar city pick somewhere close to where they're staying. Whether a man like Mahler would allow himself that kind of convenience, Jack didn't know, but it was the only lead he had. Mahler had already slipped up by leaving his passport in the Malibu. Maybe he'd make another mistake. Professionals in any field often fall victim to overconfidence, the very root of complacency. Jack had seen it in himself before, maybe even recently at the supermercado. Even John Clark had admitted once, over a couple of beers, to the occasional tradecraft error. The real test wasn't the mistake itself, but what you did afterward. What would Mahler do after his? Jack pulled out of the gas station and merged back onto the highway. 20 minutes later, he reached Richmond Highway, turned south, and took the first exit. He started with the closest motel, the Holiday Inn, parking outside the lobby. Inside, affecting what he hoped sounded like a passable German accent, he gave the name Stefan Mahler to the clerk and explained he was a bit turned around. Was he registered here? The answer was no. Jack moved on to the second motel, the Days Inn, with the same result. At the third motel, his luck changed. "Yes, sir, you certainly are," replied a young Hispanic man at the front desk. "Is there something I can help you with?" "Yes, please," Jack said, rubbing his eyes wearily. "It's been a very long day." For a moment, I was completely turned around, and it just hit me I left my key up in my room. "That's no good. Do you have any ID on you, like a license or a passport?" Jack passed over Mahler's passport. While the clerk examined it, Jack added with an awkward laugh, "Let's not even talk about the beard. My wife is still giving me grief over that one." Jack waited, barely breathing. Without the facial hair, his resemblance to Mahler's photo was decent. Whether it was convincing enough was entirely up to the man behind the counter. The attendant gave a knowing chuckle. "Say no more. Just give me 1 second. I'll be right back." He slipped through a doorway behind the desk. 2 minutes, Jack told himself, already picturing the guy on the phone with the cops. Any longer, and he was out of there. The attendant returned, handing back the passport along with a fresh key card. "They're on set. Just holler if you need help finding anything." "Appreciate it." Jack began to walk off, then spun in a small, confused circle, as if getting his directions mixed up. "My room number is 125. Go back out the main doors, take a left, and it's along the side of the building." Jack thanked him once more and made his exit. He pulled into a parking spot several spaces down from Mahler's room and killed the engine. The curtain in the room's window was drawn back just a crack, and a dim yellow glow seeped through the opening. Jack checked his watch. It had been 3/4 of an hour since Mahler had bolted from the preserves lot. If he'd had a getaway car waiting there, he could easily be back already. If not, his choices were hitchhiking or calling a cab. Jack doubted he'd risk thumbing a ride. A taxi, then. That probably meant Jack still had a slight lead, but if Mahler was headed here, that lead was vanishingly thin. The same question from earlier resurfaced: grab him now or follow him? He arrived at the same answer: follow. Jack had to operate on the assumption that, unless Mahler was a lone wolf, he'd already reported the incident to his superiors, whether or not he'd made Jack at the preserve. Wounded and on the run, Mahler would be watching for any tail like a hawk. The odds of Jack conducting a one-man surveillance without being made were practically zero. That left a single viable path: track him from a distance, passively. It was a plan built on a shaky foundation of ifs and maybes. Too shaky. Before his mind could conjure up another dozen complications, Jack got out of the car and walked toward Mahler's door. The late afternoon was fading into twilight, and a steady rain continued to fall. A quick scan of the lot showed it was empty. He stopped at the door, drew his Glock, and held it flush against his thigh. He took a steadying breath, swiped the key card, pushed the door open, and stepped inside, using his heel to kick it shut behind him. He brought the gun up. To his right, a floor lamp in the corner cast its weak light. With his free hand, Jack reached back and quietly slid the door's security latch into place. "Etiul. Maintenance, Mr. Mahler," Jack called out, his voice echoing slightly in the quiet room. "Anyone here?" "One, hello. Why did Tavta Tryphon?" He moved swiftly then, clearing the main room, then the bathroom and the closet. Just as he had in Weber's room, Jack began a meticulous search, careful to leave everything exactly as he found it. Moeller's wardrobe, like Weber's, was utterly generic, tagless, or clearly from a local big box store. No wallet, no plane tickets, no scribbled notes or receipts. He shifted his focus to the less obvious spots inside the zippered seat cushion of the desk chair, taped beneath a drawer, behind the toilet tank. Nothing. On a hunch, he lifted the hollow shower curtain rod from its brackets, gave it a shake, then angled it downward. Something inside scraped against the plastic. Jack popped off the end cap, and a small screw-top aluminum tube slid into his waiting palm. He set the rod aside, unscrewed the lid, and peered inside. Bullets. Jack moved to the sink, plugged the drain, and emptied the cylinder. The bullets were .80 caliber shorts, but their tips were coated in black. It took him a second to process what he was looking at. These were frangible rounds, designed to fragment on impact glazer safety slugs, or something like them. The black coating was a polymer cap. Underneath, the hollow core was filled with fine birdshot. Such rounds had brutal stopping power, but couldn't penetrate deeply. That might explain why Mahler had aimed for Hans' eye instead of his forehead. Jack lifted one of the cartridges. It felt unnervingly light. He shook it beside his ear. Not standard glazers, those usually had blue caps, not black. So that was the secret behind the oddly muted report of Mahler's pistol. These were subsonic loads packed with just enough powder to stay quiet, lacking the crack of a supersonic round. Past 30 feet, the bullet would probably drop like a stone, which made Mahler's near miss against Jack seem almost superhuman. A custom frangible, then. Whether there was a thriving market for this specialty ammo, or it was a one-off, Jack didn't know, but it was worth looking into. He slipped one round into his pocket, hoping Mahler wouldn't notice it was missing. After photographing the remaining bullets, he wiped them clean, returned them to the cylinder, and slid the rod back into place. His search paid off again minutes later. Tucked inside the wrapper of a hotel soap bar was a credit card in Mahler's name. Jack photographed both sides, then carefully returned it. No second passport. If Mahler had one on him, or hidden elsewhere, his escape plan likely involved air travel and Jack would lose him. If not, Mahler would need another way out of the country, and this credit card might just be his ticket. Makes our time to move. Jack gave the room a final sweep, saw nothing out of order, and left. Back in his car, Jack drove several blocks before pulling over. He logged into the campus's secure portal on his phone, entered Mahler's credit card details, and activated real-time alerts. A quick scan showed no prior transactions. The card had never been used. He merged onto Richmond Highway, heading north, then turned left onto Duke Street. Ephraim's Hotel, the Embassy Suites, stood across from John Carlyle Square Park. Jack found parking on a side street and walked the rest of the way through a worsening rain, wind driving it sideways under the gray sky. He ducked under the hotel awning, stepped into the lobby, and shook the water from his jacket, using the moment to weigh his next move. Whoever Ephraim Lickle was and whatever his interest in Mahler, he represented a lead Jack couldn't pass up. The catch was getting involved with a stranger, a move that would raise questions Jack wasn't eager to answer. He'd have to handle them as they came. Jack rode the elevator to the 4th floor, turned right, located room 412, then walked back to the elevators. He pulled out his phone and dialed Ephraim, who answered immediately. "It's me," Jack said. "The guy from, yeah. Are you in your room?" "1, I am. These come down to the lobby." Jack ended the call. He drew his Glock, tucked it into his jacket pocket, and kept his hand there. About half a minute later, a door clicked shut somewhere down the hall. Ephraim rounded the corner and froze when he saw Jack, his eyes going wide. His hair was damp, likely from a recent shower. There was no visible trace of the bullet graze. "I thought you were," Ephraim began. "Any issues getting back here?" Jack interrupted. "None that I noticed. Take us to your room." "You go first." Jack trailed him down the hallway. "Hold on," Jack said, stopping him at the door. "Look at me." Ephraim met his eyes. "Is anyone inside?" "No." The answer was quick and definite, his gaze steady. "Go in ahead of me," Jack instructed. Ephraim swiped his keycard and entered. Jack followed, pausing to check the bathroom before moving fully into the room. It was clear. Jack motioned for him to sit on the bed. He pulled the Glock from his jacket, secured it back in its holster, then dragged the desk chair over and sat down. He offered a small smile. The guy had been through an ordeal. Jack needed to calm him down before he panicked, decided to involve the authorities, or simply bolted. "Rough night. How's the head feeling?" Ephraim's hand drifted to his temple. "Like the world's worst hangover, but the aspirin is helping." "It's improving." "How'd you handle the bleeding?" "Supered glue. Picked that up from a survival program." "Any blurred vision?" "Dizziness, nausea. Did you black out?" "Nothing like that. I got lucky, I guess." "But say so. If any symptoms pop up, call me. I'll get you help." Blurtin. Stay away from hospitals. They'd recognize that kind of injury. Right. An uncomfortable quiet settled between them. Jack wasn't surprised, considering how they'd met. This wasn't exactly a chance encounter over coffee where they discovered a mutual love for the Jets and classic rock. "Your English is excellent," Jack remarked, making conversation. "I studied at NEU for a year. Would you like some coffee or tea?" "No, thanks. Let's discuss what happened." "I'm guessing you didn't call the police." Ephraim shook his head. Jack believed him. That was interesting. Most people would have dialed 911 the second he vanished from their car. By admitting he'd been tailing Mahler, Ephraim had just confirmed this was something he wanted kept quiet. "I assume you didn't either," Ephraim said. "Correct. Listen, Ephraim, we can go our separate ways right now. No hard feelings. Or we can work together. It's obvious we were both tracking the same man." This wasn't entirely accurate, but it was close enough for the moment. Ephraim considered this. "Aiken is the Tabin Thee. I don't know your name." "Jack." They shook hands. Jack what?" "Wussing 50 pay." "Just Jack is fine for now." If Ephraim recognized him, he didn't show it. Jack had gotten better at staying out of the public eye. Besides, since his time at the campus, he'd cut his hair short, adopted a patchy beard, and added some solid muscle from regular gym sessions. "How do I know I can trust you?" Ephraim asked. In the last few hours, either of us could have turned on the other. Ephraim gave a reluctant nod. "And I suppose there's the whole "you saved my life" part. Thank you for that, by the way. Don't mention it." Ephraim paused, then continued. "You know my name and that I'm from Belgium. I'm a journalist, freelance at the moment." This complicated things, Jack knew. The last thing he needed was his name splashed across headlines. The president's son, assassins, and some international murder plot. "I'm trying to build a reputation," Ephraim added, a note of hesitation in his voice. "I graduated just 3 years ago. I've been researching this story for a very long time. It involves Stefan Moeller," Jack stated. "If you say that's his name, I'll believe you, but it's new to me. I found Moeller through another man I was investigating. Eric Schrader. Tell me what he looks like." "Tall, thin, with very short pale blonde hair." "Does that name ring a bell?" "Possibly. Continue. A few days back, I tailed Schrader to a diner in Falls Church. That's where he met up with the other man, Stefan Mahler. Since I already knew where Schrader was holed up, I took a gamble and switched my focus to Mahler, hoping to uncover a bigger picture. Do you believe that's why he shot me? That he spotted me following him and led me into that nature preserve on purpose? To your first question, most likely. To the second, I doubt it, Jack answered. He was there for a different purpose. What purpose? We'll get to that. Keep going. So, when I circled back to check on Schrader, he was gone. He never returned to his hotel. There was an older man driving him around in a white Nissan. I lost them. I don't have a name, but I got the license plate. That would be the late Peter Hahn. Two of the three individuals Ephraim Lickel had been tracking were already dead, and he was completely unaware. Tell me more about Schrader. Lickel fidgeted on the hospital bed. No, I don't think I will. Sorry. I've given you plenty. You've given me nothing. Why were you at the preserve? Jack had hoped to extract more before Lickel insisted on an exchange. He needed to keep the conversation flowing and his own choices flexible. I was following the man in the white Nissan, Jack replied. I located him through Schrader, who I knew as Eric Weber. How do you know him? Our paths crossed once. Would do approve a. How? I'm not ready to answer that, Jack said. Not yet. You're a reporter, Ephraim. That's not inherently a problem, but the chase for a scoop can make journalists act unpredictably, especially ambitious young ones trying to make a name. No offense intended. I get it. But think about this. I know things you don't, and you know things I don't. If we pool what we know, we might actually get somewhere. Besides, my gut says you aren't the central figure in the story I'm chasing. Instinct earned from years of tough lessons? Jack said with a slight smile. Definitely not that. Maybe it's just in the blood. What does that mean? Look me up. You won't have any trouble finding a mountain of information. If after that you still want to talk, you know how to reach me. If not, Ephraim shrugged. Well, I've managed solo this far. I can keep going alone. Alexandria, Virginia. Ephraim had certainly captured his attention, but digging into the journalist's background would have to wait. Jack had one more place to visit, a stop he should have made sooner. He drove back toward Rose Hill and slowly circled Peter Hahn's neighborhood, watching for any sign of police presence. If someone had discovered the body at the preserve and called it in, the homicide detective on the case would have sent patrol officers to Hahn's address, either searching for more victims or attempting to notify family. Seeing no cruisers or anything out of the ordinary on the street, Jack turned onto Climb Hill Road. As he approached Hahn's house, he killed his headlights and eased to the curb. Full darkness had settled, and the rain had faded to a mist that glimmered under the glow of the street lamps. A few houses down, a dog began a frantic yapping from a backyard. A woman's sharp voice called out, "Snickers, inside now." And the barking ceased. What he was about to do would be nearly impossible to explain if the police rolled up. He hoped the potential payoff justified the risk. After ensuring his car's dome light was off, Jack opened the door and stepped out. He didn't glance around but walked purposefully up the driveway, aiming to look like a friend dropping in to see old Pete, or at least that was the casual confidence he hoped he projected. Jack reached the back door and pulled open the screen, which groaned softly on its hinges. He clicked on his penlight, clamped the end between his teeth, and bent to examine the lock. It didn't appear to be in much better shape than the knob on Hahn's garage had been. With a bit of luck, maybe it would give just as easily. Jack retrieved his multi-tool flipped out the flathead screwdriver, and worked it into the keyhole. He jiggled and turned until the tool was buried deep in the mechanism. Gripping the doorknob and the tool in opposite hands, he applied pressure. The first few tries made him ease off, worried the metal would snap. But on the fourth attempt, a solid thunk echoed from the lock. He pushed the door open and leaned inside. "Better, Paul Sosatem. Better, you home? Thought we had plans, man." Silence answered him. He called out twice more, but the house remained still. Jack drew his Glock, moved into the kitchen, and quietly shut the door. He stood in the dark, letting his senses adjust. The place felt small and hastily constructed, probably from the late 1940s with tight hallways and a compartmentalized layout, a far cry from the open-concept homes of today. He didn't plan to stay long, maybe 10 minutes tops. It was obvious Peter Hahn had been dragged into Mark McClune's murder and the subsequent attempt on Jack's life against his will. The question was why? Hahn's desperate words echoed in Jack's memory. "As it is, I don't know if I've done enough to save her. Nide to arrive. A daughter, perhaps. Someone clearly connected, maybe even a hostage, to the people pulling the strings." Jack moved from the kitchen into a combined TV room and dining nook. On a rectangular table topped with worn linoleum sat a desktop computer, its screensaver painting swirling lines across the monitor. The table was cluttered with haphazard stacks of newspapers, magazines, and those cheap Sudoku books you grab at the grocery store checkout. Beside the keyboard lay a copy of Windows for Dummies, open to a chapter about email and Skype. For caution's sake, Jack quickly cleared the rest of the house, confirming he was alone, then returned to the nook and sat before the computer. A tap on the mouse banished the screensaver, revealing an open email window and a web browser. He clicked through the browser tabs, a few online puzzle sites, the local cable company's TV listings, and a page showing movie times at the Regal Cinemas in Kingstown, just a couple miles away. Jack opened the browsing history and scrolled back. One entry stood out: "Impeach President Ryan now." He clicked the link, which led to a rant-filled blog dedicated to vilifying his father. Returning to the history, he found a whole collection of sites peddling anti-Jack Ryan conspiracy theories. They ranged from complaints about economic policy and foreign affairs to outright fabrications. Claims his father had committed a murder in Kentucky as a child, or that he was a secret Chinese sleeper agent. Jack checked the timestamps. Every one of these visits had occurred over a 6-day period, just before the attack at the supermercado. Fallback cover, Jack realized. Eric Schrader, alias Weber, had approached him as a strung-out mugger and had even put in the legwork to support the role by panhandling outside the market. If the attack had succeeded, witnesses would have sent the police hunting for a drug-addicted thief with a knife. And if, by some miracle, the trail led back to Peter Hahn, investigators would have found a politically unhinged homeowner with a clumsily constructed but seemingly credible motive for wanting the president's son dead. The irony was almost laughable. Peter Hahn was no lunatic, Jack felt sure of that. And a man who needed an instruction manual to handle email wasn't likely to be checking his own browser history. If Mahler or Schrader had planted this digital breadcrumb trail, Hahn would probably never have noticed the setup. The alternative was that Hahn had personally accessed those sites, but for the same motive he'd assisted Schrader and Weber, acting on instructions to shield another person. Jack shifted his focus to Hahn's email account. The inbox held just a scattering of messages, all spam or promotional offers. He checked the deleted folders and found more of the same. On the sidebar, a folder marked BB caught his eye. Inside were hundreds of emails spanning the past 6 months. Jack picked one at random. "Hi, Dad." The book arrived. "It's absolutely hysterical. My cat does half those things. It was almost creepy." It was signed BB. Jack expanded the sender field. Belinda. Han Juvere Tuker. Come. Wackerbeam. Peter Han's daughter. Ensuring his daughter's safety would be powerful leverage for any parent. Jack opened the most recent email, sent earlier that morning. Sorry, our Skype call got cancelled. I was really looking forward to it. You'll be a tech guru before long. Dek Ikalari Toll called her. Just checking you're remembering your medication and everything. I'm mailing you a new Sudoku book. Maybe this one will actually slow you down a bit. No, the toll. Free to a spell tense. Father and daughter were clearly in regular contact. Until Belinda was informed of her father's death, these messages would go without a reply. Jack felt a pang of sympathy for her. He selected the last email, navigated to the Properties Details tab, and examined the full header, a dense block of text hundreds of characters long. Too much to process now. Jack inserted his USB drive, copied the header into a text file, and repeated the process 10 more times, selecting messages spread across the entire timeline of Han's correspondence with Belinda. He was about to close the email program when a realization struck him. If Peter Han hadn't personally visited those anti-Ryan websites, then someone else had done it for him, either on-site or from a remote location. Jack sorted all the messages in the Belinda folder by file size and scanned the list. Most ranged from 40 to 70 kilobytes except for one, which showed 1 megabytes and displayed a paperclip icon for an attachment. Peter had received it 6 weeks prior. Jack double-clicked. Next to a thumbnail of a woman with short, bobbed brown hair, presumably Belinda, was the message, "Hey, Dad, can you check my web page and see if it loads on your end?" Below was a hyperlink. This email had all the classic signs of a phishing attempt. That thumbnail image couldn't possibly account for 1 megabytes. Something else was hidden in that space. Jack navigated to the email's properties, copied the contents to his USB drive, and did the same with the link. He pulled up the browser's history, pasted the link into the search bar, and hit enter. There it was. Han had clicked the link the same day he received it from Belinda. Malware, Jack thought. But for what purpose? To monitor Han or to fabricate a false browsing history? Or both? And what about Belinda? Was she an unknowing pawn or a willing participant? Jack arrived back at his condo half an hour later. He warmed a bowl of slow-cooker chili, grabbed a Heineken from the refrigerator, and settled onto the sofa with his laptop. Within 2 minutes of researching Ephraim Lickel, he realized the young Belgian hadn't been boasting. Jack mentally scolded himself for not immediately placing the name. In Europe, Ephraim Lickel was as close to journalistic aristocracy as it got, arguably surpassed only by his mother, who appeared to be the undisputed queen of the field. Marie Lickel, now 64, retired and divorced, had been reporting on global politics, conflict, corruption, and legal injustices across the world for nearly 2 decades longer than Jack had been alive. Her career spanning radio, television, and print. From a young age, Ephraim had decided to walk the same path as his mother, aiming to carve out his own reputation, just as he'd explained to Jack. Most reports suggested he was doing it without relying on her wealth or influence, a choice that seemed mutual. Both mother and son wanted the heir to the Lickel name to succeed or stumble based solely on his own efforts. Jack understood that feeling all too well. He knew the weight of living under someone else's shadow and the restless drive to step into your own light. No question Ephraim Lickel was probably just as hungry for that, while constantly reminding himself he had to do it more skillfully and with more integrity than anyone else. Whether that made him someone Jack could rely on remained to be seen. But did Jack actually want or need a partner? So far, like Ephraim, he'd managed to make solid progress flying solo. On the other hand, Ephraim had been chasing this story, whatever it involved, for what felt like forever. Who could guess how much intel he'd already gathered? Jack picked up his phone, flipped through his contacts, and hit a speed dial number. "Alicia Dixon," answered the voice on the line. "Alicia, it's Jack Ryan. Wasn't sure you'd still be at your desk." Alicia wrote for the Washington Post. They'd gone out a few times years back, but conflicting schedules kept anything serious from sparking. They'd stayed friendly, meeting now and then for a meal or a drink. "Jack Ryan," she gave a light chuckle. "If it's before 10, I'm usually still here. Calling to make up for that time you left me waiting?" "I didn't leave you waiting, Alicia. I was just impressively late. And pretty sure I already apologized." "You did, but I still never got to see that film. I'll send you the Blu-ray. Listen, I need your professional opinion." Go ahead. What's the word on Ephraim Lickle?" The last name rings a bell. Marie Lickle's boy, right? Right. Give me the rundown." Well, Marie's practically a saint in European journalism. She's collected nearly every major award: Pulitzer, Spi Bayou, Calvados, Bastiat. The woman has schools named after her, for crying out loud. "No dirty laundry?" Jack asked. "None," Alicia answered. "And trust me, plenty of powerful figures have tried digging. She's untouchable. Back at Northwestern, I kept a photo of her above my desk. Everyone thought it was Madeleine Albright." "So you're an admirer," Jack said flatly. "If she had a fan club, I'd run it." "What about her son?" "Never met him, but word is he's cut from the same cloth, driven, principled, all that," Alicia told him. "He's still a bit wet behind the ears and maybe overeager, but that's typical for rookies." "Has he broke him any major stories?" "Not yet, but I've read his work. He's capable, has a nose for it." "Jack, why the interest? Did Lickle reach out to you?" Though he hadn't planned for the question, the lie slipped out smoothly. "Not me, a friend of mine. He just wanted to know if Lickle plays it straight." When had that become so effortless? Jack wasn't a saint, he'd told lies before, but there was a time when even a small fib would give him a twinge of guilt. Deception was part of the job, no doubt, and he wondered if guys like Clark and Chavez ever lost sleep over it. "You're overthinking this, Jack." Alicia responded. "He's a safe bet. With a name like that, one misstep and the whole industry would hear about it, Mommy Dearest included. And he knows it. But remember, Jack, off the record is only as good as the journalist's conscience. Tell your friend to assume anything he says could wind up in print." The next morning in Alexandria, Virginia, Jack was awake before dawn. Having settled his thoughts about Ephraim Lickle, he saw no reason to delay. After a quick stop for coffee, he drove to the embassy suites and rapped on Ephraim's door a little before 7. The Belgian answered, dressed in flannel sleepwear, rubbing his eyes and squinting at the early visitor. Ephraim's hair was a tousled mess, flattened on one side from sleep. "I asked you not to open the door," Jack remarked, taking a seat by the window. "I saw you through the peephole. Do you drink coffee?" "Enough to keep a small town awake." He handed Ephraim one of the cups and settled into a chair, nudging the curtain aside to let in the morning light. The rain had cleared overnight, and the day promised to climb into the comfortable 70s. Outside, the wet pavement was already beginning to steam. Rubbing his eyes, Ephraim shuffled over and slumped into the chair opposite. "I did some checking on you," Jack said. "You've got quite a legacy to live up to." A tired smile touched Ephraim's lips. At least she didn't wear stilettos. "Then again, you're no stranger to living in a shadow yourself, are you? I looked into you too. I thought your face was familiar. You look different from the official family photo. You're a journalist, and from what I hear, a decent one. If you're hunting for a sensational story, you've already got material. If you publish what went down yesterday, I won't, Ephraim interrupted, taking a careful sip. Why? Will it bother you if I say, I'm after bigger game? If you mean it, no, Jack replied. And cliché or not, you did save my skin. What sort of person would I be if I thanked you by throwing you to the wolves? Plenty of people in your line of work wouldn't hesitate. I'm not them, Jack. You have a saying here, right? It's not whether you win or lose, but how you play the game. My mother lived by that. Might all beturn. In principle, Jack agreed. But in his world, you rarely had the luxury of playing fair. In journalism, you at least had the choice, even if it made everything harder. So, what game are we playing? Jack asked. Are we still trading favors? Miriam, yes. Ephraim took another drink, then gazed past Jack for a moment, as if arranging his thoughts. Have you ever come across the name René Allemande? It rings a bell. French military, isn't he? That's right, though he's not your average soldier. I'll circle back to that. Last year, Allemande vanished from his post at Port Boat in Ivory Coast. He was there with Operation Unicorn, a peacekeeping mission after the Civil War flared up. At first, some whispered he'd deserted, but that theory faded. Most believe he was snatched by a militia group and executed. No ransom demands? No proof of life video? No group taking credit? Nothing I've found. And no unidentified bodies in the region that fit his description. I'm following a couple other threads. You said vanished. Does that mean he wasn't on patrol? He was inside the compound. That's another fuzzy detail, Ephraim admitted. I'll get to it. Anyway, I have reason to think René Allemande isn't just alive, his disappearance was orchestrated. So, to what end? Quid pro quo, Jack, Ephraim said with a faint knowing look. Though Jack had already decided to team up, the sheer absurdity of the situation wasn't lost on him. Neither were the risks. But then, when was anything ever certain? A few nights back, the man you know as Eric Schrader tried to kill me. Ephraim leaned in, his fatigue momentarily forgotten. You're serious. Dead serious. And the man in the white Nissan is named Peter Hahn. Both he and Schrader are gone now. Boers are dezifé. Schrader stepped into traffic and was hit by a truck. Hahn was killed by Mahler at the nature preserve, about 10 minutes before Mahler came after you. I was tailing Hahn. Start from the beginning. Don't leave anything out. Jack did just that, beginning with the incident at the supermercado and ending with their confrontation with Mahler at the preserve. He included Doug Butler's revelation about Mark McClune's murder. So many questions, Ephraim murmured almost to himself. That makes two of us. Why were they trying to kill you? Why didn't Peter Hahn finish the job? Wise, Jack raised a hand. To your first question, I have no idea. I've turned it over every way I can. I had a suspicion, but it's fading with each passing moment. In all your research, did my name ever come up? Not once. The Plateau, what about Hahn? What's his deal? It's difficult to be certain. He had two clear opportunities to end me and chose not to. My instinct says he was being coerced. I also believe he entered that wildlife preserve, fully aware he might not walk out again. Wait, what? My theory is he wanted me there to see it. I managed to pull some files from his laptop. Once I sort through them, we might get some clearer answers. One toppert's da. He couldn't deny a sense of comfort in having a... What exactly? Bay's a teammate. A confidant. It wasn't the same solid presence as Dom or Chavez at his side, but Ephraim Lickle was clever and, unless Jack's judgment was completely off, reliable and shrewd. Ephraim had been navigating dangerous waters for a long time and was still breathing. He could have ended up with far worse company. I have to mention, Jack, you seem remarkably capable for someone in financial consulting. That is your profession, right? In a manner of speaking. You have a real talent for speaking volumes while revealing absolutely nothing. Jack offered a slight shrug. What kind of answer were you expecting? None, really. It was just a comment. I'm naturally inquisitive, too much so, according to my friends. Jack, we're both going to have our private truths, I imagine. It's unavoidable. As long as they don't interfere with what we're trying to accomplish, then it's fine by me. Method sounds. Let's refocus. You were tailing Schrader, is that actually his name, by the way? After Ephraim confirmed, Jack continued, how did you first get on his trail? It started with René Allemande, or at least, I'm almost positive it was him. He and Schrader had a meeting in Lyon, France, during the first week of January. Lion. January. A cold realization began to dawn. Stoke-eyed Hatrim. Are you saying Ephraim was already nodding? I believe Eric Schrader and René Allemande met in secret, 1 week before the terrorist attacks in Lyon. Alexandria, Virginia. Jack was already operating independently when the Lyon attacks happened, so his knowledge was limited to the relentless news coverage. The media had fixated not only on the stark similarities to the Paris attacks, but also on the timing. Lyon occurred almost precisely 2 months later. The death toll and scope were smaller than Paris, but the pattern was chillingly familiar. Coordinated bombings and shootings targeting cafes and the subway system. No group took responsibility, and French officials named no suspects, but the signature was unmistakable. It was widely interpreted as a brutal message to France. For all your vigilance, we can strike the same way, anywhere, anytime. In many respects, the Lyon attacks left a deeper scar on the national consciousness, a lingering tremor of vulnerability. Jack pressed, and you don't believe that timing was accidental? Not at all, Ephraim stated. The precise connection I'm still piecing together, but I think Allemande was involved in the attacks, though possibly not by his own choice. What does that mean? I think he was a victim of a false flag operation. That's the correct term, yes? When you're recruited by an adversary, pretending to be a friend. Essentially. Are you suggesting Schrader was the one ultimately controlling him? My guess is no. I think Schrader was merely acting as a handler. For whom, I don't know. Perhaps for this Mahler character? He seems to be a major unknown for both of us. Speaking of which, any idea where he is now? Not yet, but hopefully soon. I'm monitoring his credit card activity. I have his passport, so his options may be shrinking. Back to Eric Schrader, what do you have on him? German citizen, 41 years old, former Feldwebel, a first sergeant, in our terms with the Heer, the Army. Jack could connect the dots. He was with the Kommando Spezialkes, Special Forces Command. The Beisteichste, the Kosk. How did you know? Jack described the Eichhorn Solingen knife he'd taken from Schrader, or, more accurately, retrieved after Schrader slammed his head into a slab of concrete and dropped it. Ephraim let out a low, impressed breath. Have you ever considered, Jack, that you might possess more than a few feline qualities? Cats always land on their feet. My track record hasn't been quite that elegant. Just persistently lucky and maybe a little too stubborn to quit. What else have you got? 2 apartments Schrader used recently, one in Zurich, the other in Munich. The Zurich place felt like a short-term setup, but the Munich apartment could be his primary residence. Munich, Jack echoed. That's where Hans' daughter is. Bold, seriously? Why do you think Zurich was temporary? Jack pressed. I followed him there right after his initial meeting with Allemande in Lyon. The apartment was high-end in a wealthy part of town. Schrader's Munich spot is nothing like that. Unless he's deliberately roughing it, that Zurich place belongs to somebody else. Was Schrader in Munich before he came here? Ephraim nodded, and Jack added, sooner or later I'll need a full timeline of all this. Already made one. Great minds, right? And I'll need to know how you connected Allemande vanishing in Ivory Coast to him meeting Schrader in Lyon. Absolutely. We can meet up again after you've gone through Hans' emails. Still a trade-off. Jack didn't hold it against Ephraim, but he hoped the back and forth wouldn't drag on. The faster they combined what each of them knew, the better. Still, Jack wasn't sure he could fully decipher Hans' data. Even the simplest emails were a jumble of letters and numbers that made his head throb. He could only make sense of a sliver of the information, and his usual tech wizard, Gavin Beery, wasn't available. He'd need another plan. An idea struck him. You mentioned you're freelancing the story. Do you have anyone else reviewing your material? Like an editor? No one's seen any of it except you now. This is my story. I'm going to break it myself. Who's covering your expenses? Hateko be away, Sir Steep. Credit cards. Jack decided to push a little to see if he could shake Ephraim's calm. You're basically Belgian journalism royalty. No generous allowance. No trust fund waiting. Not until I turn 30. By then, I plan to have my Pulitzer, Ephraim replied with a smile. When I graduated, my mom gave me a box of red pencils and a card that said, edit in good health. So no allowance. Just 3 nearly maxed out credit cards in that box of pencils. Jack chuckled. He was starting to genuinely like Ephraim. Clearly, Marie Lickle and Jack's own parents had attended the same school of parenting, the University of Stand on Your Own 2 Feet. For Jack, that had meant joining the campus. For Ephraim Lickle, it meant chasing a story most journalists only dream of finding. The guy had nerve, no question. Jack couldn't help but wonder whether his own involvement would end up helping or harming the Belgian. At least 3 people were already dead, and Jack had come dangerously close to being the 4th. If you added the casualties from the Lyon attacks, the number soared. The whole cast of characters seemed randomly drawn from a hat, a missing and possibly traitorous French soldier, a German special forces operator pretending to be a drug addict, a lonely widower from Rose Hill, and a terrorist group that, despite carrying out one of the deadliest attacks on French soil in history, had since vanished from the world stage. And then there's me, Jack thought. He was the wild card. But why? What about you, Jack? Wissenduft Statter. Aren't you supposed to have bodyguards or something? Wait, is there a helicopter on the roof right now? Jack laughed again. If there is, it's not here for me. Ephraim finished his coffee and tossed the empty cup into the trash near the dresser. So what's next? Do we keep working together or go our separate ways? Jack thought it over for a moment. I hope I don't end up regretting this, but I vote we stick together. Ephraim nodded. Agreed. Jack left Ephraim with 2 tasks. First, check his rental sub for any trace of the second shot Mahler had fired. It was a desperate gamble, likely to lead nowhere, but Stefan Muller had committed murder and attempted murder on federal land with witnesses. Jack possessed an unused custom round from the killer's gun, and if one of Mahler's frangible bullets was lodged in Ephraim's vehicle, they'd have a spent match for comparison. The odds of Mueller ever facing a judge were laughably slim, yet it was a thread Jack refused to drop. His second instruction to Ephraim was to pack a bag and be prepared to move at 5 minutes' notice. If Mueller's credit card showed activity, they'd have to move fast to pick up the trail. Back at his apartment, Jack turned on the television, flipping through local stations. On the Washington ABC affiliate, a news ticker scrolled, "The victim's identity is being withheld, pending family notification." Jack waited, his eyes fixed on the screen. The story cycled back. A Rose Hill man was discovered deceased at a local nature preserve this morning. Police, alerted by a hiker, have only described the circumstances as suspicious. The man's name has not. They had found Han. Jack hoped the notification to Belinda would be swift. The news would shatter her. But it was better than the agonizing limbo of unanswered calls and emails. A sudden, vivid memory intruded. Han stumbling back against the bridge railing, slumping to the ground, his eyes wide as Moyer calmly raised the pistol. A pang of irrational guilt twisted in Jack's gut. Should he have made an anonymous call? Han had lain there in the rain all night. It was done now. The waiting game had begun. Waiting for Stefan Mueller to surface. Waiting to see if a knock on his own door would come. Answering whether a witness had placed him at the scene. At 4:15 p.m., Jack's phone buzzed with a text from Ephraim. The police had paid him a visit. Jack's pulse kicked up a notch. He forced himself to breathe and think. Were they still there, watching Ephraim type? Ephraim was solid, but a police interrogation about a murder could crack anyone. Or was this just his own ingrained, paranoid caution talking? He typed back a single word, and? Ephraim's reply came. An anonymous tip placed my SUV at the preserve. Jack chose his next words with care. Go on. The response was quick. Anonymous tip. I was alone. What does that sound like to you? It sounded like Mueller was trying to create obstacles, to buy time. This was, in a twisted way, promising. If Mueller was already overseas, he wouldn't bother with such games. Ephraim added another message. I told them I got lost, drove past and turned around. They seemed to buy it. Good, Jack wrote. Feel like getting coffee? Jack gave Ephraim a 20-minute lead, then left his condo. He drove west on Wythe, spending a tedious 10 minutes winding through side streets, checking his mirrors for any sign of a tail before finally turning onto Washington. He slowed as he passed the Starbucks, spotting Ephraim's SUV parked with its nose toward the street. Jack drove on, his eyes searching for a payphone, a relic that was nearly extinct. He found one on a corner outside a package store and pulled over. Feeding coins into the slot, he dialed Ephraim's number. Do you have anything you need to tell me? Jack asked when he answered. What? I don't think about it. Pause. Oh, Tepley Creek. Right. I'm alone, Jack. They were here 10 minutes, then left. You're a confidential source to me, hell, you're more than that. But you know what I mean. I don't reveal my sources, Jack stated firmly. Give it 2 minutes, then head back to your hotel. Jack ended the call and retraced his steps to the coffee shop. Right on schedule, Ephraim's SUV pulled out onto Washington Street and turned north. Jack held back, allowing a few cars to slip in between them before following Ephraim all the way to the embassy suites. As best he could tell, no one was tailing either of them. 10 minutes later, he was knocking on Ephraim's door. Ephraim opened it, ushered Jack inside, and closed the door. Was all that drama really necessary? Ephraim asked, sounding a bit exasperated. Absolutely, Jack replied. Don't take it personally. You're certain no one saw you leave the preserve? Not a soul. Once I reached Cardinal Drive, I took a left and went straight to the 495. Didn't see another vehicle until I merged onto the interstate. Did the police bring up Han's body? No, but I did. It felt like the natural thing to do. I mentioned I'd seen it on the news, that I'd been near a nature preserve recently, and now here they were questioning me. How did they respond? Jack asked. They didn't, really. Aren't cops the same everywhere? Total poker faces. I showed them my professional website, spun a story about working on a piece about McLean's rapid degentrification, showed them some fake notes, then asked if I could interview someone about the death. They told me to call the Public Information Office and then left. They seemed pretty annoyed, honestly. Ephraim had handled it well. He was quick thinking and kept his cool. Jack asked, "Is that actually true about McLean's degentrification?" I have no clue. Is that even a real word? Tewi, neotradezapravda. Jack had barely stepped back into his condo when his cell phone chimed with another Enquester alert. Moeller's credit card had just been used for $13 in gas and $5 in grocery items at a Mike's Mini Mart in West Haven, Connecticut. Since Moeller hadn't immediately boarded a flight, it now seemed less likely he had a second passport, but perhaps he had a second vehicle stashed somewhere. West Haven. Jack muttered to himself. What on earth is in West Haven? Nothing, really. But heading due north through Vermont, it was only about 5 hours from the Canadian border. Possible, Jack thought. Vermont shared roughly 90 miles of border with Canada, much of it rugged and remote. He checked the route from Alexandria to New Haven on his phone's map app, 350 miles, a 6-hour drive. Too long. He opened his laptop, went to a travel site, selected Washington Dulles as the departure point, and chose Hartford as the destination. No good. The earliest flight was tomorrow morning. He tried again, this time with New York's JFK as the destination. There was one flight left today, a JetBlue shuttle departing in 3 hours. New York City. By 10:15, they were leaving the airport in their rental car, a Hyundai Sonata, and merging onto the Van Wyck Expressway into Queens. With Ephraim navigating from his phone, Jack took them across the Bronx Whitestone Bridge and picked up Interstate 91 North. About 30 minutes outside New Haven, Jack got another Enquester alert. Read it, he told Ephraim. Oh, that's tickets it. It's about a motel in Hartford, a Best Western. A room charge, I think. How long ago? 60 minutes. Where is Hartford? About 45 minutes north of New Haven. And that much closer to the Canadian border. Why stop in Hartford? Wemverst. Why not just find a rest stop and pull over for a nap? Why advertise your location? Maybe he thinks he's in the clear. I left his credit card activity untouched. If he was suspicious, he wouldn't have used it at all. I suppose. What do you want to do? Jack considered it. If Mahler had stopped for the night, they had plenty of time to set up surveillance on the hotel before morning. If, however, Mahler had paid for a room and then just kept moving north, they'd already lost him. They'd never catch up. Let's do the legwork, Jack replied. Just before midnight, they arrived at Mike's Mini Mart on Saw Mill Road, not far from the interstate. Jack felt a wave of relief seeing the lights on inside and the neon open 24/7 sign glowing in the dark. He parked near the propane cage and killed the engine. Outside, a pair of teenagers lounged on the curb by the entrance, sipping slushies and resting their skateboards across their knees. Shouldn't those kids be home asleep? Ephraim remarked. Pretty sure it's a school night. Feel free to go give them a lecture. I'm heading in. Jack opened his door and Ephraim moved to follow. Jack glanced back. That was a joke. Stay put unless you want a slushy facial. Jack grabbed his jacket from the back seat, slipped it on, and pushed through the store's doors. He went straight to the counter, where a lanky teen with a faint mustache and a smattering of acne stood at the register. Jack's chances just got better. Evening, Jack said. Hey, fwapin need a hand with something. Jack produced his private investigator's badge, flashed it briefly, and tucked it away. What's your name? If the kid was going to question his authority, this would be the moment. Nate. How long have you worked here, Nate? About 8 months, I think. Tonight, Jack clarified. Oh, when just been, sir? Since 4 o'clock. I'm looking for someone. He stopped for gas here around 5:35. Jack pulled the photocopy of Stefan Moller's passport from his pocket. Ring any bells? I'm not sure. Maybe. Jack hardened his tone just a touch. He was here. You were here. Came inside, bought some things. Do you recognize him? Yeah, I think I do. Jack nodded toward the 3 small black and white monitors beside the register. Those functional. New and it only the pump cameras. The inside one's broken. Show me, Jack said, and without waiting for permission, stepped behind the counter. Nate hesitated briefly, so Jack gave him a nudge. It was around 5:30. Which pump did he use? Okay, hang on. Nate crouched in front of a DVD recorder under the monitors and rewound until the timestamp read 17:25. You're doing fine. Bull, think. Which pump? The Tardias Goikoris. Wait, too. That's the left monitor. All right, fast forward, Jack instructed. Slowly now, not too fast. At 17:31, a dark sedan, blue or black, pulled up to the pump. The driver's door opened, and Stefan Moller stepped out. Hey, that's him, Nate said, suddenly more engaged. That's the guy, right? With the beard. Yeah, that's him. Good eye. What did he buy? Don't overthink it, just tell me the first thing you remember. Chocolate milk, a tuna sandwich, and a bag of Fritos. Can you zoom in on that pump camera? I need the license plate. I can, but it's digital zoom, not optical. It'll get all blocky. Might look a little clearer on the TV in the office, though. Where's that? Straight down that hall on the left. Where's the player? Thanks. Jack pushed through a swinging door marked Employees Only in sloppy red marker. From the front of the store, he heard the entry chime. Glancing back, he saw Nate giving him an eager thumbs up. Kid's probably having the most thrilling shift of his life, Jack thought. He found himself in a stock room lined with steel shelves stacked with toilet paper, cleaning supplies, and cases of drinks. In the corner, an 18-inch flat screen sat on a small table. Nate had already routed the security feed to it. Zooming in now, Nate called out, his voice buzzing with sudden importance. Copy that, Jack replied. The image slowly enlarged, centering on Moller's license plate as it grew. Hold it there, Jack said. The screen froze. Nate was right, the picture was dissolving into pixels, but it would have to be enough. At the bottom of the license plate, Jack could just make out the slogan taxation without representation, marking it as a Washington, D. plate. The camera's angle, however, had cut off most of the characters, leaving only the first 2 letters EB clearly visible. The 4 digits beside the D flag emblem were nothing but a blur. Jack walked back to the front counter. Nate looked up from his phone. Did you get what you needed? Oh, I did. I owe you one, Nate. Catch you later. Jack was nearly at the exit when Nate called out again. Hey, almost forgot. The guy also grabbed something from the map rack. Might be nothing, but I figured I'd mention it. What kind of map? Jack asked, turning back. From that stand right behind you, next to the chips. Jack looked over. It was a spinning metal rack, about waist high, stuffed with travel brochures, local restaurant coupons, and timetables for buses and trains. Did you happen to see which one he picked up? Nate shook his head. Didn't catch that part, man. My bad. Was it just one, or did he take a handful? Nate's forehead wrinkled in thought. Didn't look like a bunch. One or two tops. Back in the Sonata, Ephraim glanced over from the driver's seat. Any progress? Maybe. It's unclear. Unclear how? The Mueller picked up a travel brochure or a map from inside. Ephraim shrugged. Ain't trake him pro to it. There's maybe an hour of driving between this gas station and the Best Western in Hartford, where he checked in, but he had a 5-hour gap. What was he doing all that time? Something was tugging at the edge of Jack's mind, a persistent itch of a detail he couldn't quite place. He shut his eyes, retracing the sequence in his head, and let out a low grunt. Without another word, he pushed the car door open and headed back into the store. Nate, is that surveillance footage still up on your office monitor? Sure is. You're a lifesaver. Jack made his way to the cramped back office and dropped into the chair facing the small television. On the screen, Mahler stood beside his car, a Ford Fusion hybrid. Jack leaned closer, studying the image. After a moment, he stood up, gave Nate an appreciative nod, and returned to the car. Ephraim, look up the fuel tank size and highway mileage for a Ford Fusion hybrid. Ephraim tapped on his phone. 14-gallon tank, rated for 43 miles per gallon on the highway. That gives it a range of over 600 miles on a full tank. It's about 300 miles from D to here, Jack calculated. He put in $13 worth of gas, which is roughly 7 gallons, only half a tank. Then he drives 40 more miles to Hartford and checks into a hotel. Why stop here? Why not just keep driving? Maybe he needed to eat. And why use a credit card for a tiny purchase like that? A guy like Mahler would have emergency cash on him. A cynical thought surfaced. Maybe they weren't following a trail at all. Maybe they were being led. The whole idea that Mahler would carelessly use the credit card Jack had found back in Alexandria had always felt a little too convenient. Wanting to believe a theory doesn't make it true, Jack reminded himself. Still, if Mahler was toying with them, what was the point? Why not just vanish? Jack had no good answer. He pulled out his phone and opened the latest alert from Enquester for Mahler's card, a pre-authorization at the Best Western Hartford Hotel and Suites. He showed the screen to Ephraim. It's only a pre-auth, not an actual charge. Boy. I've noticed that. Don't worry about it. I missed it too. Mahler doesn't have a passport, or he'd have flown out. And you can't get a hotel room without showing ID. So what does that mean? Did we lose him? Go back inside and grab the printed schedules for Amtrak, Metro North, and Greyhound. Mate's seen my face enough for one day. Ephraim returned a minute later with a small stack of pamphlets. What's the plan, Jack? Greyhound sells prepaid tickets, someone else can buy it, and the passenger picks it up at the station with a code. Trains are trickier without ID, but not impossible. If you can get past the occasional ticket check, you're home free. Someone with Mahler's skills would find a way. Jack began leafing through the schedules, his mind already racing ahead. Greyhound, Amtrak, and Shoreline East all operated out of New Haven's Union Station, roughly 10 minutes north. But West Haven had its own Metro North stop, barely 200 yards south of Mike's Minimart. Jack laid out his reasoning to Ephraim, who considered it and asked, Okay, suppose you're correct. Suppose he chose this spot because it's near the West Haven station. Where does that let him go? And why not drive another 10 minutes into New Haven? Jack added. Union Station opens up far more possibilities. Jack felt his mind beginning to spin, trying to map every potential route. He caught himself and forced a mental retreat. Experience had taught him that the only way to halt that spiral was to decide and move, even if the choice turned out wrong. He looked over the schedules again. On a hunch, he ruled out Greyhound. Too restrictive, he figured. A train offered more room to maneuver and vanish if necessary. That left the rail lines, Amtrak, Shoreline East, Metro North. Let's walk through it, Jack said. If Mahler is still aiming for the Canadian border, he'd want the most direct path. Shoreline East only runs as far north as New London, so we can eliminate that. Amtrak to Boston gives him more destination choices, but also means more connections. More opportunities for delays and hiccups, Ephraim pointed out. Larger stations, tighter security. Which leaves Metro North, Jack concluded. And that puts him on. He ran a finger down the timetable. The Waterbury line. 2 departures, 7:30 and 10:50. Ephraim checked his watch. That train left over an hour ago. The train was gone. But Jack was far from convinced Mahler had been aboard either departure. As logical as their deductions seemed, they were still just guesses. There might, however, be a way to verify them. In that moment, the sheer ridiculousness of their situation washed over Jack. One quick call to the Secret Service would shrink Mahler's odds of escape to almost zero. Yet here he sat in a gas station parking lot, pretending to be a private investigator alongside an eager journalist, poring over train schedules. Just hit speed dial, he told himself. And it's over. No. He could feel himself locked onto the same path he'd chosen mere hours after the attack. He was being rash, unprofessional. Fixated on individual trees while missing the entire forest. All the very reasons Jerry Henley had cited when exiling him from the campus. Jack found he didn't care. The irony wasn't lost on him. Here he was, supposedly chasing discipline, while acting on pure, stubborn instinct. Sometimes the forest was just a collection of trees you had to check one by one. With Ephraim navigating, Jack drove south on Sawmill Road, turned right onto Railroad Avenue, and approached the station. The parking complex, split into north and south sections flanking the tracks in the red brick terminal building, covered several acres of asphalt behind a hurricane fence. Under the street lamp's glow, Jack could see the north lot was about a quarter full of cars, with no pedestrians in sight. The last train of the evening had already departed. You honestly think he'd leave his car here? Maybe Kevt after den. No, but I would if I were him, Jack replied. If your parking is paid up, nobody looks twice. If I were running, I wouldn't waste time hunting for street parking in the middle of the night. That's a lot of vehicles to check. Don't spoil the fun, Jack said. He turned into the lot entrance and followed the pavement arrow into the western section. We were looking for a dark Ford Fusion hybrid. Plates ebb something, right? Right, but don't fixate on that. He could have switched plates. Jack cruised slowly down the first row, his eyes scanning the cars outside his window, while Ephraim did the same on the passenger side, muttering quietly to himself. Nope, wrong color, that's in SUV close but not a match. Jack couldn't help but smile. The kid was hard not to like. Kid, Jack thought. He didn't have that many years on Ephraim, not in actual age anyway. They reached the end of the row, turned, and started down the next. Ford Fusion, Ephraim announced. Can't tell if it's the hybrid model from here. Maryland plates, Jack noted. Let's take a look, Jack answered, bringing the car to a halt. Check inside for a milk carton, a sandwich bag, maybe some empty chip bags. As Ephraim opened his door, Jack continued, and look for a rental company decal, or maybe just the outline where one used to be. Ephraim was back in under a minute. Clean. It's not the hybrid. They pressed on, finishing the last 2 rows without another hit. Jack drove back to the lot's entrance, crossed over to the neighboring parking area, and resumed the hunt. Moving with more speed and certainty, they quickly cleared the first 2 rows and were swinging into the last one when Ephraim suddenly exclaimed, "There it is!" Jack stopped the car and looked past Ephraim. A black Ford Fusion hybrid with District of Columbia plates, EB 9836. Go, Jack instructed. Ephraim got out, walked around the vehicle, peering into each window, then came back. He bent down to the open window. Found a chip bag, but no rental sticker anywhere. Absolutely sure. Positive. Jack had been operating under the assumption Mahler's secondary vehicle would also be a rental. If this car was privately owned, it opened up a new avenue. Get a picture of the VIN, he directed. West Haven, Connecticut. It was a win, but a small and temporary one. Mueller was probably on the Metro North's Waterbury line, but with 6 stops north of West Haven, from Derby Shelton all the way to Waterbury, and the schedule showing the train had already passed most of them. Only the last 2, Naugatuck and Waterbury, remained possible. I need directions, Jack stated. Already on it, Ephraim said, eyes on his phone. Head back to I-95. We meet Prindle Road. It's about 35 minutes to Naugatuck. We'll miss the train there by maybe 5 minutes. Then we aim for Waterbury. That's 40 minutes. It's going to be tight. A few miles outside West Haven, as Prindle Road became Highway 1114, Jack set the Sonata's cruise control just a couple of miles per hour over the limit. They drove quietly for a stretch, Jack mentally running through scenarios of what Mahler might do next, while Ephraim scrolled through his emails. After a while, Ephraim broke the silence. Did you ever get a chance to dig into that email data from Han? Not yet. And honestly, beyond the surface stuff, it's not really my forte. Why didn't you mention that? I know someone who can help. Shebigapit. A contact, Ephraim said. One of my sources. Well, all right, he's a friend. He's solid. I can send him an email and see if he's available. Sounds good. Jack had been compiling a mental list of questions for Ephraim, starting with how he'd even stumbled onto the René Allemand disappearance. Next, how had he managed to not only discover Allemand was alive, but also track him down, a feat that had eluded both French military and intelligence? And what made Ephraim so convinced the soldier had been set up? The questions piled up. For the moment, Jack opted to satisfy his broader curiosity about the man at the center of it all. Tell me about Allemand. You know, he's not so different from you or me in one way. Wev's that. He was born into a legacy, Ephraim explained. René comes from 5 generations of soldiers, all the way back to the Napoleonic Wars and Waterloo. He graduated first in his class at St. Cyr, the first in his family to ever do that. St. Cyr, France's premier military academy, founded around the same time as West Point, was known for producing exceptional soldiers. Jack had met a few graduates over the years, and they were invariably top tier. Ephraim continued. After that, Allemand could have picked any assignment, but he took the difficult path, which apparently surprised nobody. He asked for and got the 1st Rifleman Regiment based out of Épinal. Standard infantry, Jack observed. It was his father's last command. Whether he did it to honor his dad or to prove something to himself, who knows? Exactly. And that's not the profile of a deserter. Not a chance. From what his friends told me, René lived for the army. He even kept a worn old map of Waterloo in his footlocker, a quiet reminder of where his family's story began, a detail most people never knew. He'd always been a bit hesitant about stepping into the family's line of work, but after enrolling at St. Cyr, he really came into his own. You'd assume if he was taken prisoner and then got away, he would have reached out to someone. True, exactly. No one has heard a word, not his father, his friends, or even the woman he was going to marry. Unless he's had a complete mental break, he must have a purpose for staying hidden. How confident are you that the man you spotted in Lyon was actually René? You wipe about 90%. I'll show you the photographs later, so you can decide for yourself. Good, Jack said. And when we surface next, I'll need everything you've got, Ephraim. Every detail. When you've got it. They weren't going to get there in time, Jack thought, glancing at the dashboard clock. The Waterbury station was still 10 minutes away, and the train was due in just 4 minutes. Unless Moeller decided to linger, they'd miss him completely. Jack pushed the accelerator down a little harder. 8 minutes later, they passed the Waterbury city limits sign. Following Ephraim's directions, Jack turned onto Freight Street, crossed the Naugatuck River, and took a right onto Meadow Street. A couple hundred yards ahead, just past a red brick clock tower and across from a small park, sat the train station, little more than a long, elevated platform, sheltered by an aluminum awning under the glow of sodium vapor lights. There didn't seem to be an office or any attendant around. The parking lot's coming up on the right, Ephraim said. Jack eased off the gas and checked the clock again. The train had arrived 5 minutes ago. Out of the corner of his eye, Jack caught sight of a figure moving beneath the trees along the sidewalk, a man, judging by his build and stride. He tried to get a better look, but in the dark the person's face was just a blur. The man wasn't carrying any bags or a briefcase. Is that him? Ephraim whispered. Can't tell. Do you see anyone else nearby? Ephraim was peering out his window toward the platform. A couple of people, but they're too far away to make out. Jack pulled over and watched in the side mirror as the figure continued down the sidewalk before disappearing into the shadows. He made a quick decision. You take the wheel. Go down this block and turn left at the next street. Try to cut him off from the other side. Be careful if it's him. He knows what you look like. Was a keep in touch. Jack opened the door and stepped out. As Ephraim slid into the driver's seat, he asked, What are you going to do? Check the platform. Once Ephraim drove off, Jack crossed the street and paused beside a tree at the entrance to the gravel parking lot. He pulled up his hood. Waterbury was over 300 miles north of Alexandria, and the chill in the night air was noticeable. The lot was large enough for several hundred cars, but only about 10 were parked in a row near the platform. The area felt industrial, with what looked like warehouses on the far side of the tracks and a highway interchange beyond them. Jack got the sense this station was here out of necessity, not convenience. In the distance, he could hear the steady hum of traffic on I-84. After a minute of watching and seeing no one, Jack moved into the lot and headed toward the platform. He broke into a jog, playing the part of a frantic traveler who'd just missed his train. About 50 feet from the line of parked cars, one of them, a white Subaru, began backing out, its reverse lights glaring in the dark. Hey, wait up, Jack called out, slowing to a stop. He checked his watch and muttered, Damn. At the same time, he reached under his jacket and gripped his Glock. Whether his little performance was convincing the driver, he didn't know, but he wasn't taking any chances. If Mahler was in that car, Jack was exposed and vulnerable. 20 feet ahead, the Subaru slowed, completed a quick Y-turn, and started rolling straight toward him. The headlights fixed him in their beam. The Subaru accelerated, angling toward the left curb to bring its passenger side alongside Jack. As the vehicle pulled even, the window slid down a few inches. The mellow sound of smooth jazz drifted out from the dark interior. "Hey there," a man's voice called out. Jack couldn't make out a face behind the tinted glass. "You waiting on the train?" "It left a few minutes ago." Jack let his shoulders slump, pulling his hood further over his face as he lifted a hand in acknowledgement. "Okay, seriously. Nobody else got off. Just my wife. Tough break." The voice didn't match Mahler's, Jack noted. Unless the man was actively disguising it, which seemed like an unnecessary risk. Why even stop? Why not just keep going? "You need a hand or something?" The voice offered. "Nah, I'm good, thanks," Jack replied, laying on a thick New England accent. To his own ears, he sounded like a guy who spent too much time at a Boston pub. "My wife is going to murder me." As the car pulled away, Jack committed the license plate to memory, watching it turn onto Meadow Street and accelerate south toward the highway. He reholstered his Glock, grabbed his phone, and hit speed dial for Ephraim. It rang 4 times before dumping to voicemail. "You've got to be kidding me," Jack muttered under his breath. "Come on, pick up." He tried again with the same result. He fired off a text in all caps. "Call me now." Jack continued toward the platform. About 9 cars were still scattered in the lot. Better to be cautious. As he approached the compact car's empty space, something on the ground caught the platform lights, glinting. He flicked on his penlight, sweeping the beam. Nestled in the gravel was a small pile of glass fragments with a greenish tint. Automotive glass. It was right where the Subaru's driver's side door would have been parked. Jack spun on his heel and broke into a run. The chase was futile, and he knew it. But the gut-punch realization that he might have just been speaking to Stefan Mahler might have just let him drive off into the darkness, short-circuited all logic. He turned onto Meadow Street and sprinted down the sidewalk, his breath pluming in the cold air, his lungs starting to burn. He scanned the parked cars as he ran. Gasping, he reached the next intersection and skidded to a halt. He looked left, nothing. He looked right. A quarter-mile down, a white car idled at a stop sign, its right blinker flashing. It turned and vanished. Jack's phone buzzed. He yanked it out. "Ephraim." "Where are you?" Jack demanded. I'm not sure. A few blocks from the station." "Hold on. That's State Street. I thought I spotted him, so I tailed him. It wasn't our guy." "No kidding. Mail's fantastic. Why are you out of breath?" Ephraim asked. By the time Ephraim navigated back to the intersection, Jack had already accessed the Enquester database and entered the Subaru's plate. He slid into the passenger seat just as the results populated his screen. Eunice Miller, 60733 Willow Drive, Wolcott, Connecticut, 06716. Without looking up, Jack said, "Find us a diner or a coffee shop." Ephraim used his Yelp app to locate a Denny's on Division Street, about a mile west, and steered the car in that direction. Having cooled down and caught his breath, Jack kept his voice level. "Next time I call, you answer the phone." "I couldn't. I was worried I'd lose visual." Jack repeated, slower this time. "Next time I call, you answer the damn phone." "Okay. I'm sorry. And I never told you to follow anyone. I said maintain communication. You didn't tell me not to follow anyone, either." Jack swallowed the sharp retort on his tongue. Ephraim wasn't entirely wrong. They operated by different rules. What Jack saw as obvious protocol was foreign to Ephraim, who lacked the experience to distinguish initiative from dangerous impulsivity. A sobering thought hit Jack. He could easily picture John Clark or Jerry Henley having this exact same frustrated conversation about him. And they'd be right. So what did I miss? Probably Tefster. Jack considered the possibility he'd been speaking with Mueller himself. The man had been right there, close enough to touch. He recounted the brief interaction. Had Mueller recognized him? Back at the preserve, Mueller's focus had been split partly on Ephraim and the SUV, partly on Jack and his weapon, with Jack's cap pulled down low. It was a 50-50 chance. If it was him, why even stop? Jack wondered aloud. Maybe to get a look at me, Ephraim suggested. Could be, Jack conceded. But they've already tried to kill you twice. Standing alone in that parking lot, you were a pretty easy mark. Why pass up the opportunity? Missed it at the pure time. Then again, if Mueller's only goal was to run Jack stop that train of thought, he had to let it go. The world he and his colleagues at the campus operated in was a labyrinth of hidden motives and layered deceptions. Eventually, you had to stop chasing your own tail and make a decision. For someone like Jack, gifted or burdened with a vivid imagination, this was never simple. It reminded him of chess, a game he had a love-hate relationship with. He recalled reading that the number of possible board positions was a figure with over 40 zeros, and that was within a rigid set of rules on a confined 64 squares. Jack's reality had neither of those constraints. Still, Mueller stealing the Subaru felt out of character. Up to now, the man's evasion and escape plan had seemed by the book, leaving little room for creative detours. Using a credit card to flag his location was a bold, calculated risk, effective against a larger, slower-moving pursuit force like the Secret Service or FBI, exactly the agencies you'd expect to hunt a VIP's attempted assassin. Perhaps Mueller and his handlers had banked on that very assumption. Schrader was former German Special Forces. Mueller likely was too, which might mean their training emphasized procedure over adaptability. If that were the case, the car theft was an odd deviation. Unless the wound in Mueller's calf had gotten bad enough that he decided to wing it. Ephraim turned into the Denny's parking lot, sliding into a space near the entrance. Coffee. Maybe some food. Just coffee. Jack used his phone to access Eunice Miller's DMV record. The photo displayed a woman with a round face and short, curly gray hair. Her birth date made her 65. According to his map, her Wolcott address was roughly 15 minutes north of Waterbury, just off Highway 69. Ephraim came back with 2 large coffees, handed one to Jack, and got behind the wheel. Jack showed him the picture. Sweet old lady. I treblevte from Est. The real question is, was she on that train? Jack replied. And did Mueller do something to her? The possibilities were grim. Was she in the car with Mueller, alive but tied up? Or was she already dead in the back? Damn it. Jack kicked himself for not searching the scrub brush lining the train platform. If Eunice Miller had been lying there, hurt or dying, just feet from where he'd stood. I need a payphone, he said abruptly. I saw one a few blocks back. Ephraim pulled out, backtracked their route, executed a U-turn, and stopped at the curb beside the phone booth. Jack got out, ran through what he would say in his head, then dialed 911. When the dispatcher answered, he roughened his voice. Yeah, I was jogging past the train station on Meadow. I'm pretty sure I heard a woman screaming. Could have been on the platform or on the train itself, hard to tell. He hung up. Please let them find nothing. The roads were nearly empty at this hour, so the drive to Wolcott took only 10 minutes. Eunice's house, which on the satellite image looked like a modest, post-war salt box, was situated 2 blocks behind a bowling alley, just off the town's main road. As Ephraim rolled up to the stop sign at the entrance to her street, Jack told him to drive through the intersection, then pull over to the curb and kill the headlights. So, what's the plan? Ephraim asked. Jack took a moment before answering. Jack had no ready reply. All right, let's cruise by and check for her car, he suggested. Ephraim swung the Sonata around and turned onto Willow Avenue. Should be the 5th or 6th house on your side, he noted. Peering out Ephraim's window, Jack scanned for house numbers. As they approached 6773, Ephraim began to decelerate. Keep moving, Jack cautioned. There was no white Subaru in the driveway, and the property lacked a garage. 2 houses farther down, however, a Subaru was parked. Its license plate matched the one from the train station. Parked just ahead of it was a green RAV4 SUV. The house itself, a mirror image of Eunice's except painted a light yellow instead of white, was dark except for a porch light and a faint yellow glow seeping from the edges of the living room curtains. That's not her place, Ephraim observed. Wrong address. So then, I'm not sure. Keep going, turn the corner, and pull over. Ephraim complied, guiding the Sonata under the low branches of an elm tree before switching off the headlights. Jack entered this new, puzzling address into his search app. The deed record identified the owner as Caitlin Showalter. Jack angled his phone so Ephraim could see the screen. Caitlin sounds like a younger person's name, Ephraim remarked. Jack switched to Facebook, searched for her name, and sifted through several profiles before finding one listing Wolcott, Connecticut as a hometown. Caitlin was single and worked as an insurance agent in Bridgeport. Her most recent post, preceded by a smiley face emoticon, was from 2 hours prior. Long day, but almost done. Car trouble made me late. Missed lunch. Now some General Tso's chicken and an egg roll for my hero, Eunice. It appeared Caitlin had borrowed Eunice's car to get to the train station for her commute. Could it have been her boyfriend at the station? Ephraim wondered. Possibly, Jack said, then reconsidered. No. The man specifically said wife. He was picking up his wife. Unless Caitlin had simply neglected to update her relationship status on Facebook, which seemed unlikely given her apparent activity on the platform, she was still single. So how can we be certain Mahler is even in there? The fastest way to answer that was also the least appealing. Breach Caitlin Showalter's home, and if Mahler was inside, take him. Of course, as before, that approach came with the burden of a captive and all the complications that entailed. The alternative was to wait for Mahler to move again and follow him. If the man was using Caitlin's house as a temporary safe house or recovery spot, he probably wouldn't stay long. For a fleeting moment, Jack questioned his entire strategy regarding Mahler. Perhaps this was one of those rare instances where decisive violence would actually simplify things. Eliminate Mahler and be done with it. But that would make uncovering the answers he needed far more difficult, and if good luck existed, Jack felt he'd already stretched his quota thin. Committing a cold-blooded murder on American soil would create a galaxy of new, far worse problems, beginning with a moral boundary he could never step back over. Jack twisted in his seat, reached into his backpack, and after a moment of rummaging, produced a GPS tracker, identical to the one he'd planted in Peter Hahn's vehicle. What's that? Ephraim asked. After Jack explained, Ephraim said, let's just hope he doesn't switch cars again. Besides, we're stacking a lot of assumptions here. Welcome to my world, Jack interjected. We're stay here. I'll be right back. Wolcott, Connecticut, with the tracker securely in place. They located a 24-hour diner off Lakewood Road, ordered a late-night meal that doubled as an early breakfast, and prepared for a wait. It was just past 3 in the morning. If Mueller hadn't moved by dawn, they would return to the house. They drank their coffee in silence until Jack felt the caffeine jolt hit his system. He took a moment to organize his thoughts, then asked, "Ready for a few questions?" Ephraim replied, as long as they don't require heavy mental lifting. If I don't get my customary 14 hours of sleep, I'm hardly functional. Tell me how you first got involved with the Alaman story. My curiosity was piqued. Soldiers go missing all the time, of course, especially in places like Afghanistan, Iraq, or the Ivory Coast. The atmosphere out there felt like something straight out of the Wild West. Yet it seemed odd to me that Alaman's case wasn't receiving the level of attention it deserved. His family holds a distinguished reputation within French military circles, and the circumstances presented a compelling mystery. Strangely, there was very little public statement from anyone, including his own father, Marshal Alamand. Perhaps the Marshal has come to terms with it, Jack suggested. It could be seen as an occupational hazard. Would you simply accept it if your son vanished? Norsham. You demand answers. Fair point, Jack acknowledged. So your curiosity was piqued. What came next? A trip to the Ivory Coast. Precisely, I confirmed. My attempts to secure official interviews through military avenues led nowhere. So, I took it upon myself to locate some of René's former comrades, still stationed at Port Bouet Court in Abidjan, the headquarters for Operation Unicorn. Their accounts of his disappearance didn't make sense. He wasn't the type to desert, nor was he foolish enough to wander into a situation where he'd be easily kidnapped. Everyone knew which parts of the city to avoid. If anything, René was often the cautious one, the guy talking others out of taking unnecessary risks. Jack observed my casual use of Alamand's first name, as if I were discussing a personal friend. This young journalist wasn't just chasing a story. He was personally invested in finding the man. It made Jack wonder if that emotional stake had clouded Ephraim's objectivity. Continue, Jack urged. In the year and a half prior, 2 other soldiers had gone missing, I explained. One was briefly taken by Kojep, the Young Patriots, an anti-UN faction, and later released. The other was a deserter caught in Korhogo within a week. So, you found no precedent for a soldier just evaporating into thin air, Jack summarized. Not a single one. But this is where things get intriguing. After exhausting my military contacts, I began frequenting the local spots where soldiers like to unwind, mostly in the Kumasi district. Which is? Jack interrupted. Think of it like a borough, I clarified. Kumasi is one of 3 on Little Bassam Island in Abidjan Harbor, roughly 2 miles from the airport. Understood. After a while, I connected with a local cafe owner in Kumasi named Fabrice. He told me he witnessed René being forced off the street by men wearing balaclavas. Did he go to the authorities? He said he did, but I could never verify the report. I tended to believe him, however. Why, Zate? Why? Jack asked. Partly from some background checking I did on the man, and partly gut instinct. I imagine you did something similar after we first met. Jack gave a slight nod, confirming he had. So Fabrice gives you this story. What was your next move? Initially, not much. I had to return to France soon after that interview. When I first began looking into this, one of my earliest contacts was his fiancée, Madeleine. She was by far the most visibly agitated about René's vanishing act, or more accurately, the deafening silence surrounding it. We developed a rapport, I guess you could say. In any case, Madeleine told me she had received communication from René. Yifkas Percher. A text message. It wasn't from his phone, obviously, but she was convinced it was him. The specific phrasing, the punctuation, certain word choices, it all felt authentically René to her. What did it say? I retrieved a small brown leather notebook from my jacket, found the right page, and read aloud. The first message was, "Am alive." You won't tell no one. Trouble. You are. What's BIA stand for? Yours in all. It was their private shorthand for I love you. That was a convincing, intimate detail. Not definitive proof he was alive, but it carried the weight of truth. I assume there were more messages? 3 others. One contained a message for his father. Another specified a time and place for a meeting with Madeline. She wouldn't disclose the message for the marshal, but she did share the rendezvous details with me. Why trust you with the meeting, but not the father's message? I honestly don't know, I admitted. Regardless, I went to the location ahead of her Parc de la Faycine in Lyon. I kept my distance and documented everything with my camera. Take a look, Ephraim said, pushing his phone toward Jack. The first 2 photos are René before and during his Ivory Coast assignment. The last 3 show him with Madeline. Jack flipped through the images. Each one featured a man in his late 20s with a strong jawline and narrow mouth. The initial photos showed him with a military buzz cut. The later ones revealed hair grown out, nearly touching his shoulders. Ephraim had a point if these weren't pictures of René Allemande. They were of his perfect double. I'm sold, Jack acknowledged. You Twitch is solid work. René and Madeline spoke for maybe 10 minutes before going separate ways. I tailed him to a brasserie near Claude Bernard University. That's where I first spotted Eric Schrader. Since I already had a solid link to René through Madeline, I switched tracks and followed Schrader instead. Which eventually led you right here, Jack concluded. Exactly. After stops in Zurich and Munich. What did Schrader do in those cities? In Zurich, he visited an office building in the financial district. I couldn't pinpoint the exact office, but I have a list of possibilities. He also stayed at that apartment I told you about, the one that doesn't seem to belong to him. In Munich, aside from his own place, his routine included a gym, a few nightclubs, and some local spots near his apartment, a restaurant, and a market. Have you spoken with Madeline since leaving Lyon? A few calls, but she's gone cold. Dodging my questions. Whatever René told her really shook her up. And trust me, she's not easily intimidated. You have to be tough as nails to be accepted by the Allemande family, especially by the marshal. Jack nodded, but his focus was already shifting, piecing together a rough plan. Once they exhausted the trail on Mahler, Jack intended to re-interview every contact Ephraim had made, starting with Fabrice, the cafe owner in Abidjan, and then Madeline in Lyon, before checking the locations in Zurich and Munich. It struck him that he'd been fumbling in the dark this whole time, grabbing at whatever clues surfaced and hoping they'd eventually lead to some illumination. He'd become so absorbed in the mystery of René Allemande that he briefly lost sight of his primary goal, figuring out who wanted him dead and why. The hard truth was, the only tangible link between Jack and René Allemande was Eric Schrader. Beyond that, were the attempt on Jack's life and Allemande's disappearance actually connected? Or was it just a cruel twist of fate? If they were linked, how? Jack had posed this question to Ephraim before, and now he asked it again. Ephraim let out a slow breath. If there's a deeper connection, I haven't uncovered it. Like I said, you're welcome to go through all my notes. Maybe I missed something. You mentioned earlier you thought Allemande might have been set up. What gave you that idea? Madeline let something slip during our last conversation. She said René told her, he isn't who he claims to be. Jack's phone chimed. He glanced at the screen. Molars moving. Wolcott, Connecticut, back in the car. Jack watched the red dot on his phone screen representing Mahler's vehicle, or hopefully, Mahler himself in Eunice Miller's car leave Willow Drive and merge onto Highway 15, heading north. Jack waited, allowing a mile of distance to build, then followed. Moeller drove almost directly north, connecting to I-84 before picking up I-91 near Hartford. An hour later, they crossed into Massachusetts. Another hour put them in Vermont, tracing I-91 alongside the Connecticut River, which marked the border with New Hampshire. Soon, patches of snow appeared in the highway ditches and in shallow arcs around the bases of pine trees. Outside the car windows, town signs with distinctly colonial names flashed by Putney, Walpole, Charleston, and with every mile the landscape grew more remote, until dense forest pressed in on both sides of the interstate. Where on earth is he headed? Ephraim wondered aloud, the first flakes of a light snow beginning to streak the windshield. Canada. Ephraim's voice cut through the dark. I'm not sure yet, but I'm seriously considering putting a stop to this, Jack answered. What does that even look like? Picture a lonely country road in the dead of night, Jack explained. We nudge his car off the pavement, and then what? Ephraim interrupted, his tone rising with anxiety. Haul him into the woods and strap him to a pine tree. You have to be joking. Something along those lines, Jack said flatly. Just after 5 in the morning, Jack's phone buzzed. Ephraim picked it up. It's a news alert. A cold dread settled in Jack's stomach. I set it for anything mentioning the Waterbury station or the Metro North line. Read it out. Ephraim's eyes moved quickly over the screen. It's from a local station. Okay. Jack, this is bad. Tell me. An unidentified woman was discovered in the restroom of a parked commuter train. She was severely assaulted, airlifted to a hospital in Hartford. Police have no leads. Jack's grip tightened on the steering wheel until his knuckles were white. That son of a gun. Roughly 20 minutes later, Ephraim broke the silence. He's reducing speed. Taking the next off-ramp. He's come to a stop. Now he's turning east. Jack eased the accelerator down, and the Sonata's beams soon illuminated a green sign. Exit 8VT 131, Ascutney, Windsor. That's the one, Ephraim confirmed. Where's he now? About half a mile up, making a left onto. There's no street sign. I'll call it out. Jack took the exit and turned east. A few hundred yards brought them to a crossroads. Go left here. Jack complied. They passed a marker for the Connecticut River byway, then another welcoming them to Ascutney population 540. Now they were tracking north alongside the river on the town's main road. The sparse traffic from the interstate was gone. Here, the streets were utterly empty. The few traffic signals they passed glowed a steady, eerie green. At every intersection, Jack scanned left and right, seeing only dark lanes and the occasional lonely porch light. Ease up, Ephraim whispered. He's only a few hundred feet ahead now. Jack lifted his foot, letting the car glide until the speedometer dipped under 15. He's turning left onto Black Mountain Road. There's a campground up here that turns right past it. Okay, you can give it a little gas. Jack accelerated gently, and the headlights soon caught another sign. To the right, Stafford Construction. To the left, the entrance to Black Mountain Road. Ephraim, look up Stafford Construction. He's crawling, Jack. You think he missed his turn? Jack doubted it. Men like Stefan Mahler didn't get lost. Jack killed the headlights, turned onto Black Mountain Road, and let his speed fall again. The moon was playing hide-and-seek behind clouds, and the thick trees lining the road plunged them into near-total darkness. He focused on the faded yellow line and kept moving. They drove in silence for 2 full minutes. Ephraim said, "My signal's getting shaky. I think he's turning again. A right about a football field ahead. Looks like an old quarry. What's he want at a quarry? Your guess is as good as mine." To their right, The shoulder dropped into a shallow gully filled with tall, wild grass. At the bottom, Jack could just discern a curved access road, its pale gravel faintly glowing. "Not that one," Ephraim murmured. "The entrance is just a bit farther." "I see it." Jack brought the car to a halt, shifted into reverse, and backed up until only the hood peeked over the ridge. They waited. Moments later, headlights swept across the gravel below. Then, as Mahler's white Subaru emerged from the left, the lights vanished. The car disappeared behind the tree line. Jack asked, "Are you on the standard map or satellite view?" "Thick stand. My phone's barely holding on. It looks like this gully leads right into the quarry entrance. Switch to satellite and tell me what's down there." "It'll take a second to load." Jack shifted into drive, edged onto the shoulder, and began a careful descent into the draw, weaving between scrubby bushes. He shifted to neutral, killed the engine, and let gravity carry them silently forward. Jack swung the wheel to the right, easing the car so close to the sloping edge of the draw that gravel pinged against the undercarriage. He brought the vehicle to a halt, shifted into park, and let the silence settle in. With both windows rolled down, the night air carried only the persistent chorus of frogs from some unseen wetland. He glanced at Ephraim. "Do you still have a lock on him?" "Just a moment. The satellite imagery is finally clearing up," Ephraim murmured, eyes fixed on his phone. "I'm looking at heavy machinery. Bulldozers, excavators, dump trucks. It's a construction yard." "You think he's rendezvousing with someone?" "Two, possibly. Or he's swapping vehicles. All I can see from above is equipment. Nothing moving." "That overhead shot could be outdated by months," Jack replied, his voice low. "Let's move in for a closer look." Retrieving his binoculars from his pack, Jack slipped out of the car, with Ephraim trailing a few paces behind. They moved left toward the slope's edge. At the gravel road's shoulder, Jack dropped to a crouch. Opposite them rose a massive dirt pile, easily as high as a suburban house. "Step exactly where I step." "Stop when I stop," Jack whispered. Ephraim gave a tight nod, but a flicker of apprehension was visible in his eyes. "You'll be all right." Jack edged forward to peer into the quarry. The access road they were on fed into a terraced pit, segmented by hills of gravel and sand. Scattered dirt berms, crowned with scrubby trees, were silhouetted against the night. There was no sign of the white Subaru. Jack raised the binoculars, scanning methodically, still nothing. Staying low, he crossed to the dirt mound and worked his way around its far side before pausing again. A tap on his shoulder. Ephraim, wordlessly, handed him the phone. On the screen was a detailed map. "Stafford Construction," Ephraim breathed into his ear. "It's just past that ridge." "Or do you see it?" Jack zoomed in. The Stafford compound occupied a narrow strip of land between Black Mountain Road and the Connecticut River. A cluster of outbuildings sat near the quarry's western edge. To the east, running alongside the river, a long paved road was flanked by what appeared to be temporary offices and long storage units. Something about the layout nagged at him. Then, from the darkness, a car door thudded shut. Ephraim flinched, looking back. Was that Mahler? Is he on the move? Jack stayed focused on the screen, scrolling the image. Then he spotted it. A stark white X painted on the pavement at each end of the compound's central road. He recognized the marking immediately, a decommissioned runway. Mahler wasn't here for a car, he was here for a plane. The distant, growing whine of an aircraft engine confirmed it. "Stick close to me," Jack said. They pressed on, skirting the base of the mound until they reached the next pathway. Jack halted, then darted left, his eyes searching for any flash of white or hint of motion. His gut told him Mahler was heading east, toward the tree line that bordered the compound, but the precise route was a mystery. The satellite image wasn't detailed enough to reveal foot trails. Then, from somewhere ahead, the distinct scuff of a shoe on gravel, followed by the faint hiss of shifting sand. Jack froze in a crouch. Ephraim stumbled into him, whispering an apology. Jack shut his eyes, concentrating, trying to place the sound's origin. Left, he concluded somewhere around the sandhill directly ahead. He rose and moved forward, circling the mound to the right. The aircraft engine's whine was steadily climbing in both pitch and intensity. Jack looked up, but his view was blocked by the mound. A sharp tap on his shoulder. Ephraim pointed. The rear bumper of Mahler's Subaru was just visible, protruding from behind the next pile of gravel. "Think it through," Jack told himself firmly. "Don't rush." If Mahler knew they were following him, this quarry was the perfect spot for an ambush. The landscape was ideal, and the timing couldn't be worse. What better moment to eliminate a problem? If Mahler was waiting, he'd be positioned either on the wooded high ground along the quarry's eastern rim or somewhere behind them, biding his time until they moved toward the compound. Jack understood exactly the type of man he was up against. Mahler was cold and ruthless, that much was clear. But Jack's gut told him Mahler and Erich Schrader had similar roots. Both were likely former German special forces. This realization did nothing to ease the tension coiling in his chest. It doesn't change a thing, he told himself. Ambush or not, they had to get to that airstrip, and the clock was ticking against them. Tracking GPS signals and credit cards was manageable. Actively following an aircraft in real time was beyond his current capabilities. The plan was simple. Grab Mahler now and sort out the complicated details later. He leaned back and whispered to Ephraim, "Watch our 6 until I say stop. Stick close. We're going after Mahler." Our 6. Behind us. Wenders stood. Jack drew his Glock, brought it to a ready low position, stepped out from behind the gravel mound, and started moving east. He used every scrap of cover available, weaving from one pile of rubble to the next dirt berm, hoping to shield them from any watching eyes. If Mahler was positioned behind them, Jack could only pray Ephraim's reactions were quicker than the German's trigger finger. Up ahead was the final gravel pile. Beyond it lay about 50 feet of open ground, leading to the quarry's eastern tree line. "It's getting louder," Ephraim whispered. Jack heard it too. The distinct drone of a plane engine somewhere to the north, beginning its final descent. He glanced toward the sound, but saw nothing in the dark sky. "Eyes on our 6, Jack reminded him. Reaching the last mound, Jack circled to the left, halted, and scanned the area ahead. Nothing moved. The trees on the slope were so dense they looked like a solid wall, only their jagged tops hinting at individual trunks. Jack noticed something odd at the base of the slope, a finger of dirt leading into the woods. Wegtrail. And a perfect choke point. Moving from the quarry's dim light into the forest's darkness would leave them momentarily blind. Easy targets. Stop. He was, as John Clark would put it, overthinking himself into inaction. "Ephraim, straight ahead, you see that path into the trees?" "I see it." "We're taking it. Stay right behind me. If shots are fired, run back, find cover, and stay down. I'll come for you." Without waiting for a reply, Jack stood and moved toward the trees at a brisk walk. He kept his eyes sweeping the tree line, never focusing too long in one spot. Letting his peripheral vision pick up any movement, it was always easier to detect motion from the corners of your eyes. Something about the rods and cones, Jack thought vaguely. Then he caught a flicker of movement, far to the left and above. He looked up and saw a single engine plane skimming the treetops to the north, losing altitude as it aligned with the runway. It vanished behind the roof of the northernmost building. Jack broke into a jog. His heart hammered against his ribs. He raised the Glock to shoulder height, checked his sight alignment, then lowered it slightly. Behind him, Ephraim stumbled on the uneven ground. "I'm okay. I'm right here," he gasped, out of breath. "Once we're in the trees, step left off the path and freeze." "Right, Metzger." I'm terrified. "Don't think. Just move." The wall of trees rushed toward them, and then they were swallowed by the darkness. Jack stopped, crouched, and sidestepped right into the underbrush. If Mahler was hidden somewhere up the trail, this maneuver wouldn't fool him, but it would at least scatter and obscure their positions. Ephraim whispered, "How long do we stay here?" We don't. Stay close." Jack stood, pushed off, and charged up the trail. The incline grew steeper, and soon his leg muscles were burning. Branches clawed at his clothes, and leaves slapped against his face as he climbed. The path curved sharply, left before hooking back right. Jack's shoulder clipped a pine trunk, but he pushed off and kept moving. Up ahead, a ragged oval break in the trees revealed the corrugated metal side of a structure. A few yards short of the opening, Jack whispered, "Go left now," and they split off the trail, dropping into a crouch. Jack edged forward and scanned the clearing. Nothing moved. "I don't hear the engine anymore," Ephraim murmured. "Neither do I," Jack replied. Uncertainty began to gnaw at Jack's focus. If they didn't intercept Mahler before he boarded, what was the next move? Shoot at the aircraft? What if the pilot was just some hired hand who had no idea who his passenger really was? And if that innocent bystander witnessed them grabbing Mahler, then what? While Jack was almost certain it had been Mahler driving Eunice Miller's Subaru, neither he nor Ephraim had actually seen the man's face since that quick stop at Mike's Minimart back in West Haven. If they had managed to trail him this far without tipping him off, rushing in now could ruin everything. Get a grip, Jack. Don't scare him off. Sometimes the smarter play was to let the target believe he was in the clear and pick up the trail later. "Jack," Ephraim whispered, "what's the plan?" From the east, the aircraft's engine whined to a higher pitch. "Jack, we're standing down." "What?" "You just said we," I reconsidered. "How's your eyesight?" Jack passed the binoculars over. "Yield job. Get that plane's registration number before it disappears." "And what will you be doing while I'm playing spotter?" "Making sure Mahler isn't about to turn this into an ambush." Before Ephraim could argue, Jack rose, covered the last stretch to the tree line, and stepped through. A row of 8 storage sheds stretched north to south. Between each building, a narrow alley led out to the tarmac. Which one? The plane had landed from the north, so it would take off heading south. "Stay close." They moved at a jog along the backs of the buildings, Jack checking each alley before signaling them across. As they passed the 6th gap, Jack glanced right and saw the plane rolling north along the runway, gathering speed, its single engine winding up for takeoff. This wasn't some small Cessna. It had a larger fuselage and a wider wingspan. "Keep going." Jack broke into a sprint. They reached the final shed and Jack slid to a halt, peering around the corner. "Clear." "Go," he said, and Ephraim darted past him, ran to the front corner of the building, and dropped to one knee, raising the binoculars. The plane raced past, its navigation lights blinking against the dark pavement. Then it vanished behind the tree line. "Mon tepi cheprim," Jack called. "Please tell me you got it." "I got it." Munich, Germany. Jack drifted in and out of a light sleep, his head leaning against the cool window of the plane. Each time he opened his eyes, the darkened landscape below had shifted, until finally the distant glitter of Munich's lights appeared. He stretched and yawned. Beside him, Ephraim was tapping away on his laptop. A Lufthansa flight attendant's voice came over the intercom, announcing their descent first in German, then in English. Well practiced in the routine? Jack was already returning his seat to its upright position. Tray table, Jack nudged Ephraim. Mit, hier ist es presently nay. Unless you want Dagmar to give you another lecture. Their attendant, a tall blonde with a deceptively cheerful smile, had run the cabin with crisp, no-nonsense efficiency. From the way Ephraim kept sneaking glances at her, Jack couldn't tell if he was infatuated or intimidated. Possibly both. Ooh, right. Ephraim shut down the laptop and stuffed it into his messenger bag under the seat. What did Dudley Privataf? Multum too, he asked. Would you like her to? Shut up. So, what's the first thing we do after we land? Check into the hotel, get some sleep, find coffee, then figure out our next move. They had been pushing non-stop for nearly 2 days, starting with the frantic trip from Alexandria to Vermont, then chasing Mahler's plane to JFK, and finally circling back to Dulles. By mid-morning, they were at Jack's condo, searching for flights to Munich. They booked seats on a Lufthansa, non-stop leaving Dulles that afternoon. Once on the plane, Jack fastened his seatbelt and was asleep almost before the cabin door closed. Ephraim's discovery of the aircraft's tail number had sharpened their focus on Germany and Switzerland, but it also opened up new uncertainties. According to Swiss aviation records, the plane, a Pilatus PC-12NG with the registry HBFXT, was privately owned by a Zurich resident named Alexander Bossard. Initial digging by both Jack and Ephraim revealed little, except that Bossard had the kind of wealth that allowed him to send a $4 million private jet across the Atlantic to pluck Mahler from a forgotten airstrip in the Vermont countryside. Was Bossard also the owner of the luxurious Zurich apartment Eric Schrader had used? It seemed a solid guess. Jack's deeper worry, however, was for Belinda Hahn. Her father had hinted she was in danger, but hadn't elaborated. With Peter Hahn dead a loose end, neatly tied off, was his daughter next on the list? Or was Jack reading it wrong? Her emails to her father had sounded genuinely affectionate, but Jack couldn't ignore the chance she was involved willingly in whatever scheme was unfolding. Whatever the reality, contacting Belinda Hahn was a top priority. Recalling a past vacation in Munich, Jack booked them into the Hotel X in Bogenhausen, not far from the Luitpold Bridge and the Isar River that divides the city. He remembered long walks along the river trails on both banks. Just half an hour after clearing customs and picking up their rental Citroen, they pulled up to the hotel's entrance. It was almost 3 in the morning. A bellman appeared immediately, opening the car door before collecting their bags from the trunk. Danke schön, Jack said, handing him a tip. Es ist mir ein Virgine. Jack moved toward the doors, but noticed Ephraim hadn't followed. He was still beside the car, staring at his phone, his expression tense. Jack walked back to him. What is it? Caitlin Showalter died yesterday afternoon. This news shifted everything. Caitlin Showalter was dead because she happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and she had something Stefan Mahler wanted: a car. What then would Mahler or his associates do to Belinda Hahn, who was far more than a random target? Jack feared they might already be too late. He gave himself and Ephraim 90 minutes to rest. Then they left the hotel, turning west onto Prinzregentenstrasse in the pale light before dawn. The city was already stirring with delivery trucks and early buses. Even though the snowy peaks of the Bavarian Alps were only 30 miles away, Munich had experienced a muggy, rainy spring, and the trees were already thick with leaves. Gazing out the window, Ephraim remarked, "It's so green everywhere. And impossibly clean. I've visited over a dozen times, and I could probably count all the pieces of litter I've seen on one hand. That's German efficiency for you. Once across the Isar River, Jack followed the car's navigation system into the Neuobing district. Belinda's apartment building, a 5-story quadplex, stood a few blocks south of Bodensestrasse, surrounded by small restaurants and pubs that were still closed and dark. It wasn't yet 6 o'clock. Jack wanted to reach Belinda before she left for the day. He slowed the car as they approached the building's front entrance. The lobby was shadowy, but Jack could see a small entryway with 2 doors and an intercom panel mounted on the wall. There was no doorman in sight. For a moment, he considered just pressing Belinda's buzzer and requesting to speak with her, but he dismissed the thought almost immediately. What possible explanation could he offer? That he'd been present when her father was killed. If she had any intelligence, and her emails to Peter suggested she did, she'd be dialing the police before he finished his sentence. Time for an alternative approach. Jack drove around the neighborhood until he spotted a 24-hour market. Leaving Ephraim in the car, he went inside and emerged a few minutes later, carrying a brown paper sack stuffed with an absurd amount of fresh produce. He slid back into the passenger seat and passed the bag over. "I don't cook," Ephraim stated flatly. "You ought to learn. It's a critical life skill for a single guy." "Who told you I was single?" "Bia, aren't you?" Ephraim paused. "Well, yes. But I'm a little insulted you just assumed." Jack drove back to Belinda's building and parked a short distance down the street. He killed the engine and the lights. "You have a clear view of her front entrance." Ephraim twisted in his seat, peering out the rear window. "Recall, I see it. Stay put and keep watch. You'll understand what to do when the moment comes." "Fantastic," Ephraim replied dryly. "Any chance you could be even more cryptic?" "If you prefer." They waited in silence for several minutes, observing the door until Jack felt reasonably sure no one had tailed them. Then he took the grocery bag back from Ephraim and got out of the car. He walked to a spot beneath a tree directly opposite the building's entrance, his gaze locked on the elevator visible at the back of the lobby. His entire ruse hinged on 2 things: perfect timing and the basic decency of passers-by. About 10 minutes later, the first piece clicked into place. Through the glass doors, he saw the down arrow above the elevator illuminate. Jack hurried across the street, pulled open the outer vestibule door, and then clumsily let the bag tip, sending a cascade of vegetables tumbling across the floor. He dropped to one knee, making a grab for a rolling head of lettuce. Just then, the elevator doors slid open on the other side of the lobby. Feigning frustration, he reached up and attempted to jab one of his own apartment keys into the inner door's lock. He fumbled the keys, bent to retrieve them, and allowed 3 oranges to escape the bag. "Einen Augenblick." "Warten Sie ab." A woman's voice called out. "Just a moment." "Wait, Aunt Teft." Jack glanced up to see a blonde woman in her early 30s, dressed in running gear with her hair in a ponytail, rushing toward the door. "Donkey," he called back. He shuffled aside so she could open it, managing to nudge the oranges farther across the floor. "Lassen Sie mich nehmen," she said, kneeling to help him gather the scattered fruit. "Let me help you." Jack offered an embarrassed smile and muttered, "Danke schön." Once everything was collected, he stood, thanked her once more, and stepped into the lobby as she held the door. "Schonen Tag," she said with a smile before heading off on her run. "Have a good day." Jack gave a small wave as she jogged away. A minute later, Ephraim strolled up to the door and Jack led him inside. They moved toward the elevators. "Smooth move, Jack," Ephraim remarked. "Who doesn't feel sorry for a complete klutz?" The elevator carried them up to Belinda's floor. Her apartment was the last one at the end of the hallway. "So, what's the plan now?" Ephraim asked. What are you actually going to say to her? It was a fair question. The grocery bag trick had gotten them into the building, but the core problem remained unchanged. How to approach Belinda without terrifying her. Jack had already mentally set aside the notion that she might be involved in the conspiracy. Unless she was utterly heartless, she likely had no connection to her father's murder. Whether that also meant she was innocent regarding the attempt on Jack's life was another matter entirely. One thing at a time. I'm going to let her do most of the talking, Jack finally answered. He handed the bag of groceries to Ephraim, then pressed the buzzer. Half a minute passed with no response. He pressed it again. This time, he heard movement from inside, the sound of footsteps on a hardwood floor. He noticed a subtle shift in the light behind the peephole. "Where ist das?" A woman's voice asked through the door. Jack took a steadying breath. "Fräulein Hahn, is das eine Tiem? Sapolit, who is it? Do you speak English?" A long silence. "I speak English. Miss Hahn, I'm from Alexandria, near your father's home. I have something that belongs to him. Can I pass it under the door?" Another drawn-out pause. "All right, go ahead." Jack retrieved one of the Sudoku books from Peter Hahn's house from his jacket pocket. Like the others, the inside cover was inscribed, "For your mental fitness. Love, Belinda." He slid the book across the threshold and waited. "I'm calling the police," she stated flatly. "Please don't," Jack responded. "Lace, time to commit. I was there. I saw what happened. I want to help." "Who's with you?" "A friend. Look, you can dial the police, dial 1110, but keep your finger ready. If we make a wrong move, make the call. I have pepper spray." "Was her good?" "Go get it. Belinda, listen to me. I know who killed your father. I came here to help you." After a tense half-minute, the deadbolt slid back with a sharp click. Belinda hadn't been making an empty threat, Jack observed as they entered. She was indeed armed with pepper spray, not a compact version, but a large canister designed for wildlife. She stood at the far end of the hall, aiming the nozzle with one hand and gripping her cell phone with the other. The Sudoku book lay at her feet. "Is that thing for real?" Ephraim whispered. "Do they make them that big?" "Absolutely. And it's significantly stronger than the standard kind." Over his career, Jack had endured stabbings, slashings, beatings, and exposure to OC spray. He'd choose the first three over the pepper spray any day. Physical pain was manageable. OC was sheer, relentless agony that seemed to freeze time itself. The mere memory of it turned his stomach. "Don't come any closer," Belinda commanded. Peter Hahn's daughter was petite, barely 5 feet tall, with short dark hair and rectangular glasses. She wore gray sweatpants and a faded red Washington Wizards t-shirt. "You with the messy hair," she snapped. "Shut the door and lock it." Ephraim pointed to herself. "May, the cleverest." "Yes, you. Do it now or I'll douse you." Jack believed her. Peter Hahn clearly hadn't raised a timid daughter. Jack said to Ephraim, "Move very, very slowly." With one hand raised, Ephraim closed and locked the door. "Names," Belinda demanded. "I'm Jack. This is Ephraim. Are you armed?" Soltz says no. "Mander, prove it. Lift your jackets and turn around." They both complied. Her voice tightened. "What happened to my father?" Jack had prepared a softer version of events in the hallway, but Belinda Hahn was clearly resilient and furious. She deserved the blunt truth. He was shot. Once in the abdomen, once in the head. Where in the head? I already know, so don't lie. The police told me. The right eye, Jack answered. Belinda's grip on the canister faltered for a second before firming again. Jack continued. Ephraim and I have been tracking the man who shot your father. His name is Stefan Myler. Does that sound familiar? Belinda sidestepped the question. Why didn't you go to the police? Moeller was working with a man named Schrader. Schrader tried to kill me, and your father had been assisting him. That's a lie. My father would never. I believe he helped Schrader as little as possible, and even then, he was reluctant. He had 2 chances to kill me and didn't take them. Belinda, men like Moeller and Schrader aren't easily deterred by the police. Do you understand what I'm saying? Maybe. An intriguing response. And I think he was trying to protect you. Could that be true? Possibly, she replied. Ephraim asked, how so? Belinda gestured sharply with the canister toward him. Hit that light switch next to you. Ephraim flipped it, illuminating the hallway. Canister still extended, Belinda took 3 steps forward, raised her phone, and captured a clear photo of their faces. She stated, now you're in my cloud storage. And my backup account. The police will check it, you understand, if anything happens to me. They've got facial recognition tech in place now, too. Getting out of the city would be a long shot, Jack answered. Belinda, if we were here to hurt you, we wouldn't have knocked. The choice is yours, trust us, or ask us to go. You're the one calling the shots here. After a tense pause, Belinda finally lowered the pepper spray canister. You two want some coffee? Belinda's apartment was compact, a simple layout of a combined kitchen and dining nook, a living area, and a single bedroom. Everything was neat, decorated in light wood and brushed steel. Her small balcony was practically a vertical garden, overflowing with ferns so dense Jack could hardly make out the building opposite. Once the coffee was ready, they settled around the nook table. Belinda set her cell phone and her father's Sudoku puzzle book beside her, keeping the pepper spray in her lap. Trust but verify, she stated. Smart policy, Ephraim replied. Jack, how did you come by this book? I went to your father's house after he passed. So you broke in. Very, I did. I found the Sudoku books, your emails to him, and this address. You mentioned you believed my dad was trying to keep me safe. What made you think that? Jack described the tense encounter with Peter in the backyard. Belinda pressed, and those were his exact words? I don't know if I've done enough to save her. And they'd never made the threat plain? Word for word. Who was he talking about? I can't say for certain. Ephraim leaned in. But you've got a theory. Belinda took a slow drink of her coffee. She spun her phone idly on the tabletop, watching it for a moment before she answered. Jürgen Rostock. He's my employer. Jack recognized the name. Jürgen Rostock was the founder and CEO of Rostock Security Group. RSD's business was high-end personal and facility protection, essentially providing security details for celebrities and executives, and safeguarding sensitive corporate sites. Across Europe, RSD's reputation was such that they didn't need to find clients. Clients competed for their services, and Rostock himself only accepted the most prominent figures. If Hugo Allemand was a celebrity in France, Jürgen Rostock was his German counterpart, a former dairy farmer who rose through the army ranks to become a lieutenant general and eventually the inspector general of the Bundeswehr. After retiring from the military, he served as defense minister under 2 chancellors before leaving public office to establish RIS. He'd been encouraged to run for the German presidency twice since then, and had declined both times. He was a regular on the European social circuit, known for his philanthropy, and sitting on numerous charitable boards, from organizations drilling wells in African villages to groups fighting child labor in Indonesia. Ephraim clearly knew the name too. Jack. One of Rostock's past commands was the Rapid Forces Division. The Kommando Spezialzy, the KUSK, falls under that umbrella. Jack remembered Erich Schrader was ex-KUSK. True to form, Jürgen Rostock was famously selective with his hires, drawing most of his personnel from elite units like GSG-9, Bundeswehr Special Forces, Military Intelligence, and the Federal Intelligence Service. It wasn't hard for Jack to picture Stefan Mahler coming from that world. Belinda added, "My father was with the KUSM Special Forces Marines, Intelligence. He and Rostock were friends. I moved here to Munich about a month after I graduated from the University of Virginia. Has Rostock ever threatened you directly? Any reason your father would have been worried?" "No, Jürgen has never threatened me." Belinda let out a sigh and shrugged. "But my father was a sharp, practical man. If he believed that, he must have had a reason." Ephraim asked, "What's your role at RSG?" "I'm one of Jürgen's personal assistants. He has two, one based here in Munich and one who travels with him. We switch every 3 months. Right now, I'm on the home rotation." "Has he said anything to you about your father's death?" "He left me a very kind voicemail yesterday and sent flowers. He sounded genuine, truly saddened by it. Ever since I received that news, I haven't been able to face going back to the office. The is dat lost. My mother is resting in Alexandria, but a part of me wishes he were here with me now." Jack pulled out his phone, opened the photo gallery, and passed it to her. "The first man is Stefan Mahler. The second is Erich Schrader. Mahler doesn't look familiar, but this other one, Schrader. I think so. I believe I saw him in Jürgen's office a few weeks back. Is he the one who attacked you?" Jack gave a single grim nod. "I'm trying to understand the reason why." Belinda then turned her gaze to Ephraim. "And you? What's your part in all this?" "I'm a journalist," Ephraim replied. "I'm pursuing a story connected to Schrader." "I don't want my name in any articles," Belinda stated firmly. "You won't see it," Jack assured her. "Have you noticed anything unusual lately? Anyone watching you? Does anything feel? Brit tu is bikasja. Besides my father being killed, you mean?" "No, nothing." "Go to the next image," Jack instructed. She swiped the screen. "That's an email he received from your account a few weeks ago." Belinda was already shaking her head in denial. "I didn't send that. It's from my Gmail, but it wasn't me. He mentioned a broken link once, but I didn't think it was important." It was a small moment, but the confusion on her face shifted into a dawning, cold realization. The violation of her private space was suddenly palpable. "How do you usually access your email?" Jack asked. "Through the browser, mostly at work and here at home." "Could someone at work have your password?" Ephraim inquired. "Not from me, they couldn't." "What was that link, anyway?" "Some kind of malicious software," Jack answered. "We're still figuring it out." Belinda set the phone down on the table and pushed it away, as if it were contaminated. "This is too much. Why don't we just call the police? You can give them everything on Mahler, Schrader, this email. We may get to that point, but we need to learn more first." Ephraim leaned forward. "Does the name René Allemand sound familiar?" "No. Septa trait, na practice." "I just can't believe this." Belinda ran her hands through her hair, pressing her fingers against her temples. "You're implying Jürgen had my father killed, aren't you?" "That's what you're getting at." "I'm saying there's a link between them. We don't yet know what it is. You'll need to give me more than that." "We will." Just give us a little time. Belinda studied them both, her expression hardening. Why are you really here? What do you want from me? That's your decision, Jack said. If you choose not to help, we'll leave, and you won't hear from us again. But we've thrown a lot at you today. Can you take some time away from work? Jugan told me to take all the time I need. Good. Is there somewhere else you can stay for a while? When Belinda nodded and began to speak, Jack stopped her. Don't tell us where. I'm going to give you a prepaid phone. Must I, Tafty? You've got a lot to process. Call if you want to talk. Outside, the morning sun was up, and a few cafes along the street had opened their doors. Patrons sat beneath umbrellas and awnings, enjoying coffee and breakfast. As they walked back to the car, Ephraim said, What are the odds she's already on the phone with Rostock? She's sharper than that, Jack replied. At least I hope she is. Ultimately, Belinda Hahn was left with three paths: confront Rostock directly, contact the authorities, or place her trust in the two strangers who had arrived at her door with a story that shattered her reality. Following Ephraim's directions, Jack guided the Citroën back onto Bodensestrasse, heading west before merging onto Highway 99 north. Ephraim made a call on his cell phone. Mitch, I know you're there. We'll be there in under an hour, so put some coffee on. He hung up and explained to Jack, my tech contact. He's not a morning person. Tech contact or hacker. Either term works. He's not a criminal if that's your concern. Maybe he operates in a gray area, but not a black one. According to Ephraim, Eric Schrader's apartment was located in the Hassenbergl district, a more worn part of the city known for its sizable immigrant community. I wouldn't call it dangerous, he told Jack. But it certainly has its reputation. This isn't quite the peaceful forest retreat we had back in Nawabing, Jack remarked as the highway curved eastward. Following Ephraim's directions, he exited and headed south onto Dachauer Strasse. The surroundings shifted almost instantly, the landscape growing more industrial. Trees became scarce, replaced by expanses of concrete, side streets flanked by row houses from the 60s, and drab, blocky apartment buildings whose walls were covered in graffiti. You came out here by yourself? Jack asked. Tem here. Ephraim replied with a hint of pride. I camped out overnight watching his place. I'm a bit more resilient than I appear, Jack. Seems that way. Maybe resilient enough to handle Dagmar. Sylvia, Ephraim corrected. Take the next right, then a left at the corner. Jack followed the instructions, and Ephraim tapped the passenger window. Right here. Across a vacant lot that had become an informal dump, a two-story cinder block building stood. A set of wide concrete steps led up to a breezeway entrance, where three teenage boys were sitting, smoking, and sharing a laugh. Schrader's apartment is on the second floor, third window from the left, Ephraim said. The one with the blackout curtain. Jack spotted it. Ephraim was being generous, calling it a window. Like its neighbors, Schrader's was little more than a barred horizontal slit. Apartment or prison cell? Jack muttered. Ephraim chuckled. Not a bad comparison. The building used to be a halfway house for recovering heroin addicts. Besides, if your backyard was a dump, would you want a nice view of it? What exactly are we hoping to find in there, anyway? Your guess is as good as mine. I'll take whatever we can get. He meant it. A simmering frustration was building in his mind, growing with every new name added to his mental list of people who might want him dead. If Belinda was correct, and Eric Schrader was the man she'd seen at Reese's headquarters, then they had a link to Jürgen Rostock, but it was a fragile thread at best. Jack felt like he'd been running in circles, putting in miles of legwork, but getting almost nowhere. Is there a less obvious way in? Jack asked. Ephraim guided him around the block and down a narrow alley lined with overgrown hedges, which opened into a small parking lot adjoining the building's shared backyard, a cracked concrete slab, with 4 weathered picnic tables. Between them sat a barrel-sized planter, overflowing with cigarette butts. The area was deserted. They got out, crossed the yard, moved through the breezeway, and pushed through a heavy wooden door on the left. Inside, they found a foyer with butter-yellow walls and black and white checkerboard tile. An elevator stood with its doors crisscrossed by duct tape. A cardboard sign read, "Out of order" in German. The air carried a sour, fruity stench. "They call it Merkel punch," Ephraim explained. It got popular during the recession back in 2008-2009. Cheaper than bottled liquor, and you can brew it in small batches. Why they named it after the chancellor, I have no idea. Jack followed Ephraim through a set of double doors into a stairwell and up to the second floor. On the landing, the rhythmic thump of what sounded like German rap music pulsed through the hallway. Ephraim led him to Schrader's apartment door. The music was louder now, clearly coming from across the hall. "So how does this work?" Ephraim whispered. "I've never actually broken into a place before." Jack knelt and examined the lock, a standard pin tumbler. He'd brought a few tools, a makeshift pick set from a modified pair of tweezers and a paperclip, and a bump key. He opted for the bump key. Pulling a pair of rubber washers from his pocket, he forced them down the key's shaft onto its shoulder. He inserted the key into the lock, pressed the washers as far as they would go, withdrew it slightly, then repeated the motion faster, this time. After about 10 seconds, the lock gave way. Jack pushed the door open and stepped inside, Ephraim close behind. Jack quickly wiped the doorknob with his shirt tail. The interior was dark, save for a thin blade of sunlight slicing through the edge of the blackout curtain. Jack switched on his phone's flashlight and swept the beam across the 10 by 14-foot room. Schrader's quarters were starkly utilitarian. A cot and sleeping bag pushed against one wall, a plastic crate holding a tidy pile of folded clothes, a simple writing desk under the window, a compact kitchen area, and a tiny bathroom with just a sink and toilet. It felt more like temporary barracks housing than a real home. Jack figured Schrader was rarely here, probably traveling constantly, and the pay clearly wasn't enough for anything better. But that didn't add up. Shouldn't someone working for a man like Jürgen Rostock command a higher salary? Perhaps Schrader was a contractor, and the attempt on Jack's life had been a tryout for a permanent position. Jack moved to the window, drew the curtains shut, and nodded to Ephraim, who flipped the light switch. An overhead fluorescent tube buzzed and flickered to life. "I'm guessing his Zurich digs were a bit more upscale," Jack asked. "Like comparing a penthouse to a parking garage," Ephraim replied with a grin. "So, do we search the place?" He sounded almost eager. Jack pulled 2 pairs of latex gloves from his pocket, handed one to Ephraim, and snapped on his own. "Start with the drawers. You take the kitchenette. Look for anything with writing mail, notes, receipts. Try to keep things exactly as you found them. And watch for traps. Doors, seriously. Just messing with you." As Ephraim began rummaging through the kitchen cabinets, Jack checked the cot and sorted through the clothes in the crate before moving to the desk. Every drawer was empty. This wasn't an apartment, it was a way station. "Found something," Ephraim called out. He was crouched with his upper body inside the cabinet beneath the sink. "Looks like a date book. It's wedged behind the drain pipe. Make sure it's not rigged, then ease it out," Jack said. "Very funny." Ephraim, still half inside the cabinet, reached back and handed Jack a black faux leather notebook. NOR 16 was embossed in flaking gold lettering on the cover. Jack flipped through the pages. Most contained brief, handwritten notes. He turned to the entries for the past 2 weeks, and one immediately caught his eye. You. Ni Terry A. Tuppersica United States, Virginia. He checked today's date and found it blank, then looked ahead. An entry for the following day read, S. Wensteridenstra. 8 Sec. Dre 100. Ephraim had extracted himself and was now peering over Jack's shoulder. Friedenstreb is probably Friedenstrasse, with the number being the address. The other number is military time, Jack finished. Could that be Stefan Mahler? Ephraim had Jack drive in the general direction of their hotel before guiding him south onto Highway 9, which ran alongside the Isar River into Munich's Schwabing district. They were now in an affluent neighborhood bordering the Englischer Garten, a sprawling 900-acre park of dense woods, walking paths, pavilions, and riverside cafes. Jack had spent plenty of time here himself, often on early morning runs. The Englischer Garten was Munich's answer to Central Park, but even larger, a true urban oasis. Judging by the grand homes in this part of Schwabing, Jack doubted you could find a property for under $1 million within blocks of the park's edge. Your contact lives around here, Jack asked. What were you expecting? Ephraim replied. Jack had to admit his mental image of a private hacker was a cliché, a pale, reclusive figure in a dark room surrounded by glowing monitors. Definitely not this. Mitch has done very well for himself. He's an expat, originally from the States. Used to be in IT for a Fortune 500 company. Retired a few years back. And now he does what? Jack asked. Helps aspiring journalists. Aspiring journalists with well-connected mothers, Ephraim corrected. Actually, Mitch was the only contact she gave me when I graduated. That spoke volumes, Jack thought, considering how many sources Marie Lickle must have cultivated over her career. And you trust him? Jack asked. Implicitly, Ephraim said. She did. He never let her down. Mitch's home wasn't directly next to the English Garden, but sat right along the Schwabinger Creek, the waterway that traced the park's western border. Jack steered down the lengthy, tree-flanked drive until it widened into a clearing paved in brown and tan stones. The structure was a 2-story white box topped with a fully glassed gambrel roof that vaulted upward. A sizable Japanese maple cast shade over the front lawn. Jack pulled in beside the walkway and stepped out, trailing Ephraim to a heavy wooden front door flanked by narrow vertical windows. Ephraim pressed the buzzer. The door opened to reveal a man in his late 40s wearing black athletic shorts and a pale blue polo shirt, his face deeply tanned. Come in, he said, already turning to walk back inside. Ephraim asked, Did we wake you? No, my bladder did. I heard your voicemail and chose to ignore it. No offense, Ephraim's friend, whoever you are. I was up late playing digital tag with some fool in Belarus. None taken, Jack replied. The inside of Mitch's house matched Jack's expectations. White walls, white furniture, pale wood floors, and a second-floor balcony overlooking the main living area. They followed Mitch into a kitchen filled with white appliances, the brightness making Jack's eyes throb slightly. Anyone want a virgin mimosa? Mitch asked. Isn't that just orange juice? Ephraim said. Ding, ding. Mama Lickle didn't raise a dummy. Seriously, though, help yourselves. Coffee, orange juice, bagels, whatever you want. So, do you have a name? He asked Jack. What dead in? Buoy wears. When it became clear Jack wasn't going to elaborate, Mitch gave a thoughtful nod. Works for me. What can I do for you two? Ephraim said, We have a few email headers and a questionable hyperlink. Roger that. Send it to me, malakatak@hushmail.com. Jack took out his phone and forwarded Mitch a Dropbox link containing the email headers from Belinda and the suspicious link he'd pulled from Peter Hahn's computer. Mitch walked to a laptop on the counter, checked his email, and clicked Jack's link. He studied the data, then announced, "Okay, well, these headers look clean. Let's check out the link." Interesting. From there, Mitch descended into a stream of consciousness monologue that sounded only half like English to Jack. Need to hide my IP. Let's grab a proxy from Ecuador. Boot the virtual machine, get you sandboxed. Let's see what you've got. Oh, Traceroute, how I love you. After another 2 minutes of this, Mitch straightened up and said, "So, Ephraim's friend, did you click this link?" "No." "Might case it to it. I've got good news and bad news. Good news is I can work with this. Bad news is it'll take a few hours, maybe the whole day. Mitch, I'll call you." Munich, Germany. Mitch called Ephraim's cell phone mid-morning the next day. Ephraim put him on speaker. "Is Mr. X there too?" "Who's Mitch?" "I'm here," Jack answered. "Okay, so the computer you pulled this hyperlink from. Did you happen to check the web browser history? Anything strange about it?" "You could say that." I thought so." You're right. The site it links to is offline, but I managed to dig up some interesting details. This is malware, a bot, actually designed to insert web history into the target computer. It's also programmed to sign the user up at certain discussion forums, do some troll posting, things like that. What kind of forums? Political garbage, conspiracy nonsense. This aligned with what Jack had seen on Hahn's computer. Anything else? Mind, he asked. Was it monitoring him? Nope, said Mitch. Just messing with his browser history. It's a cleverly designed bot, though. Ephraim asked, any idea who made it? I know exactly who made it. All the servers he used were anagrams for Game of Thrones characters. Storkbarb, Hotbor Bannerer, Tyneliansranter. Fuztree de Kidding. Sis Nov. This guy's skilled, but everyone has their quirks. This is his signature. What's his name, and where can we find him? Jack asked. The name part is easy, Mitch replied. Gerhard Klugman. Finding Gerhard was going to be the real challenge. He wasn't the type to have a public profile. I can look into it, but he's cautious. If he gets even a hint that someone's looking for him, he'll vanish completely. Online or in person? Zuffram asked. Probably both. People with his skills aren't tied to one place. Just find him, Jack said. After taking care of some tasks, the rest of their day was spent waiting in Jack's room at the hotel. They were waiting for a call from Mitch, another from Belinda, and a third from one of Jack's own connections, a firearms specialist he'd met a year prior on a standard assignment. Given the severe legal consequences for a foreigner carrying a weapon in Germany, Jack had hoped to avoid it. But Ephraim's research into the address 8 Friedenstrasse had led them to a place called Kultfabrik. To Jack, it looked like a perfect urban trap. Once a pasta factory, it was now a sprawling maze of bars, dance clubs, a skate park, gambling halls, arcades, and markets. Famously popular with Munich's nightlife crowd. The massive complex was situated in an industrial zone just east of the main rail station. Ephraim informed him it was currently shut down, undergoing conversion into a mixed-use development. In short, it was a construction site. That detail alone put Jack on edge, but things got worse. While reviewing Eric Schrader's schedule, Ephraim found a troubling inconsistency. Over the past 4 months, Schrader had 6 meetings in Munich with S. Vessam Muller. Yet, for 3 of those supposed meetings, Schrader's records showed he was actually in Lyon or Zurich. This left two uncomfortable possibilities. Either Schrader was terrible with his calendar, or the day planner was deliberately left for them to find, leading them straight to Kultfabrik. The most likely person behind it was Mahler himself, which meant he either knew they were tracking him or had discovered their arrival in Munich and guessed they'd search Schrader's apartment. At 7 o'clock, Jack's contact finally called, setting a meeting for 1 hour later at the rail station. Jack tried Belinda's cell and got her voicemail. He hung up without leaving a message. "Time to move," he told Ephraim. They left shortly after, Jack in his Citroen and Ephraim in his rented Audi, finding parking spots near Orlandsplatz, a curved park across from the station. As evening settled, the lights from food stalls flickered on, painting the walkways and trees with streaks of color. The daytime crowd of families was dissipating, gradually replaced by groups of young adults. Jack bought a small soda from a vendor, he and Ephraim taking a seat on a nearby bench. Jack drank half of it, handed the rest to Ephraim, then carefully dried the inside of the cup with a napkin. He folded €600 notes inside before sealing the lid back on. At 7:40, they crossed the street to the Ostbahnhof, a broad, flat-faced building adjacent to the rail yards. The distant sounds of trains rumbling and screeching on the tracks mixed with the echo of station announcements. The building was bustling with commuters. Inside, they navigated through the crowd to a coffee kiosk on the north side. Jack's contact, a man named Freddie, originally a connection of Ding Chavez, saw him and gave a wave with a rolled-up newspaper. "Stay here," Jack instructed Ephraim and walked over. They shook hands. "Wast, who's your friend?" Freddie asked, his English thick with a local accent. "He's with me." "How are things?" "Good, good. Couldn't get the exact model you wanted, but it's close. They're untraceable." Freddie placed a brass key with a red plastic tag on the counter. "Locker 26. Jack understood the layered meaning immediately. The weapons were clean, no criminal history, not reported stolen, and untraceable. The first 2 points were straightforward, but the third required more finesse. Freddie probably just meant the guns couldn't be linked back to him personally. "Need anything else?" Freddie asked. "Sid, possibly." "I'll keep you posted," Jack replied. He set his soda cup down on the counter in front of Freddie and discreetly pocketed the key. "What's your network like outside Munich?" "I know some people." "It depends what you're looking for," Freddie answered. "Appreciate it. Take care." Jack turned and motioned for Ephraim to follow. They crossed the station to a row of temporary lockers. Jack located number 26, slid in the key, and pulled out a blue backpack before walking away. Once they were back in their vehicles, Jack headed east on Rosenheimer Strasse. He passed under the railroad bridge, turned north onto Friedenstrasse, and eased off the gas so Ephraim could catch up. Jack put on the headset and walkie-talkie unit they'd picked up earlier at Conrad Munich's answer to Radio Shack and pressed the talk button. "You with me?" A few seconds later, Ephraim's voice crackled through. "Right here. These things are pretty slick, aren't they?" "That's exactly what I asked for when I went in," Jack said, accelerating again. "Neither stay tight." A few hundred yards ahead on the right, colored strobe lights and lasers cut through the darkening sky. Jack rolled down the passenger window, and the muted thump of live trance music filled the car. "I thought you said Kultfabrik was shut down," Jack radioed. "It is. That's optimal work. From what I read online, it's Kultfabrik's smaller, wilder neighbor. Developers bought the place. Couple more weeks, and it'll be closed too." Jack drove until they were level with Optimal Works' entrance, a yellow-lit archway where hundreds of partygoers, most dressed in very little and draped in glow sticks, milled around drinking, laughing, and smoking. Two blonde girls sat on the curb, throwing up into the litter-filled gutter. Jack shook his head. Neza belays, is kirmeses. Jack Ryan right there. Just as Ephraim had described, Optimal Work sat right beside the Kultfabrik construction site, separated by a 12-foot barbed wire fence that ran along a row of Bavarian-style buildings housing Optimal Works bars and arcades. The contrast was stark, like looking at a satellite image of North and South Korea at night. One side pitch black, the other a sea of light. As if reading his mind, Ephraim radioed, "It's like a drunk, half-naked Iron Curtain." In his rearview mirror, Jack saw a little person in a Fred Flintstone costume wave at Ephraim's Audi and yell, "Wie geht's, Schweinhund?" "I think he just called me a pig dog," Ephraim said. "Sounds accurate," Jack replied. "Noun, keep moving. We're taking a right at the next intersection." They'd spent hours examining Google Earth images of Kultfabrik and the surrounding area, but satellite views only told half the story. On the ground, everything looked and felt different, especially at night. Their first task was to start linking the landmarks. Jack drove slowly past Kultfabrik's chained and gated entrance, then turned onto Graffinger Strasse. Like the border with Optimal Work, the construction site's northern and eastern sides were fenced with high barbed wire, but here, thick trees partially blocked the view. Jack spent the next few minutes circling the site before turning back onto Friedenstrasse to repeat the process. This time, he lingered near the alleys and driveways of nearby office parks and apartment buildings, matching the overhead images with what he saw on the ground. Satisfied with the reconnaissance, he met Ephraim in the parking lot of a closed auto body shop down Graffinger Strasse. Ephraim pulled up hood to trunk beside Jack's Citroen and leaned out his window. "So, McCrackley, what's the verdict? What's your take on this?" Jack's mind raced with a wish list: 3 extra shooters, a set of L1 GPN Vetch 1 Mate 18 panoramic night vision goggles, and a detailed 3D model of the location. But daydreaming wouldn't get the job done. He kept his answers short. "The faster I get inside, the better our chances." It was 8:30, a half hour before the scheduled meet. If this was an ambush, Mahler and his team would likely be doing exactly what Jack aimed to do: arrive early and secure the best position. Jack knew Mahler's objective would be straightforward: eliminate him and Ephraim. His own goal, however, felt less defined. All he was certain of was that if Mahler showed up, he couldn't let the opportunity slip away. "I really wish you'd reconsider," Ephraim said. "You need someone watching your back." Did I phrase that correctly? Spot on. Jack had assigned Ephraim to watch the perimeter of the construction site as a rapid backup, but that was only part of the truth. He couldn't handle the added stress of worrying about the inexperienced journalist during the operation. "I'll be able to focus better knowing you're covering the outside." Jack unzipped the backpack they'd retrieved from the train station. Inside were 2 handguns, an HK USP-45 fitted with a Gemtech blackside suppressor, and a compact, semi-height revolver. Keeping it simple for Ephraim was the priority. He handed over the revolver along with 3 extra speed loaders. "What's the first rule?" Jack quizzed him. "Never aim this at anything I'm not prepared to destroy, including yourself." Ephraim shot him an annoyed look. "For your information, I have handled a firearm before." "Was anyone shooting at you at the time?" "No." "That's a major difference," Jack replied. "Take your position on the corner and we'll begin." "Good luck." Ephraim drove off, and Jack waited at the lot's exit until he saw the Audi park along the curb at the intersection of Graffinger Strasse and Friedenstrasse, its headlights switching off. From there, Ephraim would have a view of 2 out of the 3 probable routes to the site. Jack turned left, drove south for about 100 yards, and then entered the parking lot of an apartment complex. The front was brightly lit by street lamps, but as he circled around the building, the light faded and darkness swallowed the car. Reaching the rear of the property, he turned right and parked under a broad oak tree. He killed the engine, stepped out, and gently closed the car door before locking it. In the distance, he could hear the rhythmic thump of a band playing at the Optimal work venue. Through the tree branches, the night sky flashed red, yellow, and purple in sync with the pounding music. Jack removed his jacket, strapped on the shoulder holster for the HK, then put his jacket back on, adjusting the rig so the suppressor wouldn't protrude. Next, he put on the final item he'd bought from Conrad, a generic set of night vision goggles that resembled a vintage View Master with a head strap more than a military-grade device. He secured the goggles on his head, powered them on, and scanned the area. The muted gray-green image was grainy and blurry at the edges, but it was clear enough to help him avoid running into trouble. How long the batteries would last was anyone's guess. He removed the goggles. Over the radio, he asked Ephraim, "You in position?" "Position set. A few cars have passed on Friedenstrasse, but none have turned. Graffingerstrasse is quiet too." "Good. I'm moving in." "Munich." Germany. Jack ducked under the low-hanging branches and walked until he reached the outer fence of the construction site. He followed it until he came to the sidewalk on Graffingerstrasse, then headed in Ephraim's direction. He could make out the Audi about 100 yards ahead across the street. "Can you see me?" Jack radioed. "No." "That too. Perfect." About halfway down the block, Jack paused to look for landmarks. He was getting close. He continued another 50 feet, stopped again to verify his location, then slipped into the trees to his left. Carefully, he navigated through the undergrowth until his outstretched hand made contact with the chain-link fence. His initial scouting had revealed what seemed to be a breach in the perimeter. He pulled on the night vision goggles and switched them on. He'd located the place. A triangular piece of the fence had been removed. The cut marks were weathered, and a tangle of vines had already grown through the opening. Beyond the gap, Jack spotted 2 backhoe bicks, and past those, a line of portable side trailers. This was the compound's equipment yard and temporary offices. He slid through the opening, then moved low to the nearest backhoe bucket and crouched inside. Even though cooled fabric structures were closed and empty, there were too many to check thoroughly, and the terrain felt too exposed for Jack's comfort. Aside from the long stretch of deserted arcades, bars, and pool halls lining the far northern edge, only 2 buildings remained standing after the demolition. To Jack's left, near the center of the property, a clamshell-shaped outdoor amphitheater. To his right, positioned just inside the fence at the intersection of Friedenstrasse and Graffingerstrasse, an L-shaped office block. The walls of the lower 4 stories were complete, though windowless, while the 5th floor was largely a framework of iron beams and girders, silhouetted against the night. Overlapping blue plastic sheets served as a makeshift roof. Aluminum scaffolding encased the first 3 levels. This was his target. If he were setting an ambush, he'd want the elevated position. At the very least, it was the perfect lookout. As a sniper's nest, it would do. Jack glanced at his watch. 8:45. He swept the office building with his NVGs from left to right, bottom to top. In the greenish monochrome view, the walls looked pale gray. The window openings were darker rectangles. He detected no shadows, no motion. He grabbed a stone and tossed it over the bulldozer. As the rock thudded against the closest trailer's roof, Jack kept his eyes fixed on the building. Again, he saw nothing. He repeated the test twice more with identical results. Then, once more, this time aiming the stone directly at the building's side. But still nothing. Either Mahler's team wasn't stationed there, or they were too well trained to give themselves away with a reaction to a thrown rock. Either possibility meant it was time to advance. Jack slipped back to the fence line and turned left, using the low-hanging tree branches as cover. When he reached the building, he stopped to look and listen, then continued to the fence corner. He looked right. Through the leaves, he could barely discern Ephraim's shadowy form in the Audi's driver's seat. "I'm at your 9 o'clock." Ephraim's head turned. In the M-Ved's glow, Ephraim's eyes squinted and scanned. "Yeah, I don't see you." "Superior, Mastiol." Maybe we read this wrong. A part of Jack wished Ephraim was correct. Wista Sprep. Starting a shootout on foreign soil was a situation best sidestepped. Exchanging gunfire with hostiles in a major city was just plain reckless. The noise pouring from optimal work would muffle the sound of shots, but that was cold comfort. "You never get the fight you hope for," Jack reminded himself. "You get the fight that finds you." "We'll know soon enough," Jack replied. "I'm going in." He drew his HK, stepped clear of the trees, raised the pistol, and moved forward cautiously. He was facing the open inner angle of the L-shaped structure, much of which was cluttered with wheelbarrows, cement mixers, and sawhorse tables. With his gun and his gaze shifting between the windows above and the path ahead, Jack navigated the obstacle course toward a wide archway that would likely become the main lobby entrance. He ducked to the right, pressing his back against the interior wall. The sounds of Optimo Works partygoers and thumping music grew slightly muffled. He took in his surroundings. While the building's exterior was nearly done, the inside was far from finished. The lobby was a raw concrete slab, strewn with power cables and air hoses. Exposed beams, water pipes, and electrical conduits were visible everywhere. Unfinished ductwork coiled overhead like metal serpents. Directly in front of him was an open elevator shaft, flanked on both sides by staircases leading up. Ephraim's voice crackled in his earpiece. "Jack, I've got a visual." Jack pressed his hand to the microphone. Details and location. A flicker of light. "Second floor correction, third floor on my side." To the left and above, Jack registered. He instinctively angled his night vision goggles upward. Acknowledged. "Next time, give me the full picture without prompting." They had drilled this. Radio silence was his best friend. Ephraim's updates needed to be complete from the start. "Right, my mistake," Ephraim said. "I'm advancing to the second floor now." Ephraim responded with 2 quick clicks. Jack moved to the left staircase and began his ascent. He paused at the first landing, leaning cautiously to peer upward before continuing to the second floor. The doorway here was just an empty frame. Jack stepped through, his HK held in a ready position, and scanned to the left. Ephraim's voice returned tense. A vehicle just stopped at the gate. 2 occupants exiting. "The dame?" "The Tipustamba." "The car's leaving now. Hold on." Ephraim fell silent for a long moment before reporting again. It turned onto Graffinger Street. "I don't believe I was spotted." "Did you get the plate?" "Negative, sorry." "The men are at the gate now." "It's not locked, they're just sliding the chain aside." This supported Ephraim's earlier sighting of light on the 3rd floor. Moeller's team was already inside, and reinforcements had arrived. The alternative, that these were merely forgetful site security, seemed far less likely. "I'm trying to identify weapons," Ephraim whispered. "It's too dark." "They're through the gate and moving toward your position. I've lost visual." Jack answered with a double click. He took another careful step, glanced right, and saw nothing. From somewhere above came the static hiss of a walkie-talkie, followed by a voice in German. "Yes, 3rd floor." Jack heard the scuff of boots on concrete. Peering over the railing, he spotted two men jogging up the stairs, each carrying a compact assault rifle, a FAMAS bullpup or something similar. These were no security guards. Jack slipped through the doorway, sidestepped 4 paces along the wall, and raised the HK to his shoulder. He drew a breath, exhaled slowly, calming his pulse. Let them both pass through first. The footsteps reached the landing and continued upward. The action was clearly on the 3rd floor. Jack counted to 5, then moved forward, peeking around the corner just in time to see the men turning onto the next flight. Moving silently on the balls of his feet, he stepped out and followed. At the landing, he leaned over the railing and saw the 2 figures disappear through the doorway above. He started up the final stairs. He was 2 steps from the 3rd floor landing when Ephraim's voice broke the silence. "Jack, are you there?" Jack froze and tapped the radio twice in response. "I made a mistake. The light was on the 4th floor. It just moved again. I'm really sorry, 4th floor. Hostiles above." He pivoted left, bringing the HK up. A shadowed figure was descending the steps. The man saw Jack, hissed, "Sheesh," and yanked his rifle upward. Jack fired twice into his chest, dropping him. The lifeless body slid down the steps and came to rest at Jack's feet. The suppressed report of the HK was a dull, hollow thud. "What was that?" A voice whispered sharply. "Behind me." He turned to see a man stepping through the doorway, a second close behind. Jack fired once, stepped forward, fired again, then charged, driving the first man back into his partner, who instinctively reached out to catch him. As he did, Jack shot him in the forehead. Entangled, both men collapsed. One of their rifles clattered on the concrete. Jack turned again, checking the stairways above and below. "Nast tromplier man." He moved through the doorway, looking first right, then left. Jack examined the 2 men on the floor. Neither was Stefan Mahler. He moved past them and took cover behind a dumpster, his pulse hammering in his ears, a sour taste coating his tongue. Switching the HK to his left hand, he wiped his damp right palm on his jeans. Ephraim's voice crackled in his ear. "Jack, what's happening?" I heard Jack double-click the mic, cutting him off. 3 men down. 4 rounds spent, 8 remaining. Was anyone else on the 4th floor? Almost certainly at least one. Moeller himself, perhaps. A 3-man team felt off. Pairs were more standard. If that logic held, whoever remained upstairs now knew something was wrong. The suppressed HK wasn't silent, not to a trained ear. Jack mentally swapped places with them. What's the smart move? Hunker down, set a trap, and make the intruder come to you. Force him to clear every shadowy room and corridor. Let the tension work on him. Call for backup. Staying low, Jack moved to the 2 downed men, patting them down swiftly. He retrieved 2 wallets and 2 cell phones, stuffing them into his jacket. Nearby lay a FAMAS F1 rifle. He grabbed it and slung it across his back. Returning to the stairwell, he checked the 3rd man, but found no wallet or phone, only a set of car keys. Time to decide, Jack. He'd gathered some intel, value still unknown, but if there was any chance Mosler was up there, Jack wasn't walking away. He ducked back behind the dumpster and keyed his headset. "Ephraim, the spray, but all the tough You all right?" "Mutant, turbed multibioser." "Any activity outside?" "Nothing, Bree. I'm heading to the 4th floor. Stay sharp. If more vehicles arrive, give me as much lead time as you can." Got it." Jack crossed to the far stairwell, pressed himself beside the doorframe, and did a quick visual check before starting upward. Just below the landing, he froze. A faint crackling sound came from above a snap, then a rustle. The wind, he realized, was tugging at the temporary plastic sheeting covering the roof. He continued climbing, pausing again at the fourth-floor doorway. Ahead lay a hallway opening into a vast space, being framed out for future offices and workstations. Jack swept the area with his night vision, but saw nothing. Net de planged. He turned, tilting his head to locate the source. Ephraim's voice returned, tense. Jack, I've got movement again. Hard to see through the trees. Hang on, I'm getting out for a clearer view. Don't, Jack hissed. Just stay in the car. I'm already halfway there. Another metallic clang echoed, and this time Jack placed it. Scaffolding. Ephraim whispered, I see him. He's outside on the scaffolding. North side of the building. What should I do? Get back to the car and drive away, Jack ordered. If Ephraim could spot the man, the reverse was likely true. Circle the block and park farther down on Graffinger Street. I'll find you. Okay, I'm going. Jack stepped into the hallway and turned right, moving toward the north side. Halfway there, he heard a faint pop. Pop, pop. The sea, Hannah steps. Jack broke into a run. Ephraim's voice came through, panicked. Crap, what was that? Jack, I've got a situation. I need backup. Jack sprinted faster. He heard the clatter of boots on metal scaffolding, but couldn't pinpoint the direction. His night vision goggles slipped, the strap loosening, making his view shudder into a shaky gray mosaic of empty rooms, hallways, and wooden studs. He burst into an open area and glanced left. A figure was crouched in a window frame, half on the scaffolding, half inside the room. A muzzle flashed orange, and in that instant, Jack saw Mahler's face clean-shaven now, but unmistakably him. Jack dropped and slid like a base runner, tucking himself into a compact shape, hoping to present a smaller target. His momentum carried him sliding across the dusty concrete floor until he slammed hard into a wooden sawhorse, the impact driving the air from his lungs. The plywood table gave way, its sharp edge swinging down toward his head. He threw up an arm and twisted away, but a solid impact caught him just beside the eye. Dazed, he pushed himself onto his stomach and scanned the room. To his right, the window where Mahler had been shooting was now empty. He crawled free of the wreckage and staggered toward it, raising his pistol. Ephraim, are you there? Jack called out. Only silence answered. Reaching the window, he heard a metallic clang from below, followed by the rapid thump of footsteps on metal rungs. He leaned out, looking left just in time to see a shadowy figure descending the scaffolding's crossbeams. Jack brought his weapon to bear, but the man vanished from sight. Pulling back inside, he rushed to the opposite window and peered down. Mahler was on the first-level scaffolding. He glanced up, spotted Jack, fired a wild shot, and then bolted. Jack raced back across the floor to the stairwell, taking the steps two at a time until he burst into the lobby. Moments later, he was outside. He looked to the right. Mahler had disappeared. He stood perfectly still, listening. Faintly, he caught the slow, repetitive ding of an open car door. Jack keyed his radio. Wevry country to Frem. Nothing, nothing. Ephraim respond. Still, no answer. He ran to the main gate, slipped through the gap, and moved quickly down the sidewalk to the corner, gun still raised. Across the street, the door to Ephraim's Audi stood open, the dome light a lonely beacon in the dark. Ephraim was nowhere to be seen. A shout erupted from behind him. Schweinhund. Jack turned to see a crowd outside the optimal work entrance swarm around and soothe. Within seconds, all he could make out were its taillights flickering between a forest of legs. The vehicle was silver, or maybe light gray, it was hard to tell. He sprinted to the Audi, slid inside, and started the engine. Pulling away from the curb, he sped down Friedenstrasse. Up ahead, the partygoers began to disperse, revealing the SUV's distant brake lights. Jack accelerated, swerving around the lingering crowd. Drunken, angry faces flashed past his window. Fists hammered the Audi's sides. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the car surged forward. The SUV turned right onto Rosenheimer Strasse. Jack's mind raced. If Ephraim wasn't in that vehicle, this was all for nothing. And if he was, there was no time for subtlety. Once Mahler or his driver reached a secure location, it would be over. The only question would be, how much Ephraim suffered first. He should never have let the journalist come along. Reaching the stop sign, Jack tapped the brakes, checked for traffic, and spun the wheel, accelerating into the turn. The Audi's tail slid briefly before the tires gripped, and it straightened out. The SUV was about 50 yards ahead, cruising without apparent urgency. Jack let his speed drop slightly, closing the gap just enough to keep them in sight without spooking them. Soon, he could read the license plate, Mod ZL 292. Through the rear window, he saw a figure rise up in the back seat. A struggle ensued. The passenger turned and began striking at the figure until it dropped from view. Ephraim was fighting back. Just stay down, Jack thought. Don't make yourself more trouble than you're worth. Not yet. With a grim smile, Jack accelerated until his bumper was nearly touching the SUVs, then flicked his high beams on and off. He didn't expect them to pull over politely, of course. This was just a hello, a way to say they had a witness. If they wanted to keep their prize, they'd have to deal with him first. The SUV sped up, creating space, but Jack matched it, staying tight on their tail. Suddenly, the SUV's brake lights flared. Jack hit his own brakes, swerved left, and found himself alongside the other vehicle. He didn't need to see the window rolling down to know what was coming next. He jerked the steering wheel hard to the right, slamming the Audi against the side of the SUV. Jack's passenger window cracked in a jagged pattern, then gave way completely, shattering inward. A rush of wind flooded the Audi's cabin. He hit the brakes hard, allowing the black SUV to surge ahead, then tucked in behind it as they passed beneath a railroad overpass. Jack pressed the accelerator, ramming the Audi's front end into the SUV's rear bumper. He dropped back and struck again, this time aiming the car's nose at the SUV's rear quarter panel, trying to force it into a spin. The SUV's driver fought back, swerving into Jack and ruining his angle. This chase was unsustainable. Police would arrive any minute. While that might resolve the immediate problem of rescuing Ephraim, a shootout with officers could leave people dead in the street, and Jack would almost certainly end up behind bars. He had to finish this now. The road descended into a short tunnel. The SUV vanished into the underpass with Jack clinging to its bumper. Suddenly, opposing headlights flared in the darkness, and the blare of horns echoed off the concrete walls. Jack swerved right, attempting to overtake, but the SUV driver mirrored the move, forcing him toward the guardrail. Jack stood on the brakes. The SUV accelerated ahead, exited the tunnel, and took a hard left at the next cross street. Jack lost it for a second, but as he made the same turn, he saw the vehicle's taillights fishtail before disappearing through a gate in a long, weathered wooden fence. Jack overshot, braked to a stop, reversed, and turned in. On either side, massive, open-sided sheds packed with lumber flashed past his windows, a lumberyard. Bright security lights mounted on tall poles cast stark pools of illumination on the asphalt. A forklift suddenly lurched from an alley to his right. Jack jerked the wheel left, but too late. The forklift's tines screeched down the Audi's side, demolishing the rear window. Jack slammed the brakes, checked the mirror to see the forklift driver climbing down, unharmed, then hit the gas again. Ahead, the SUV turned right and vanished behind a large warehouse. Jack, now 5 seconds behind, found the space empty. To his right was the blank warehouse wall. A partially closed door under a spotlight was 50 yards away too far. He looked left down a narrow alley, lined with stacked railroad ties. No sign. He kept moving, checking each crossing as he passed. At the third intersection, he caught a glimpse of the SUV's dark rear end, slipping behind a lumber pile. It was running parallel to him now, lights off. Jack floored the accelerator, pushed the Audi past 50, then stomped the brakes and cranked the wheel left, sliding the car down the next alley. He let the rear end settle, then accelerated, reaching the next crossing just as the SUV sped past. Without slowing, Jack raced to the following intersection, yanked the handbrake, and skidded into a right turn. As he burst through an exit gate, the pavement gave way to rutted, hard-packed dirt. Out the passenger window, a line of trees flickered past, and through the gaps he saw fragmented light keeping pace with him, a train on a parallel track. He sensed movement to his side and glanced over. The SUV's headlights exploded into the Audi's interior, blinding him. He jammed on the brakes. Through the windshield, he saw the SUV fishtail, its rear bumper clipping the Audi's hood. Jack steered into the impact but overcorrected. A pyramid of railroad ties materialized directly ahead. He tried to countersteer, but it was too slow. The Audi sideswiped the stack. Two heavy ties crashed onto the hood and spiderwebbed the right half of the windshield before tumbling over the roof. Jack spun the wheel, bringing the Audi back in line behind the SUV. A grim determination settled over him. Time to end this. Hold on, Ephraim. He eased to the left and accelerated, offering a tempting gap. The SUV took the bait, shifting to cut him off. Jack eased off the accelerator, veering sharply to the right, and sliding down the passenger side of the SUV before wrenching the steering wheel back. The Audi's front end slammed into the SUV's rear tire. The driver was forced to correct, but he overcompensated violently. The SUV's back tires, now sideways to its own forward motion, chattered across the rutted earth. The vehicle tipped onto its side and began a grinding, spinning slide toward the forest. Dirt and fragments of torn metal sprayed across Jack's windshield. He stood on the brakes, bringing the Audi to a skidding halt. He climbed out, pausing for a moment as the world seemed to tilt. Dust motes danced in the Audi's headlight beams. The abrupt end to the pursuit left his ears ringing. Bepose ils geopolitical. He lifted the HK pistol and broke into a jog toward the presumed tree line. A single gunshot cracked from the darkness. Was that a bullet for Ephraim? He slowed his pace, crouching low, and tried to pinpoint the origin of the sound before angling to the left. Far off, a train whistle cut the air, then faded into silence. Suddenly, the dust cleared, and he was among the pines. A low branch caught him squarely in the forehead. He landed hard on his backside, scrambled back to his feet. To his right, one of the SUV's turn signals blinked a dull amber in the gloom. He moved toward it. "Jack, he's out here." It was Ephraim's voice. Jack froze, dropped into a crouch, and shuffled behind a broad tree trunk. He assumed Ephraim meant Mahler. "Just him." Jack called back. "The driver isn't moving." "When Psafarin, are you hit?" "Me Sevely, I'm not sure." I grabbed one of their pistols. Jack didn't know if that was true, but it was a clever play. Stay put." Faintly, he could now hear the undulating cry of sirens. "The cops are coming." This development was as troublesome for them as it was for Mahler, but Jack hoped the German would bolt before he had time to reason it out. Then again, Mahler had the unnerving calm to do the exact opposite. "No, I have to get out." Butorn yelled. "This wreck is leaking fuel." Jack could smell it now, the sharp, acrid scent of gasoline. From the direction of the railroad tracks came the rhythmic clank of steel wheels. A train was approaching. Jack remembered his night vision goggles were still around his neck. With his free hand, he pulled them over his eyes. The left lens was cracked, giving him only a grainy, monocular picture of the woods. The image trembled with each heartbeat. He took a steadying breath and scanned his surroundings, starting behind him and sweeping slowly toward the overturned SUV. He stopped. There was movement. He panned back, focusing on a dense bush. Something was off, a straight line among the curved branches, too much solid mass within the leaves. He aimed at the shape and fired a single round. Nothing stirred. A twig snapped. Jack spun to the right. 20 feet away, a figure was moving through the trees toward him. Jack raised the HK, settling the front sight on the center of the man's chest. "Hello, ist the Yushin." A male voice called out. "Hello, is anyone there?" Jack kept the pistol trained on him. Was it Mahler? "Where ist da?" Jack shouted back. "Holzlager," came the reply. "Lumberyard." "We sei Poliste." "Wav Taverne, Benzin," Jack yelled. Grateful the word for gasoline was similar. With any luck, the man would pass that warning to the first officers on scene. It might buy them a few moments. "Okay, it firstie." Jack waited until the man had retreated from view, then hurried toward the SUV. Time had run out. If Mahler was lying in ambush, he'd find out soon enough. He picked his way through the undergrowth to the vehicle, which rested on its left side. As he drew near, Ephraim's hands appeared through the shattered moonroof and waved. His wrists were bound with a plastic zip tie. "Jack, is that you?" "Saprit te. Can you climb up here?" "I think I can." The smell of gasoline was now almost suffocating, burning Jack's nose and throat. Behind him, a train clattered past, its lit windows strobing through the trees like a frantic slideshow. Jack moved to the SUV's windshield and peered inside. The driver was crumpled in a heap, partly against the door, partly on the dashboard. His head was twisted at a grotesque angle. His neck was clearly broken. Jack quickly snapped a photo of the vehicle's VIN plate. Ephraim dropped to the ground beside him, stumbled, and caught himself against the wreckage. "Whoa," he breathed, his face pale in the erratic light. Jack shook his head. "You didn't have a gun." "I was bluffing, hoping Mahler would buy it." "And you're 38? We can't just abandon it." "Right. It's in the Audi's center console." Jack retrieved his penknife and cut through the plastic restraints binding Ephraim's wrists, tucking the severed ties into his pocket. "A keepsake?" Ephraim asked. "Evidence." Ephraim's fingerprints were likely all over the car's interior, but leaving behind such a clear piece of physical evidence was out of the question. "We have to move." "Can you run?" "I can manage a convincing jog," Ephraim replied. Jack's only plan was to put as much distance as possible between them and the wreck. He decided their best bet was to head east, aiming for the spot near Kultfabrik where he'd left his own car. They had covered about a quarter-mile from the crash, moving north along the rail line toward Ostbahnhof station and using the trees bordering the gravel embankment for cover. Every so often, a train would thunder past, its brakes shrieking as it slowed for the station. The chase and the dramatic crash had clearly drawn significant attention. Jack could see the pulsating glow of emergency lights above the tree line. No police helicopters yet, but he knew it was only a matter of time. His mind was already constructing the worst possible scenario. After securing the crash site and letting firefighters handle the SUV's fuel leak, police would have established a perimeter and begun searching for the vehicle's occupants. One man was dead, and gunfire had been exchanged during a high-speed pursuit. If the first responders believed the lumberyard worker's account, a Munich police officer had vanished from the scene, potentially kidnapped. The trees around them began to thin, revealing the glow of streetlights ahead. "Stay here," Jack instructed, moving forward until he reached the sidewalk. A patrol car rolled past, its spotlight sweeping across the trees. Jack retreated into the shadows until the car disappeared, then returned to find Ephraim leaning against a tree, rubbing the side of his head. "We're at Rosenheimer Strasse," Jack said. "Kultfabrik isn't far." "Let's just grab a cab," Ephraim suggested. "We can't risk witnesses," Jack countered. If they hadn't already, the police would soon be contacting taxi companies, asking if anyone had picked up two men matching their description. "My head is killing me. The guy pistol whipped me." "Moeller? Cyril Moeller? Who else? And all because I tried to kick him in the head." Thanks to Stefan Mahler, Ephraim's head had taken quite a beating, first grazed by a bullet, now bruised from a gun strike. "I'm really starting to develop a strong dislike for that guy," Ephraim muttered. Jack couldn't suppress a short laugh. "Can't say I blame you. So, what's the plan? Which way?" Jack checked his watch. Less than 20 minutes had passed since the chase began, though it felt much longer. He wondered if the police had connected the dots back to Kultfabrik yet. He doubted it. Right now, drunken complaints from the Optimal Work crowd were probably low on the priority list. It would take time to piece everything together. Jack removed his jacket, turned it inside out to expose the red lining, and handed it to Ephraim. "Put the hood up too. You look terrible." Ephraim gave a weak shrug. "Thanks for coming to get me, by the way." Another police car, lights flashing, sped down Rosenheimer Strasse, followed closely by a matte black panel van that Jack assumed was Munich's equivalent of a SWAT team. "How are we going to explain all this, Jack?" Ephraim asked. "They'll trace the Audi back to me." Jack thought for a moment. "Go back to the hotel. The police will show up eventually. Your story is that the car must have been stolen. You must have left the keys in it. Stick to that and keep it simple. Just like you did with the cops in Alexandria. Be curious, but not too curious. Ask them for a case number so you can call your insurance and the rental company." "Yeah, I understand," Ephraim said. Just then, Jack's cell phone chimed. Jack pulled his phone from his pocket and glanced at the screen. A message from Belinda Hahn, or at least from her personal number, not the secure one he'd provided. "Jack, I think there are people outside." Ephraim peered over his shoulder. "You think it's a setup?" Jack typed back their first code word. "Blue." Her reply came quickly, "Little boy." Ephraim frowned. "That doesn't prove she's safe. It's the best we'll get. We have to move." They could have forced the code from her. "Or she might be working with them. We're not leaving her," Jack said firmly. Still, the timing nagged at him. Moeller had 3 problems left: Jack, Ephraim, and Belinda, and had just tried to eliminate 2 of them. Why not finish the job tonight? He texted Belinda for her location. An address appeared, followed by a plea. "What do I do?" "Lock everything," he instructed. "Des defen. If someone forces their way in, call the police." "Do you have pepper spray?" "Boo, Ballport." "I'm scared," she wrote. "I'm coming." North of Munich, Germany, Jack left the highway, heading north. His headlights caught a sign, Marsling 3 km. His dashboard clock showed nearly an hour since Belinda's first text. "Zay too long." Phew. He checked his phone again. 15 minutes had passed since her last reply, which had only said, "Please hurry." He should have been clearer yesterday when he told her to relocate. He should have insisted she pick somewhere close. According to the map, the address she'd sent was a converted farmhouse near the Isar River, just outside Marsling. It had taken 15 minutes to get back to the Kufa Brick district, another 15, to drop Ephraim at the hotel and reach the highway out of the city. Following his navigation, Jack entered Marsling, turned south onto Isarstrasse, and passed fields and scattered homes until he reached a bridge over the river. Across it, a dirt road traced the winding bank. The weather had turned. Clouds thickened, wind ruffled the water, and fat raindrops began hitting the windshield. Half a mile from the cabin, he reached a fork. To the right was Bleu-Forel-Strasse, the cabin's access road. He drove 50 feet past it and pulled over. Part of him wanted to rush in and find out why Belinda had gone quiet, but he forced himself to wait. Rushing the third floor at Kultfabrik had almost gotten him killed. If Belinda was already dead or taken, charging in wouldn't change that. He texted again, "What's happening?" After a tense minute, his phone chimed. They were inside the house. Red Jack texted. "Baron," she replied. "Gully Kevta Kurditat." "I think so." "How long ago?" 20 or 30 minutes. "How many men?" "Don't know." "Too afraid to move." "Hiding in closet." Two possibilities came to mind, one perhaps overcautious. Belinda's text had arrived just minutes after the lumberyard crash. If Mahler's men were watching her place, they might have spooked her on purpose, hoping she'd call for help, then settled in to ambush whoever came. They'd only lose time if no one showed. The simpler explanation was that after failing to kill Jack and Ephraim, Mahler had decided to cut his losses and pull his team back. As for Ephraim's suspicion that Belinda was involved, Jack's instinct said no. He opened the satellite view and zoomed in on the property. Nestled in the valley along the river, the cabin was enveloped by flowering trees, nourished by the Isar's spring runoff. The dense woodland made a long-range sniper attack impossible, but it also provided countless shadows for an enemy to lurk. Jack accepted the trade-off. In his experience, no strategy ever held up once the action started. He'd adapt. He sent a quick text to Belinda, just passing through Ecking. "Be there soon." If Mahler's people intercepted it, the misinformation might just work in his favor. For the next half hour, Jack crept through the forest. His legs grew stiff from squatting, his joints ached from scrambling over the damp earth, and the cheap night vision goggles he wore were fading fast, their view dissolving into grainy static. The promised downpour hadn't arrived, but a spiteful drizzle pattered against the leaves like thrown gravel. A deep chill was seeping into his bones. When the back of the cabin finally emerged from the gloom, he forced himself to remain motionless in the brush, observing for a solid 5 minutes. The structure was a classic Bavarian farmhouse, 3 stories tall with a steep cedar-shingled roof, white walls and forest-green shutters. It looked like something from a storybook, eerily quiet and dark. Seeing no movement, Jack slithered forward, squeezing beneath the wraparound porch. He pulled out his phone. "Almost there," he typed. "Turning onto Blue Trout Road now." This was the final approach. The bait was set. Belinda remained silent. 5 more minutes ticked by. He was either completely alone, or the opposition was far more skilled than he'd hoped. Time to move inside. The odor of gas hit him before he reached the front door. Jack immediately holstered his pistol. A single spark from its muzzle would turn the place into a fireball. Pulling his shirt collar over his nose, he tried the knob. It turned freely. He shoved the door open and pivoted left, away from the dim rectangle of light. Belinda had said she was hiding in a closet, but where? He texted her again and got only silence. Depending on how long the gas had been leaking, she might already be gone. Using his penlight, Jack swept through the first floor as swiftly as silence allowed, cracking windows open and checking every potential closet door. Finding nothing, he ascended the stairs and repeated the process. At the end of the upstairs hallway, inside a bathroom linen closet, he found Belinda curled into a fetal position. Clutched in her limp hand was a cell phone, not the disposable one he'd given her. A pulse fluttered weakly at her neck. She was alive. He shook her shoulder. Belinda. Nothing. Nothing. He ground his knuckles hard against her breastbone, and she responded with a low groan. Downstairs, a door slammed shut. Jack froze, listening. He edged to the bathroom window and peered out. The glass beside his head shattered. He dropped, belly-crawled back to Belinda, seized her wrist, and hauled her into the relative cover of the hallway. His options were grim: get shot or get incinerated. Belinda's phone chirped. Jack snatched it. A text glowed on the screen. Come out. You come with us, she goes free. Beyond the obvious offer, the message told Jack they wanted him alive for now. It also suggested the ignition source for the gas was likely already in place and on a remote trigger. He needed to stall. He typed a reply. She's barely conscious. Can't move her until she comes around. The response was immediate. Come out now. She will be tended to. A blatant lie. Jack countered. When I know she's okay, I'll come out. Mid-air. Breaking a window. Don't shoot. He received no reply. Crawling back into the bathroom, he used the butt of his Heckler & Koch to smash out the remaining glass. The phone beeped again. No more windows. You're wed, Inuits. Be smart. Was this cabin even on a municipal gas line from the nearby town of Marsling? Jack doubted it. It had to be propane. Jack hadn't spotted a tank outside, which meant it had to be somewhere inside the house. The basement was the obvious guess. He pulled Belinda in, hoisted her over his shoulder, and moved in a low crouch back through the kitchen. Behind the dining table, he found the basement door set into the wall. He slid it open as quietly as possible, revealing a steep staircase descending into pitch black. A wave of propane fumes hit him like a physical blow, making his eyes water and his stomach lurch. He choked back a mouthful of bile, his vision starting to dance with spots. Even with the first-floor windows open, propane sinks and pools. He was probably standing knee-deep in the stuff. A voice in his head, calm and logical, told him to just walk out the front door. Surrender. Stall for time. That might work for him, but it was a death sentence for Belinda. They wouldn't spare her. The alternative, a heroic, guns-blazing exit, was pure fantasy. In the movies, it looked great and usually worked. In reality, they'd be mowed down before they cleared the porch. Root cellar. The thought appeared in his mind, unbidden. Maybe. His phone buzzed. A new text, 3 minutes. Jack typed back, she might be dying. I'm not coming out until she's conscious. You want me, you wait. The immediate reply was a single word. No. He tried another angle. Send someone in to help me. Beklavelas quite, kamalaklist. That was no surprise. For all he knew, capturing him was just a bonus objective. Push too hard, and they might just decide to turn the whole house into a fireball. He laid Belinda on the kitchen counter, dug his knuckles hard into her sternum, and flicked her eyelids. She flinched, then let out a low moan. Belinda. Can you hear me? No, it's Jack. Jack, she murmured, her voice thick. Is there a root cellar? He demanded. He wasn't about to venture deeper into that gas-filled basement without knowing there was a way out. He kept the pressure on her chest. The Belinda. Vicha focus. A root cellar. Her eyes fluttered open, struggling to focus on his face. The Makatisker Hebler. I'm in the basement. Is there one down there? She gave a weak, almost imperceptible nod. Behind the water heater. His phone beeped again. 2 minutes. He didn't bother replying. They weren't playing games. He threw Belinda back over his shoulder, staggered to the nearest window for a few desperate gulps of clean air, then clamped a small flashlight between his teeth and started down the stairs. The beam jittered across the rough brick walls. The basement was a narrow passage of brown brick, and the propane stench here was so potent it felt corrosive, like inhaling chemical fumes. Jack turned right. Belinda's head thumped against a brick corner and she yelped in pain, a strangely welcome sound. The passage opened into a wider rectangular room with a packed dirt floor. Against the left wall sat a long, horizontal propane tank. Jack moved toward it, sweeping his light over the network of pipes until he found a cluster of valves and gauges. There, zip-tied to a pipe, was a crude bomb, a pencil detonator duct taped to a cell phone. The design was brutally simple. The sheer number of duct tape wraps meant disabling it would take too long. More critically, the phone's built-in accelerometer could easily be rigged as a tilt sensor. Forget it. While old as Gia. Belinda's body, slumped over his shoulder, suddenly convulsed. She retched, and a stream of warm vomit splashed against the back of his neck. Grimacing, he turned his head, shining the light around the room. Ahead, beside a row of wooden storage shelves, was the tall, cylindrical water heater. Jack forced himself toward it. A fresh wave of nausea hit him, and he dry heaved, but he kept putting one foot in front of the other. His phone beeped a final time. The 1-minute warning. He didn't look. Reaching the water heater, he followed its curve to the back wall. His knee knocked against something that wasn't brick. Beside us, wood. He looked down. The flashlight beam illuminated a small, waist-high hatch. He dropped to his knees, grabbed the metal handle, and yanked. The hatch swung open into darkness. Jack crouched low, letting Belinda slide from his shoulders before he squeezed himself into the narrow passage. He grasped her wrist and pulled her along behind him, crawling on hands and knees until the tunnel widened into a small hidden alcove. Directly across from them, 4 rough wooden steps led up to a pair of slanted, swinging doors. A thin line of pale light seeped through the crack between them. Jack crept up the steps, pressed his back against the doors, and tested their weight. Satisfied they weren't secured, he retreated, hauled Belinda up the steps, her head bumping against each one, and then paused. He spat out the penlight, clicked it off, and drew his pistol. On his phone, he typed a quick message. Coming out. With baby 6 decima, sir. He didn't wait for a response. Easing the doors open just enough, he kept his body flattened against the ground. If they were spotted now, the alarm would sound, and they'd be caught in a hail of gunfire. Death by bullet or death by explosion, the end result was the same. Once he had Belinda on level ground, he resumed the arduous crawl and drag, making for a thicket of trees just ahead. Why and 10 more feet. His voice was a raw whisper. Belinda, help me out here. Move your arms and legs. She mumbled something incoherent, but the command seemed to penetrate the fog. Her hands began scrabbling at the dirt, her legs churning weakly. 5 feet left. Jack's phone chimed. He glanced at the screen. Time's up. A sudden deep whoosh filled the air, followed by a blinding orange flash that washed over everything. Then came the heat, a physical wall of it. A voice, shouting in German, slowly pierced the haze in Jack's mind. He forced his eyes open but didn't move a muscle. His brain struggled to piece together the sensory chaos images and sounds coalescing into a grim reality. The cabin. The explosion. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burning timber and the hungry crackle of flames. Just inches from his face, a leaf smoldered, its edges glowing a fierce orange. The heat on his scalp was intense. He heard a rustling, the distinct crunch of boots moving through underbrush. "Don't move. There are no friendlies here," he reminded himself sharply. "Dap honklief dit stir." He flexed his right hand and felt the reassuring solidity of the pistol's grip. The crunching footsteps grew closer, off to his front and left. He shifted his gaze slowly across the ground until he spotted an arm, then traced it back to a head of short brown hair. "Belinda. Itu etugemai. Watuwe." A voice called from a distance. "Is a Pole." "Nain," came the reply, startlingly close. With agonizing slowness, Jack lifted his head, turned it slightly, and laid it back down. About 8 feet away, illuminated by the dancing firelight, a man emerged from behind a tree trunk. His eyes methodically scanned the ground ahead and to his sides. He carried a compact assault rifle. Jack guessed it was similar to the famous models he'd seen earlier held ready across his chest. Belinda let out a low groan and stirred, rustling the leaves beneath her. The man froze, then pivoted slowly toward the sound. In one fluid motion, Jack rolled to his right, sweeping his gun arm beneath his body until it was fully extended along the ground. He lifted the pistol a fraction, settled the front sight on the man's center mass, and fired. The man dropped. Jack rolled back onto his stomach and wriggled sideways until he faced the remains of the cabin. The structure was now just a burning heap of debris piled into a foundation that had become a crater. The heat from the flames lashed at his face. He figured the propane's heavier-than-air property had saved them. Most of the gas had settled on the lower floors and in the basement. His earlier act of opening the windows had vented some of it. The basement, acting like a crude chimney, had directed the blast mostly upward. Ironically, the ground closest to the house was relatively untouched, while farther out, the terrain was littered with smoldering wreckage, some pieces as large as Jack himself. Lucky or good? He mused darkly. In this line of work, you take luck every single time. He reached out, found Belinda's hand, and gave the soft skin of her wrist a sharp pinch and twist. She jerked her hand away. "Belinda," Jack whispered, his voice barely audible. "If you can hear me, don't speak. Just flex your fingers." Her fingers twitched in response. "I knew. We're in deep trouble," she breathed out, the words laced with a dazed realization. "Can you crawl?" Belinda raised her gaze to meet his. The hair framing her face was burned and brittle. "I can crawl," she murmured. Jack moved carefully, placing a barrier of pine trunks between them and the burning cabin. He got to his knees, helping Belinda up, and steadying her as she oriented herself. She glanced back at the flames, her eyes reflecting the firelight. "Monsters," she breathed. "It too, filthy monsters." "Revenge waits," Jack answered. "For now, we have to go." Jurgen Rostock had made his intentions clear. Jack wanted distance before Rostock understood he'd failed to eliminate them once more. Zurich, Switzerland. Munich was no longer an option, and Jack intended to keep their stay in Zurich brief. They were being hunted, and their sole remaining edge was the ability to keep moving. In Zurich, Jack aimed for 2 objectives. First, to scout the villa where Ephraim had last seen Eric Schrader, and second, to look into Alexander Bossard, the man whose plane had extracted Stefan Moeller from that Vermont airstrip. For Jack, the connection between Bossard and Rostock wasn't in question, only the precise nature of that link. Dawn was still an hour away, the glow of Zurich's skyline visible ahead. They'd covered the 200 miles from Munich in a little over 2 hours. Jack had driven the Autobahn before, but never in the dark. The experience had been both thrilling and utterly draining. After fleeing the cabin and reaching their vehicle, Jack had driven south to Munich to collect Ephraim and their gear, then pushed west at high speed. Belinda, still reeling from the propane exposure or the shock of the attack, likely both, was curled in the Citroen's back seat, a sweater pulled to her chin. Here and there, singed strands of hair stuck out from her scalp like frayed wiring. Ephraim was also asleep, his head leaning against the passenger window. The car hit a pothole and Ephraim jolted awake, hands flying to the dash. He blinked, disoriented. "You're fine," Jack said. "We're just outside Zurich." "Thank Cronkite," Ephraim mumbled. "We're peffer, stag. Something my mother says. She's an atheist. Walter Cronkite is the closest thing to a deity she permits." "Dreaming about Mahler?" Jack asked. Ephraim nodded. "I was back in the SUV. It was tipped over, and Mahler was pouring gasoline through the sunroof." Jack saw an opening. "We need to discuss what happened at Kultfabrik." "Discuss what?" "I told you to stay in the car. You got out." And I was trying to help, Jack. I wasn't going to just let Mahler. What you did was deliver yourself to him. Now we'll be lucky if Munich police aren't looking for us." "If Mahler had gotten you alone, but he didn't, did he?" "It all worked out." A flare of irritation tightened in Jack's gut. "That's not the damn point. The point is, I had reasons for telling you to stay put. I free to keep you clear. 2, to have you watching our surroundings. 3, to have you ready to tail someone, if needed." Ephraim was silent for a moment. "I didn't consider 2 and 3. The irony of this exchange wasn't lost on Jack. Swap a few words in the setting, and it could have been a conversation between him and John Clark, or Jerry Henley. How many times had Jack himself acted on a well-meaning impulse? But in dangerous situations, good intentions don't stop bullets. The line between everything working out and disaster is often razor thin, waiting for some random, unseen event to tip the balance. Suddenly seeing himself from the other side, Jack felt a twist of nausea. How often had he nearly gotten someone killed without even knowing it? Jack's grip on the steering wheel was so tight, his knuckles had gone white. He could feel a tremor in his hands. How many times had he charged ahead, nearly wrecking an operation because he wouldn't stop and listen? Ephraim was young and driven, maybe just grasping the lethal stakes of their situation. Jack had run out of excuses for his own impulsivity years ago. So why did he keep falling into the same pattern? This was exactly the kind of moment that demanded a step back, a reassessment. They were improvising wildly, and he was the one calling the shots. Part of him wondered if he should reach out to Clark or Hendley back home. But what would he even say? The uncomfortable truth was, aside from a shaky argument that Stefan Mahler was a killer, he was operating on gut feelings and a mountain of unanswered questions. Calling it off now wasn't an option. He was responsible for 2 other lives. Turning back would be a death sentence for Ephraim and Belinda. The most Hendley could provide was a safe extraction back to the States and a few discreet calls up the chain of command. And then what? Sit around hoping someone else cleaned up the mess? No, they were in it now. The only way out was to push forward and uncover the truth, whatever it took. He felt like one of those reckless swimmers who wades out too far, only to find themselves dragged out by a powerful current. "Look, Ephraim, I own a big part of this," Jack said, his voice low. "You never should have been pulled into this. Back in Alexandria, I should have shut it down." "I would have found a way to follow," Ephraim replied. "Maybe," Jack conceded with a shrug. "Regardless, you need to understand this clearly. These people have already tried to kill us twice. They won't stop. We have 2 choices. Walk away now and call for backup, or commit fully and start operating like professionals. I'm voting for option 2, Ephraim said. Good. But that means you follow my lead. If there's time, I'll explain. If not, you move first and ask questions later. Ephraim nodded, a faint smile appearing. So it's jump and then how high? It's jump, period. You can ask about coming down after your feet leave the ground. A groggy voice came from the back seat. What is that awful smell? That's your hair, Ephraim answered cheerfully. Right. And you are the Xo-Frem. He pointed a thumb at Jack. I'm with him. Jack spent an hour navigating the roads north of Zurich before settling on a hotel. It was a mid-range place near the airport, the kind accustomed to guests passing through. He secured a room, stocked it with provisions, and left Belinda inside. Her expression made her displeasure clear, but she didn't protest. Jack understood. Belinda Hahn had been through a brutal series of shocks. Her father's murder, a stranger implicating her boss, her own home destroyed. Whether she realized it or not, she was still reeling. Rest was what she needed most. After securing her promise to stay put, Jack pointed the Citroen toward downtown Zurich. He found Alfred Escher Strasse and followed it to the glittering expanse of Lake Zurich. The morning sun was bright, turning the lake's surface into a blinding sheet of light. Jack flipped down the visor to block the glare. Snow dusted the pine trees on the surrounding hills, and the lake ice had mostly broken up, leaving only a few drifting chunks. The villa where Eric Schrader was supposedly hiding sat on a narrow peninsula about halfway down the western shore, wedged between two private yacht clubs. The waterfront setting vaguely reminded Jack of his own place in Alexandria, though he guessed the price tag here was several million higher. Following Ephraim's directions, he turned onto Seastrasse, the tree-lined road winding south along the water. They skirted the village of Waddenswil, made 2 more turns, and found themselves on a quiet frontage road barely 20 feet from the water's edge. Look out your window, Ephraim said quietly. Can you make out the stone pillars and that black wrought iron gate? Jack could, though just barely. The villa's driveway was hidden behind a dense wall of tall hedges and drooping pine branches. Keeping the Citroen at speed, Jack checked the entrance for any security measures but spotted only a card reader fixed to one of the pillars. No cameras, no guard booth, and the ivy-draped wall flanking the gate stood no more than 6 feet high, its top finished with smooth stone. There wasn't even an address marker visible. Past the gate, the drive curved away and vanished from sight. Jack drove on, watching the entrance shrink in his side mirror. And Schrader was staying here, he asked. Acted like he owned it, Ephraim confirmed. Used a card to get right in. Have you made any effort to find out who actually does own it? I tried. For properties like this, the Swiss guard ownership details as fiercely as they guard bank accounts' total privacy. From what I could see, getting past the wall wouldn't be hard. Whether the house itself has an alarm system is a different story. Listen to me, playing the cautious one here, but what's the point of breaking in? Our guess is probably right. It belongs to Alexander Bossard. What exactly are we hoping to discover inside? It was a fair point, and Jack didn't have a ready answer. They weren't going to stumble on a box marked evidence in some closet, but their leads in Zurich were thin. Just this villa and Bossard himself. Jack wasn't willing to ignore either without a closer look. That sparked another thought. Any word back from Mitch on his search for Gerhard Klugman? Hold on, Ephraim said, pulling out his phone to send a quick text. A reply chimed almost instantly. He read it and reported, he says he's getting close. Hopes to have something by today or tomorrow. Give him a nudge. We need that lead. After Zurich, unless they planned to march into Rostock Security Group's headquarters and demand to see Jürgen directly. They were at a dead end. Finding Klugman could be the break they desperately needed. To pass the hours until dark, Jack drove into Zurich's Altstadt, or Old Town, to scout Bossard's office building. The Altstadt, also called District 1, was a picturesque jumble of impeccably restored medieval structures. Romanesque churches, tiny pocket parks, and boutique shops, all woven into a labyrinth of narrow lanes straddling the Limmat River. The scene struck Jack as something out of a storybook village. Cars were scarce, but the sidewalks bustled with what appeared to be both locals rushing on errands and tourists pausing every few steps to snap photos or stare in wonder. They located Bossard's building near the Grossmünster, the Great Minster, one of the city's oldest and most iconic churches. Legend says Charlemagne's own hand built it, Ephraim read from his phone. Or at least he ordered the original church on this spot. It's nearly 1,000 years old, if you can imagine. The morning sun gleamed on a facade of immaculately maintained stonework. Doesn't look a day over 850, Jack remarked. Take a left here. Jack turned, then made another, and pulled on to Limmat, the street running alongside the river. As they drew near, Jack was surprised. Instead of a grand medieval edifice, Bossard's 8-story office building was just another in a row of unremarkable structures, with cream-colored fronts and steep, red-tiled roofs. Without prior knowledge, he might have assumed they were hotels. The entrance to Bossard's building was a solitary bronze door under a green awning. A small gold plaque beside it read, 94 Limmat. Did you ever go inside? Jack asked. No. When the lake end? You think you're ready for that? Ephraim gave a firm nod. What exactly am I supposed to be looking for? Jack drove past the building, spotted an open space along the curb, and slid the car into it. Look for security cameras or guards, check if there's a reception desk with someone at it, and see what's on it like a computer, phone, intercom system. See if the elevators are open, or if you need a key or card to use them. Or stairwell, right? What exactly? Also, look for any emergency exits or doors that might lead to a maintenance closet or storage room. If you can walk in, just go past the desk like you belong there and head for the stairs or elevators. See if anyone stops you, but don't make a scene. Be forgettable. And what's my cover story while I'm gathering all this? Act like a lost tourist. Should I avoid the cameras? Jack shook his head with a slight smile. No, don't do that. I also need a basic layout of the lobby and its size. And if you spot a directory, note which companies are on the floors directly above and below where Bossard's office is. Wow, is that all? That's it. Ephraim let out a long, slow breath. Good thing I have a decent memory. Don't stay inside more than 3 minutes. Go ahead. Jack had picked the 3-minute limit on a whim. He'd once watched John Clark stretch an initial reconnaissance to half an hour and walk out having charmed the person he was quietly assessing. Here, Jack wanted to see if Ephraim would listen. 2.5 minutes later, Ephraim pushed through the bronze doors, returned to the car, and got in. Got everything. They drove a few blocks and found a cafe with a view of the Quai Bridge, which divided Lake Zurich from the Limmat River. Tell me what you saw. As if he delivered such reports countless times, Ephraim laid out the details of the building's lobby. It's about 40 feet square. To the right, there's a long, curved reception desk with a receptionist and a man in a suit. Did the suit stand up when you entered? Yes. Did he adjust his tie? Or fidget with his jacket buttons when he stood? Ephraim thought for a second. Yeah, he did. Why does that matter? It's a common habit for protective details. In a controlled setting, when someone unexpected walks in, It's a subtle way to get a hand closer to a weapon. Go on. On the desk, there are 2 phones, 1 computer, and a card reader on the raised part. Beyond the desk, there's a row of elevators, a stairwell door, and an emergency exit. I saw 3 cameras. 1 aimed at the reception desk, 1 over the front door facing inward, and 1 covering the elevators. The waitress brought their coffees and left. Jack asked, were the cameras moving or fixed? Fixed. Open or housed in a dome? Domed, Ephraim answered. It didn't look like the elevators or stairs needed a key or card, but I didn't get a close look before the guard called me back to the desk. He was polite but very clear. I was in the wrong place and needed to leave immediately. Any building directory? None visible. Jack processed this and nodded. Solid work. Thanks. So what does all that tell us? It means that unless we're planning a full assault, trying to break into Bossard's office after hours would likely end with us caught, or worse. Let's hope the villa leads somewhere. They drank their coffee quietly for a few minutes, watching the boats drift on the lake and enjoying the warm sun. Eventually, Jack asked, what did that security guard look like? About 6'2", broad-shouldered, with blonde hair. Why? In the last 10 minutes, a green Opel van has driven past us 3 times. Now it's parked down the street, across from that Starbucks. No one has gotten out. To his credit, Ephraim didn't turn to look. Can you see who's inside? Just 1 person in the driver's seat, but the windshield is reflecting the sun. I can't make out the face. Jack found himself wondering just how many people could be hidden in the back of that van. What's our next move? Finish our coffee and see what happens. The van tailing them had to be connected to either Rostock or Bossard. But how had they been found so quickly? Their trip to Zurich wasn't a secret, but the city was large, and their pursuers had closed in with unsettling speed. Volinda. Jack used a disposable phone to call her, listening to it ring 4 times before she picked up. Just touching base, Jack said. Everything quiet there. It's fine. What's wrong? When are you coming back? As soon as possible. Keep the door locked. Don't open it for anyone except us. Jack ended the call. Now what? Leading this van back to the motel was out of the question. The goal was to either reverse the situation on their tail or lose him in a way that looked accidental. Once again, this was a job that would be easier with more people. But Jack was short on manpower, had only 1 car, and very little time to devise something complex. He turned to Ephraim. Grab your phone. I need somewhere isolated, but within 15 or 20 minutes of here. Somewhere with limited exits would be ideal. Probably not a lot of reviews for that on Yelp, but I'll check, Ephraim answered. After a few minutes of searching, he said, there are a bunch of small towns in the mountains to the west. The roads up there look pretty twisty. That'll work. They took their time finishing their drinks, settled the bill, and walked back to the Citroen. Don't look for him, Jack cautioned Ephraim as they got in, and Jack started the engine. With Ephraim navigating, Jack crossed the Quay Bridge, merged into the lunchtime traffic on Betterstrasse, and headed west toward the foothills. He's still with us, Jack said, checking his side mirror. 4 cars back, in the left lane. Can you see a passenger? Doesn't look like it. For about 10 minutes, Jack continued west until the city faded behind him, and the road began winding upward into the mountains. Almost immediately, the van started falling back. It pulled onto the shoulder, let a stream of cars pass, then executed a U-turn and headed back towards Zurich. He's not taking the bait, Jack observed. Or maybe he wasn't following us at all, Ephraim suggested. Maybe. Zurich, Switzerland. At 9 that evening, they left the hotel and drove south along Lake Zurich toward Woodenswil. Here, just 15 miles from downtown Zurich, the city's night skyline glowed like a faint, hazy dome on the horizon. The road south was dark and lightly traveled, though it wound through numerous villages. 15 dotted the western shoreline. Lake Zurich was more substantial than Jack had appreciated, stretching roughly 25 miles from Zurich in the north to Schmerikon in the south, and, according to a fishing brochure at the hotel, reaching depths of over 500 feet in places. As usual, Jack's plan was only loosely formed. From their earlier scouting, he knew getting over the villa's wall wouldn't be difficult, but the house itself was a mystery. Google Earth's overhead view had revealed little. A hip and valley roof barely visible through the trees. A well-kept lawn, and a large, English-style garden on the property's western edge. For all Jack knew, the grounds could be actively patrolled by a team of guards, similar to the ones Ephraim had seen at Bossard's office. If that were the case, Jack might be scrambling back over the wall before the dew even had a chance to soak his shoes. Jack pulled into the Yacht Club Woodenswil parking lot, turned off the headlights, but left the engine running. The villa's outer wall was a quarter-mile south, through a patch of trees. "Any questions?" Jack asked. "No, sir," Ephraim replied with a playful salute. "Drive a half-mile loop between Horgan and Woodenswil and wait to hear from me. If you get a text saying evac, I'll be heading back here as fast as I can. If I don't get a signal from you in the next hour and a half, I'll collect Belinda, switch to the backup hotel, wait a full day, and then make for Brussels to reach out to the embassy there." Understood. Jack knew this contingency plan would be meaningless if things went sideways inside the villa. Its real purpose was to push Ephraim and Belinda towards safer ground. It also had the convenient side effect of torpedoing Ephraim's investigation. No story meant no reason to stick around, and maybe a longer life. "Why Brussels?" Ephraim pressed. "Why not the embassy in Bern? They know me in Brussels. You'll get a faster response." Jack delivered the line with a straight face, though it felt thin even to him. Ephraim, however, seemed to buy it. "Consider it handled," he replied. "Good luck out there." As Ephraim's Citroën disappeared down the road, Jack melted into the tree line, pausing to let his vision adjust to the deep gloom. He pushed forward until the villa's stone perimeter wall emerged from the shadows. The trees here were dense and overgrown, limbs tangled over the top of the wall like a ragged canopy. The clutter would help hide him from cameras, but it also plunged everything into near-total darkness. He mentally kicked himself for not replacing the night vision gear he'd lost back in Munich. No point dwelling on it now. He turned west, tracing the wall to its corner. This spot was prime real estate for a security camera. Corners offered the widest coverage, but they always left blind spots. Jack scanned carefully and saw none. Now came the glamour-free part of the job. The patient, silent watch. Stealth wasn't just about moving quietly, it was about becoming part of the scenery. If he'd tripped any silent alarms, company would arrive soon enough. He settled cross-legged against a tree trunk, slipped on his radio headset, and keyed the mic. "Ephraim, you copy?" Loud and clear. "Just looping back north. I'll pass the main gate again in 2 minutes." 10 minutes ticked by. The night was still, broken only by the distant mutter of a boat engine on the lake. A rabbit appeared along the wall, froze when it spotted him, then bolted. Time to move. The waiting always made him restless, better to be in and out quickly. He approached the wall, gripped the rough capstone, and hoisted himself up until he could peer over. On the other side lay a mulched flower bed, dotted with pale tulips and cedar shrubs. In one fluid motion, he pulled himself up, swung a leg over, and dropped softly behind a bush. Ahead, the black curve of the asphalt driveway gleamed faintly. The main gate lay off to his right. He moved toward it until the wrought iron bars came into view, then darted across the drive and into the cover of a hedgerow. For the next 15 minutes, he worked his way closer, scanning for patrols and studying the villa itself, a two-story French farmhouse design that seemed almost out of place. Switzerland's blend of languages was mirrored in its architecture. Along Lake Zurich, you could find everything from rustic Tuscan villas to sleek German modernism. By the time he reached the lakeside of the property, he was sure he was alone. No lights shone inside, no shadows moved behind the windows. Unless everyone had gone to bed just after sunset, the place was empty. He stepped out from cover and crossed the lawn to a rear patio paved in herringbone stone. A sunken hot tub sat in one corner, its surface littered with leaves and debris. Jack flicked on his penlight's red filter and swept the beam across the patio doors and nearby windows, looking for alarm contacts or sensors. Again, he found nothing. Lake Zurich had a reputation for being a quiet, low-crime area. Jack found himself questioning whether the villa's doors were even secured, and a test of the patio door confirmed his suspicion it was unlocked. Over his headset, Ephraim's voice broke the silence. "Jack, there's a vehicle parked roughly 100 yards north of the main gate. I think it might be that green cargo van we passed earlier." "How confident are you?" Jack asked. "About 80%. This one has an electrician's decal on the side, but it looks hastily applied. Could be a fake. Are you positive it wasn't there before?" "Not completely, no." "My mistake. Want me to move closer and check the plates? Or see if anyone's inside?" "Negative. We stay clear." When Ephraim didn't respond right away, Jack pressed, "Do you copy?" "Keep your distance." "Copy that. Shorten your patrol loop so you pass by that van every few minutes. If it starts tailing you, head straight into Horgan and find a crowded public spot. Stay there and keep me updated." Jack methodically checked each of the villa's first-floor windows. Most appeared to be bedrooms, but the corner room was clearly a study, complete with a walnut desk and a computer monitor. From his pack, he retrieved a roll of masking tape and a glass cutter. He taped a small asterisk shape onto the lower left pane, then applied pressure with the cutter until the glass gave way with a soft crunch. After carefully removing the taped fragments, he reached inside, unlocked the window, and slipped through. He froze, listening for the faint click of a motion sensor or the glow of a security LED. Nothing. This is almost too easy, Jack thought, a flicker of unease crossing his mind. Back in the States, a property like this would be wired with alarms and cameras. Take the win and keep moving. He drew the curtains closed, then settled into the desk chair and powered up the computer. A login prompt appeared immediately. Jack switched his headset from the radio to his cell and called Mitch, who was on standby for exactly this kind of hurdle. After Jack explained, Mitch replied, "Brute forcing it could take forever. Do you have that flash drive I gave Ephraim?" "Now, c'est template." "Okay, restart the machine, but hold down Command and R as it boots up." "Recovery mode?" Jack asked. Exactly. Let's try the simple route first." Once the recovery screen loaded, Mitch guided Jack to the Utilities menu. "You're looking for Terminal," Mitch said. "It's there, but it's grayed out." "I can't select it." It's re. "All right, plug in the flash drive and force a restart." Jack complied, and a black screen with a blinking orange cursor appeared. "Type run at the command line," Mitch instructed, "then wait. It could take about 10 minutes, depending on the drive size and any extra security. You'll see a progress bar, and run stop will pop up when it's done." Just then, the portable radio on Jack's belt lit up. "I'll call you back," Jack told Mitch, switching his headset over and turning up the volume. "Ephraim, Watts, they're coming over the wall." "Say again?" "Whoever was in that van just scaled the wall. They're heading toward the villa. You, Abe Krebs." Should I? No. Keep circling, but stay near the yacht club parking lot. Only one person, you're sure. Only saw one. Go radio silent unless it's critical. I'll reach out when I can. Same rules. After 2 hours, you leave. Jack angled the monitor away from the window, then parted the curtains just enough to see a shadowy figure dart across the lawn, heading toward the lakeside of the villa. Jack watched the progress bar on the computer screen tick upward, 90% complete. The question was whether to stay put or to move. If this new arrival was reacting to his interference with the system, it was likely they would head straight for the study. But why scale the wall instead of using the gate? Why position yourself outside the grounds rather than inside the house itself? Those were puzzles for later. For now, he needed to take the initiative. He refused to be cornered in this room with only the window as an exit. Gently, he opened the study door and peered out. To his left stretched a long corridor paved with dark, irregular stone tiles. Past the hallway, he could make out a living area done in faded shades of blue and white. To his right, an open archway revealed a curving staircase leading upstairs. A sudden, high-pitched whirring noise reached his ears, followed by 2 distinct clicks. He knew that sound a snap gun, an electric lock-picking tool. Whoever was coming wasn't bothering with subtlety. Jack raised his HK pistol and moved quietly down the hall toward the living room, pausing there to listen. Another sound came, the soft click of a door closing somewhere to his right. He glanced around the corner. Through an archway lay the villa's kitchen. As he watched, the back door eased open an inch, then stopped. Jack took aim. The door shifted again, opening a few more inches before clicking shut once more. Probably just the wind, he told himself. Maybe. Keeping the gun trained on the door, he let his eyes scan the space around it, watching for any sign of movement. If the intruder had come through that door, what were his options? Take cover behind the kitchen island, slip into the breakfast nook, or come through the arch toward Jack. Or, to the right of the back door was another staircase leading to the second floor. Right on cue, Jack heard a floorboard groan overhead. If the intruder knew the layout, he might be crossing upstairs to reach the staircase behind Jack. Jack turned slowly on his heel, aiming the HK back down the hall, counted to 5, then swung back toward the living room. From above came a muffled thud, like someone bumping into furniture. Time to move. With the HK up and ready, Jack stepped through the arch into the kitchen. A quick look left confirmed the nook was empty. He circled behind the kitchen island, found no one hiding there, and continued toward the stairway door. As he neared it, a semi-automatic pistol emerged through the opening, nearly crossing his own weapon. Startled, Jack stepped back, his heels striking the baseboard. A figure burst through the door, swinging a gun toward him. The man's posture was rigid, his arms overextended. Jack seized the opening, knocking the gun aside, closing the distance, and driving his elbow into the man's head. The man grunted, but rode with the impact, using the momentum to twist his body and launch a counterpunch. Jack brought his knee up, blunting the force, but not completely. The fist connected just below his ribcage. The air rushed from Jack's lungs, and he doubled over, his left leg giving way. Tough and quick, this one. Jack slammed his still-raised knee downward, his boot heel crushing the inner edge of the man's foot. A sharp cry of pain escaped the man's lips. Jack repeated the move, this time dragging the textured edge of his boot down the man's shin before stomping on the foot a second time. The man crumpled sideways. Jack assisted the fall, shoving the side of his head into the doorframe. The gun clattered to the tiles. Jack kicked it away, sending it spinning across the floor, then took a rapid step back and leveled the HK at the man's head. "Wem the tuials enough?" Jack asked, breathing heavily. The man tried to push himself up with his left hand. Jack stepped forward and kicked the support out from under him. He collapsed, his head hitting the tile with a dull crack. "I asked," Jack said, each word deliberate, "are you finished?" "I'm finished," the man answered, then added in English with a light accent, "I am done." Jack switched on his penlight. "Let me see your face." "Zoo, why?" "Show me your face," Jack demanded, his voice low. The man slowly raised his head. It was René Allemande. Waddenswil, Switzerland. "We've been searching for you," Jack stated. "Many people have been searching for me," Allemande replied. He sat up and began rubbing his shin and foot. "Could you stop shining that light directly into my eyes?" Jack lowered the beam slightly. He pressed his radio and asked, "What's the situation outside? Do we have any more visitors?" Ephraim responded, "All clear." "What's going on in there?" "Everything's under control." "Stand by." Allemande looked at Jack. "Kolportsetavring, who are you?" "Who are you talking to?" Jack took a moment to consider his reply. While he was leaning toward Ephraim's view that René Allemande was a victim in this whole mess, there was still a chance they were both mistaken. "I can tell you who I'm not," he finally said. "I'm not one of Juogen Rostock's men." That caught Allemande's attention. He looked up at Jack, his eyes narrowing. "What are you implying?" "It means you're not the only one who's angered the good general. Do you know a man named Erich Schrader? Very tall German. Meppe Kassir. You met with him in Lyon." Allemande remained silent. Jack decided to lay all his cards on the table. "After your meeting, he flew to the United States and tried to cut my throat." Allemande offered a slight, almost dismissive shrug. "Well, Suffentever. It appears he did not succeed." "No, but it was close." "He's dead now." "You killed him." "Not directly, but the outcome was the same. Captain Allemande, in case you haven't noticed, you're still breathing, and you're not bound in the trunk of a car. If I were with Rees G, we wouldn't be having this conversation. What you say has some logic, but it does not explain why you are here or why you have been looking for me." Jack felt a flicker of irritation at their lopsided exchange of information. Then he reminded himself of what René Allemande had likely endured. In truth, something told Jack, he and Ephraim probably only knew a small piece of the full story. "I know about Abidjan," Jack said. "At least part of it. I don't believe you had anything to do with the attacks in Lyon. And I'd wager there was far more to your kidnapping than anyone realizes." Allemande gave a thin smile. "And now this is the part where I unburden my soul and we become fast friends. Is that it?" "That's your choice. As soon as I finish cloning the hard drive on that computer in the study, the one I believe belongs to Alexander Bossard, I'm leaving. You can either come with me and examine the data or go back into hiding and hope you find a way to clear your name and reclaim your life. You decide." Jack felt reasonably sure he'd earned a sliver of trust from Allemande, but not confident enough to risk turning his back on him. After collecting Allemande's weapon, a Walther P-22, Jack returned to the study to find the progress bar on Mitch's flash drive nearly complete. He sat before the computer watching the bar creep toward 100%. Allemande appeared in the doorway. "May I have my gun back?" "I'll leave it by the wall near the front gate," Jack replied. "Or you can join us for coffee, and I'll return it to you then." "Yes. It is not just you." "No. We're a package deal, though. If you're going to trust me, you'll have to trust him as well. I do not think we are quite at trust yet, do you?" Jack offered Allemande what he hoped was a convincingly indifferent shrug. They desperately needed Allemande's cooperation, but Jack's instinct told him playing aloof was the smarter tactic. "There's a 24-hour coffee shop in Waddenswil. just off Zugerstrasse and across from the police station. We'll be there for the next hour. Jack removed the flash drive, shut down the computer, and stood up. And you might want to retrace your steps before you leave. Is it who it was there? Pardon? You're not wearing gloves. If you're hoping to keep your prints out of this place, I'd suggest wiping down every surface you touched. Jack and Ephraim were still on their first cups of coffee when Alamand's van, now missing its electrician sign, rolled into the diner's parking lot. Jack gave Ephraim a nod. Good eye on catching that detail earlier. Just paying attention. Ephraim replied with a modest shrug. They watched as Alamand entered, exchanged a brief word with the hostess, and then made a beeline for their booth. He snagged a chair from a neighboring table, dropped it at the end of their booth, and sat. His eyes locked onto Jack. This is your guy? That's right. Do I get my property back now? Jack gestured toward the folded newspaper on the table. It's in there. The magazine's empty. Keep it that way until you're back in your vehicle. Alamand didn't reach for the paper. You know my name. I don't know yours. Jack offered first names only. Elam and Renee shook their hands, his grip firm. Jack, you claimed Eric Schrader is dead. Is that accurate? Look it up. Alexandria, Virginia. An unidentified man stepped into traffic. It was immediate. A shame. I was looking forward to a conversation. We were long overdue for one. He said it with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Jack had little doubt that if Schrader hadn't met his end in Alexandria, he wouldn't have survived an encounter with Renee Alamand. Jack imagined their chat would have involved less talking and more creative applications of Alamand's trade tools. The question lingered. Was that capacity for brutality always there, or had the events since Ivory Coast carved it into him? A waitress approached, but Alamand dismissed her with a wave. Once she was gone, he leaned forward. So, what's the plan for the three of us? Jack and Ephraim had already talked it over. Their strategy was full disclosure, hoping their information would be valuable enough. Ephraim tells you his side, then I tell you mine, Jack said. And if I choose not to reciprocate? Jack's tone hardened just a fraction. Then that's your call. You can walk out that door and drive away. But stay clear of our path. Ephraim, go ahead. Ephraim walked Alamand through it all, starting with Fabrice in Abidjan, to tailing Schrader after the meeting in the Parc de la Facine, and finally, the confrontation with Jack and Stefan Mahler at the preserve. That was you in the park. Alamand interrupted. I had a feeling, but I lost it after I left. Madeline really brought you? Seriously. She's concerned about you. She's trying to help. Alamand's face tightened, a flicker of a snarl. Calling her was a mistake. Sentiment is a liability. So, you followed Schrader to Virginia, then tracked down this Mahler character. You've never heard the name? Jack asked. When Alamand shook his head, Jack showed him a grainy still from the West Haven gas station security footage. He's clean-shaven now. Doesn't ring a bell. You think he's connected to Rostock? We have no proof of a link to Mahler or to Schrader. Do you? Bertevle, do you? Nothing that would hold up in a courtroom. The answer gave Jack pause. Was it just a figure of speech? Or did Alamand genuinely believe this could all be settled within the neat boundaries of the law? It was a strangely naive hope, considering the shadows they were all navigating. Please continue, Alamand prompted. After the preserve. Jack picked up the narrative, first circling back to the violent ambush at the Supermercado, before detailing the pursuit of Mahler, his escape from the Vermont airstrip, their risky trip into Munich, and the meeting at the villa. Ephraim chimed in. You were following us this morning. How did you know we'd be here tonight? Like you, Munich became. Inhospitable, Alaman said, a dry understatement. The only other lead was the same one that brought you here. Alexander Bossard and Schrader. I've been in town for a week. I set up motion-activated cameras in the woods facing the villa, hoping Bossard or someone connected would make an appearance. Getting through to him at his office or his city apartment is impossible. I noticed you passing the villa a few times, which piqued my interest, so I drove down. I intercepted you on your route back to Zurich. Jack, what possible reason would Jürgen Rostock have to want you dead? I was hoping you might have the answer. With Zerai, I don't. Ephraim has a theory about your situation, Jack stated. He believes you were the target of a false flag operation. That's when I'm aware of the term. What's your reasoning, Ephraim? It stems from what you told Madeline he isn't who he claims to be. Alaman shook his head, scratched agitatedly at his forearm, and said, I don't remember saying that. That's not sufficient, Jack countered, pushing the newspaper across the table toward Alamand. It's time for you to leave. Excuse me. We've been honest with you. If you're not willing to do the same, you're of no value to us. Frankly, from where I'm standing, you're more of a risk than a help. Jack meant the last remark to cut deep, and the flash of hurt in Alamand's eyes confirmed it hit its mark. We'll manage better on our own. Alamand was silent for a long moment. You have to understand how difficult this is. I have no home. Madeline is the only person from my old life who knows I'm breathing, and a significant number of my countrymen believe I died a deserter or a traitor and got exactly what I deserved. Jürgen Rostock is an immensely powerful man. I've been balancing on a knife's edge since Abidjan. Some days it feels like a bad dream. Others all too real. And now, to discover my Madeline has been confiding in a journalist. Is it really so hard to grasp why trust doesn't come easily to me? I understand truly, Jack replied. But here's my perspective, Renee. Whatever your link is to Rostock, it's a wonder you're still alive. I don't think you'll survive out here alone for much longer. You have to place your trust in someone eventually. Whether that's us is a choice only you can make. Alamand, who had been staring down at his nervously clasping and unclasping hands, finally looked up. He held Jack's gaze for a solid 5 seconds, his eyes flickering slightly. He said, What do you need to know? Wenswil, Switzerland. Let's start at the beginning, Jack said. What happened in Abidjan? The night I was taken, I was on my way to meet a woman, a Red Cross worker from Strasbourg. We met when her orientation group came for basic field first aid training. What was her name? Ephraim asked. Alamand thought for a moment. Janine Pelletier. No, Perrier, that's it. Do you have a photo of her? Jack asked. Maybe in my OneDrive. Renee took out his phone, tapped the screen a few times, and handed it over. Jack studied the image before returning the phone. Continue. Shortly after I arrived, a van pulled up. 5 men in balaclavas rushed out, swarmed me, put a hood over my head, and forced me into the van. It was over in seconds. Alamand shook his head, a distant look in his eyes. I was too stunned to even fight back. After that, everything becomes hazy. We drove for hours. I've no idea in which direction, but it was nearly dawn when we stopped. They put me in what I believe was a basement, a small windowless brick room. Ephraim asked, Did anyone speak to you or ask you questions? No, and that made it far worse. Not a single word from the moment I was captured until the day I escaped. Once a day, someone in a balaclava would enter to give me food and water and change the bucket. A couple times a day, 2 or 3 would come in just to beat and kick me until I lost consciousness. Every few days, another would put a gun to my head and pull the trigger on an empty chamber. Several times they made me stand on a chair with a noose around my neck and just watch me. For hours. There were other methods too, but I can't. Alaman's voice faded away. How did you escape? I was rescued. Very late one night, I heard 2 explosions. I knew they were flashbang stun grenades, and then came the rattle of automatic gunfire. Roughly 10 minutes later, the door to my cell swung open and 2 men in camouflage entered. They said they were there to extract me. They moved me by vehicle, possibly to Abidjan, though I can't be certain. We arrived at a private compound. A doctor and a nurse were waiting. My injuries were severe: broken bones, torn ligaments, internal bruising on my liver and spleen. Even with medication, the pain was beyond words. A few days later, Gergen Rostock appeared. He explained it was his team that had rescued me. After that, we relocated frequently, I continued. Rostock insisted my life was at risk, that people were hunting me because of my father and his role with the Army Defense Staff. I never fully grasped it. The drugs kept me hazy, but after about 6 weeks, Rostock announced the threat had been neutralized. What threat? Ephraim pressed. Alamond shook his head. I'm not certain. I apologize, it's unclear. It's all right, Jack said. He studied Renee, noting the signs of possible narcotic dependency. Maybe oxycodone, a plausible prescription given his injuries. The scenario was coming into focus for Jack. What sort of group, terrorist or otherwise, kidnaps a soldier from a prominent family, yet never claims responsibility or demands a ransom? His captors had tortured him without asking questions or forcing a false confession. And after the rescue? Rostock never tried to return Renee to his family. There was the constant moving, the vague dangers, the hints about his father. Through it all, only Jürgen Rostock and his men were portrayed as his protectors, the sole barrier against unseen enemies. Viewing it now, Jack saw Renee Alamand's journey for what it truly was, a meticulously staged brainwashing operation. But why? To answer that, Jack first needed to know if Renee understood what had really happened to him. An even bigger concern lingered. How reliable was his account? The kidnapping was fact, but everything after being thrown into that van in Abidjan came only from him. What came next? Jack asked. Renee answered with a proud smile. Rostock offered me a position. Ephraim leaned in. What? What am is too, Gumpri? What kind of position? A job with his company. A field officer role. I knew of Ruska's reputation, but I'd always pictured my future in the French army. Everything that happened in Abidjan, and my discussions with Jürgen, made me reconsider. I accepted. And you never thought to reach out to your father or the army to tell them you were alive? Ephraim's voice rose. Why on earth not? Initially, it was Rostock's advice. He said I'd be doing undercover work, and the training transition would be all-consuming. Once I was through that, he promised to help me reintegrate. Later, I'm not sure why I didn't. Ephraim stared, his mouth agape. Are you saying you went along with faking your own death to join Arski? That you agreed to be part of some secret? What exactly? What was Rostock having you do? Alamand looked blankly at Ephraim, his face a mix of frustration and confusion. He clearly wanted to answer, should have been able to, but something in his mind was blocking it, whether from the addiction, his conditioning under Rostock, or both. Ephraim turned to Jack. Good Lord, this man is completely Jack interrupted gently. We're just trying to understand, Renee. Yes. Min, of course. These aren't simple matters. The world we live in, I mean. We're standing at the edge of a cliff. Once more, Alaman's voice faded, as if he'd forgotten his lines. A surge of pity for Renee washed over Jack, immediately soured by a sharp, instinctive dread. He'd already felt he and Ephraim had tumbled down a bizarre rabbit hole. Now, facing Renee, Jack felt like he'd finally come face to face with the Mad Hatter himself. Or perhaps the frantic White Rabbit. None of this was Renee's fault, naturally. But the stark truth settled in. They had just allied themselves with a highly skilled soldier who was not only detached from reality, but was likely battling a cocktail of narcotic dependency and severe PTSD. Suddenly, Renee pushed back from the table. I need to find the men's room. Down that hallway and to the left, Jack answered. As Alamand walked away, Ephraim leaned in close, his voice a harsh whisper. The guy is completely unhinged, Jack. Just wait a second. Wait for what? I've poured months into this story, racked up every credit card I own, and nearly ended up dead chasing a madman. We need to leave. I'm finished. Let's go. Ephraim started to rise from his seat. We're not going anywhere, Jack said firmly. Sit down. You're missing the bigger picture, aren't you? What picture? Renee was taken, held captive, and then rescued. But every single part of that story was orchestrated by Rostock. Jack spent the next couple of minutes laying out his hypothesis, watching as Ephraim's skeptical expression gradually softened into one of dawning comprehension. Jack, brainwashing. That's straight out of a spy thriller. Pure science fiction. You might be shocked by what's possible. I believe what happened to Renee is a brutal form of operant conditioning mixed with pharmaceutical manipulation. Think negative reinforcement, total isolation, the constant threat of being erased, a systematic stripping of his identity. It's a twisted version of Stockholm Syndrome. That was his entire existence, from the moment he was snatched until Rostock swooped in with a job offer. If that's true, then why is he running from Rostock now? My guess is he senses something is deeply wrong with this whole situation, but he can't quite grasp it. It's like trying to clutch a handful of smoke. One moment, he's wary of Rostock. The next, he's singing his praises. Alamand must have witnessed or overheard something that shattered the illusion, something that didn't fit the narrative he'd been fed, so he ran. Okay, let's say you're right. Why him? Aside from his family name, right now he's just another soldier. Why would Rostock invest so much effort? I don't think it has anything to do with Renee. Not really. This is about his father, Marshal Alamand. Nu Blakenzerspaid. I'm not entirely sure yet. But as a method of coercion, what Rostock has done is brutally clever. If you kidnap someone's child, your leverage only lasts as long as you physically control that child. Threatening their life works on the same principle. But what if you could seize the child's mind and turn it against the parent? You create a puppet, Ephraim said quietly. A puppet whose story and destiny you completely control, Jack added. Renee can be portrayed as a heroic French soldier who survived a nightmare, or he can be framed as a traitor to his nation. For a man like Marshal Alamand, that's an unimaginably powerful lever. The real question was, a lever to achieve what? Ephraim's gaze had gone distant. Kidnapping, he muttered. What was that? Ephraim held up a finger, signaling for Jack to wait. He pulled out his phone, scrolled for a minute, then let out a low whistle. I knew I'd read about this before. Renee wasn't Rostock's first project. 5 years ago, Alexander Bossard's daughter Suzette was kidnapped in Sao Paulo. Ars Guy was the team that rescued her. Save a person's child, and you might own their loyalty forever. That's one hell of a debt to carry, Ephraim remarked. So what do we do with Renee? In the long run, that's a question for a team of psychiatrists. For now, Renee is going to keep moving until he either pieces the puzzle together in his own head or Rostock silences him for good. If we stick with him, we might at least be able to nudge him in a safer direction. Alamand returned to the booth and sat down. He tapped his fingers rhythmically on the tabletop, his eyes shifting between them. You have more questions for me, yes? You mentioned you and Rostock had conversations, Jack replied. What did you talk about? What else is there to discuss? Islamic terrorism. It must be eradicated. Jack wasn't about to argue the point, but Renee's tone had been dismissive, almost patronizing, as if Jack had asked what to do about a patch of grass that simply needed trimming. You figure it out, genius. How do we do that? Not the way we've been handling it here, or even back in the States. It's time to stop playing nice. We find them wherever they're hiding, and we eliminate every last one. You aid a terrorist, you become one. You sympathize with a terrorist, you're no better than they are. We've been fighting this like it's some traditional battlefield war. That's insane. We need to escalate to the highest level. Renee's voice had grown sharper as he spoke, and he drove his point home by stabbing his finger against the tabletop. Are we talking metaphorically or actually? Dead disbelievers after? By any means necessary. Conventional armies are useless in this fight. They're bogged down by laws, red tape, and rules of engagement. Political administrations change, and so does their resolve. Terrorists don't operate under those restrictions, and we can't afford to either. This has to end, can't you see that? We have to stop them before there's nothing left to save. Rostock's strategy is the only one with a chance of working. Jack recognized the pattern, the imminent danger, the countdown, and the promised deliverer. More classic conditioning techniques. What strategy is that? Trevin Ephraim pressed. Alamand had been staring blankly out the window. He suddenly turned his head. What did you say? I asked, Jack interrupted, steering the conversation. Help me get something straight. If you're such a believer in Rostock's mission, why are you hiding from him? Schrader, Alamand answered flatly. I never trusted him. He was my handler, my instructor, but something felt off. I started tracking his movements. And what did you find? Ephraim prompted. You followed the lion attacks, right? Both Jack and Ephraim nodded. Remember the bomb maker's apartment they discovered a week later, near that pharmacy and the improvised firing range outside Montenay? Schrader was at both locations a few days before the attacks happened. The implication hit Jack hard. If Renee wasn't imagining things, then Eric Schrader, one of Jürgen Rostock's own men, had been involved in the lion atrocities. But Schrader worked for Rostock, Ephraim stated. No, I believe he switched sides. I was trying to gather evidence to bring to Jürgen. I didn't know who else at Russ might be working with Schrader, so I decided to handle it alone. Good thing I did. I saw Schrader and Alexander Bossard meeting together on multiple occasions, even with Rostock in the room. Alamand's logic was tangled again. Schrader was a traitor, yet Rostock remained the blind savior, somehow unaware of the betrayal within his own ranks. Jack sensed a part of Renee's mind was struggling toward the truth about Rostock and his own past in Abidjan, but the man couldn't quite bridge the gap. What would happen when he was finally cornered by that reality? Wadenswil, Switzerland. Jack had made up his mind halfway through Alamand's story. Belinda Hahn needed to be moved to safety. He'd been considering it, but Renee's volatile state decided it. Furthermore, Alamon's fragile trust in him and Ephraim was shaky enough. Adding Belinda to the mix might push the soldier over the edge. As it happened, Alamond had been using his van as both a mobile command center and a living space. Jack persuaded him to follow them back to the motel. He sent Ephraim up to the room while he stayed in the van with Alamond. During the drive, Ephraim had phoned his mother in Brussels to arrange a safe place for Belinda. Ephraim called down shortly after. "It's set. There's a late flight out in a few hours. I'll drive her to the airport and come right back. We're on our way down now." "Good. Be careful." Jack waited a few minutes to ensure Ephraim and Belinda had left, then took Renee up to the room. He ordered a pizza, and while Renee was in the shower, he plugged the flash drive into his laptop and uploaded the files to Mitch's secure server. Mitch called just as Renee stepped out of the bathroom, towel drying his hair. "Jack, the computer files were a dead end, but I pulled something interesting from the browser. History looks like a client login portal for a business. Is this guy some kind of lawyer? In Zurich?" "That's right." "Okay, that tracks. I'm not sure what kind of encryption or firewalls I'll hit on the portal server, but I'll dive in and update you. Any specific terms I should prioritize? Start with any references to Jürgen Rostock or the Rostock Security Group, or anything similar. Toss my name into the search as well." Jack's voice dropped slightly. "Also, look for any mention of a Janine Petrier. She might have been with the Red Cross." "Understood." Jack ended the call. Alamond looked over. "Who was that?" "We have an associate analyzing the data from the villa," Jack answered. Then, shifting gears, he asked, "Why are there 3 toothbrushes by the sink?" "Excuse me. There are 2 of you, but 3 toothbrushes," Renee pointed out. "Is someone else staying here?" "No," Jack said. "I must have accidentally packed an extra." Renee thought about it for a moment, then shrugged. "Do you mind if I use one? The water's shut off in my van. My teeth feel like they're wrapped in wool." Ephraim came back 3 hours later. Renee had dozed off in the armchair an hour before, which Jack saw as a positive sign. You don't let your guard down and sleep around people you distrust, especially not someone in Alamond's precarious situation. Jack was at the table, staring at his phone as if he could will it to ring. "There's some cold pizza left," he whispered, nodding toward the box. Ephraim sat, pulled out a slice, and took a bite. Jack asked, "What's your take on Leon?" "You mean about Schrader's involvement in the attacks?" "If it's true, a man like Schrader couldn't have managed something of that scale. Rostock, on the other hand, definitely could." "My thoughts exactly. Rostock's orchestrated kidnapping and rescue of Alamand was a classic false flag operation. Orchestrating a terrorist attack and framing another group, while more logistically complex, operated on the same cynical principle. The group that took credit, the Sahrawi Islamic Liberation Army, just vanished, didn't it?" Ephraim nodded. "Officials I spoke to in Lyon and Paris acted like they'd never even heard of Scylla. Then again, it's not unusual for these smaller factions to disband, and then pop up again under a new banner. Maybe, but after the second deadliest attack on French soil. I'm not buying it. Honestly, now that you say it, neither am I." Jack wondered if some part of Renee's subconscious had already reached the same unsettling conclusion. And let's be real, there was already more than enough of that to go around with good reason. No sensible person in the West would deny the severe threat of Islamic extremism. How? Most of the Muslim world feels the same way, according to every intelligence brief he'd ever read. But if Lyon was Rostock's handiwork, simply stirring the pot couldn't be the endgame. There had to be a bigger prize. What though? And it circled back to the question that had been itching at Jack from the start. Why was Rostock so determined to see him dead? Mitch called an hour later. The ringing phone jolted Ephraim and Renee awake. Jack put the call on speaker. This isn't about Bossard, but I can tell you where to find Gerhard Klugman. Alamand blinked groggy. Who is Gerhard Klugman? A hacker we believe is on Rostock's payroll, Jack explained. Where is he, Mitch? You're not going to like it. Ephraim let out a tired sigh. I haven't liked much of anything for weeks now, so just hit me. Where? Windhoek, Namibia. Namibia, Ephraim repeated, incredulous. What on earth is in Namibia? Paris, France. As for the deeper reason behind Rostock's interest, Jack had no clue, but a quick online search provided a surface-level clue. Namibia was home to nearly 30,000 German speakers, a lingering echo of Germany's colonial history there, when the territory was known as German Southwest Africa for over a century until World War I. Rostock's potential footprint in Namibia felt intentional. The man had a clear pattern of favoring German personnel. If Klugman was operating under Riese's directive, the established German community in Namibia would provide a significant reservoir of support and assets. Yet, before assembling his team and departing Europe, Jack felt compelled to resolve the lingering question of why Renee had been taken. Driven by this need, he departed Zurich mere hours after Mitch's call, touching down in Paris just after midday. Ephraim would hold down the fort in his absence, tasked with keeping Renee calm and distracted. Though long retired, Marshal Hugo Alamand remained a prominent figure in the social and political circles of Paris. Much like Jürgen Rostock, he had skillfully converted a decorated military career into a civilian existence marked by considerable luxury and sway. Locating the Alamand estate, a functional horse farm nestled an hour north of the city near the Montmorency forest, proved straightforward. Jack guided his rental car to an ornate iron gate adorned with stylized fleur-de-lis and pressed the intercom button. A male voice answered in French. Yes. Do you speak English? Jack inquired. His own French was functional for basics, but he'd learned that outside major tourist areas, locals often appreciated either a proper effort in their language or none at all. I speak English, the voice confirmed. I'm here to see Marshal Alamand. The Marshal has no appointments today. You must contact his secretary. This concerns his son, René. The Marshal has said all he intends to regarding his son's disappearance. All press inquiries should be directed to his secretary, I'm aware. Jack held his cell phone up to the intercom speaker and tapped the screen to play a brief audio clip. After letting it run for several seconds, he stopped it. That was recorded less than 8 hours ago. Oh, wait. Silence followed for a moment before the voice returned. One moment, please. The wait lasted nearly 5 minutes. When the intercom crackled back to life, Jack was instructed to follow the driveway to the main house, where someone would meet him. Passing through the gate, he drove up a tree-lined lane, eventually stopping before an imposing French-Georgian mansion. Flanking the colonnaded front steps were 2 bronze statues of stallions reared on their hind legs. A trim man in a dark suit was already waiting on the walkway and approached Jack's door as he exited the vehicle. I am Claude. Please raise your arms to shoulder height. Jack complied. Claude passed a magnetic wand over his body, then conducted a thorough, professional pat-down. Your name, please. Jack. And your surname? Smith. Claude offered a skeptical frown. Follow me, Mr. Smith. He led Jack through the grand front doors across a vast foyer of white marble, and then through a set of French doors into a bright solarium overflowing with hanging plants. Marshal Alamand was seated at a white wicker table. He gestured for Jack to sit and gave a slight nod to Claude, who positioned himself by the doors. Do you have any idea how many individuals have come to me claiming to have proof my son is alive? The marshal began, his tone weary. The conspiracy theories are endless. No, I don't, Jack replied. Far too many to count. If I discover you are playing the same game, I will use every resource at my disposal to see you prosecuted. Is that clear? Jack had no doubt the marshal meant it, legal technicalities notwithstanding. Perfectly clear. You are, of course, free to leave at any time. Jack shifted in his seat to ensure Claude had a clear line of sight. He withdrew his phone, displayed it openly, and set it on the table before Alamand. The recording is ready. Just press play. Alamand didn't glance at the device or reach for it. Instead, he kept his gaze locked on Jack. You told Claude this was recorded 8 hours ago. Where were you then? In a motel room outside Zurich. Jack leaned forward slightly, his tone shifting from formal to one of blunt, almost sarcastic candor. Look, Marshal, your son is alive. And he's in serious trouble. I'm trying to help him. Watch the video. If you're convinced that's Renee, we'll talk. If not... Jack let the sentence hang, offering only a slight shrug. The ball was now firmly in the marshal's court. I'm not moving from this spot until the police get here. Alamand reached out, his finger pressing down on Jack's phone screen. He slid the device closer, then hunched forward and tapped play. For the next 2 minutes, the marshal silently watched the footage of Jack and Renee sharing a pizza and talking the previous night. Renee had been completely unaware he was being recorded. Marshal Alamand played the clip 2 more times before finally leaning back in his chair. His eyes were glistening. That's my boy, he said, the words catching in his throat. Jack simply nodded, offering no reply. He looks brave, tinged, more worn. He's endured a great deal, Jack said gently. And he's going to need significant support to find his way back. Tell me everything. Concerned about adding to the marshal's visible shock, Jack provided an abbreviated account of the story Renee had shared with them at the coffee shop in Waddensville. He included his own belief that Renee had been subjected to a form of mental conditioning. He carefully omitted any reference to the lion attacks and Jürgen Rostock until the very end. At the sound of the German's name, Alamand's posture stiffened, his expression turning to stone. Jürgen Rostock, Renee, told you that himself. Was dead. Alamand was silent for a long moment. Then, with a voice thick with certainty, he stated, I know this much. Renee had no part in what happened in Lyon. That is not who he is. I know my son. I believe you. In fact, I don't think the kidnapping was ever really about Renee. I think it was about you. Could that be possible? Alamand ignored the question, countering with one of his own. Why hasn't he reached out to me? He's convinced you abandoned him. Rostock suggested your business dealings were the reason Renee was taken. That's absurd. So, you think Rostock did this to gain some hold over me? If that's true, why hasn't he made contact? Renee escaped. Rostock lost his leverage. There's a part of your son that knows something isn't right, and he's been struggling to piece it together on his own. I believe the sheer horror of being linked, even indirectly to the lion attacks, was the final push that broke him. You didn't answer my question. Would kidnapping Renee give Rostock an advantage over you? Potentially. What do you know about Rostock? Only what's been in the news. He's a powerful man. That much is obvious. Alamand offered a thin, humorless smile. Power is influence, and Rostock has plenty of both far beyond Germany in very particular circles. Are you aware of what happened to him in Afghanistan? No. I'm not surprised, Alamand replied. Rostock has gone to considerable lengths to bury that story. In the spring of 2005, he and his wife were visiting a German Army Reserve battalion in Kabul. A suicide bomber drove straight into their convoy. The attack killed his wife and 2 of his aides. In fact, Rostock was the only one in that vehicle who survived. He lost his left leg below the knee and most of the use in his right arm. It left him physically broken and ended his career. Wherefore? How? Jack asked. He wasn't infantry. Those injuries wouldn't normally force someone out. It was what the attack did to his psyche. He became volatile, politically aggressive, openly defiant. The Bundeswehr tolerated it for nearly a year before quietly showing him the door. Politically aggressive, Jack echoed. Define that. Virulently, publicly anti-Muslim. Not merely opposed to Islamic terrorism, you understand, but a broader, more indiscriminate hatred. I trust you grasp the distinction. Jack did. The anti-Islamic vitriol René had spouted back in Zurich, matched the political tone. Alamand was describing a ruthless, eradicate-them-all philosophy. Alamand went on. Rostock wasn't without his admirers, of course, but having a man of his rank and connections, spewing such rhetoric was something the German government could not allow. So he was pushed out. Not long after, he founded Ruse and retreated from public view. In any subsequent interviews or discussions on military matters, he was cautious, measured. Not a hint of his former rage remained. A complete 180, Jack observed. A truly astonishing shift, Alamand agreed. Then his voice dropped, laced with a sudden, weary sarcasm. But let's be honest, it was all just a very convincing performance. The man didn't change. He just learned to wear a better mask. The true believer simply became a more patient predator. About 5 years back, Rostock quietly launched a campaign, and I was, as far as I know, his first stop. What was he after? To fight a war. His own private war. Naturally, he was more diplomatic at first, but that was the core of his pitch. Why seek you out? He was convinced Western democracies lack the resolve to confront terrorism decisively. While I saw some truth in that, democracy, for all its imperfections, remains the best system we have. If you believe in it, you accept the whole package. What Rostock suggested ran completely counter to its principles. You mentioned his way of waging war. Did he elaborate? He envisioned private forces answering to no nation, Alamand explained. No legal constraints, no rules of engagement, just a single mission, to eradicate terrorism and its supporting networks by whatever means required. Jack had to concede the idea held a certain dark appeal, but it was only feasible if you were prepared to shred the very laws that underpin a free society. Without the safeguards inherent to democracy, a mandate of whatever means necessary would be an open invitation to atrocity. It was a path destined to become slick with blood far too quickly. It struck Jack then that Rostock's proposal to Marshal Alamand wasn't, in its broad strokes, entirely different from the campus's own purpose. The distinction lay in scale and ultimate aim. Combating terror sometimes meant getting your hands dirty. That was the grim reality. But it boiled down to a question of targeting. Terrorists kill without discrimination. If those fighting for the right side began doing the same with clear intent, the moral war was already lost. What did he want from you specifically? He wanted me to enlist, to start quietly sounding the alarm and gathering supporters. For his scheme to work, he needed advocates, both civilian and military, in Europe and the United States. And funding, naturally. With those, he believed he could demonstrate his theory, starting small, making progress where governments had stalled, building intelligence networks, dismantling cells and camps. Don't get me wrong, I never considered agreeing, but his presentation was thorough, complete with phased plans spanning decades and detailed public relations strategies. Rostock is playing a long game, Jack. I saw the conviction burning in him. He's a true believer with the resources and drive to match, which makes him the most dangerous kind. I take it he didn't stop after you refused? Not at all. He's approached me several times since, along with scores of others across the EU and the U. Whether he's found any takers or how many, I couldn't say. Why hasn't any of this come to light? Rostock is exceedingly cautious about his approach. Nothing is documented. If you accuse a man like him of aspiring to be a private warlord, you must be ready for a brutal fight not just in court, but in the court of public opinion, or something far worse. So far, no one has been willing to confront him. Staffurster, including you. Regrettably, yes. I assume the sheer scale of funding required hundreds of billions would eventually make his dream impossible on his own. Jack said, "We believe Rostock could be responsible for the attacks in Lyon. What's your view?" It's entirely possible. It's an old tactic, Jack, creating the public will for war. It happens more often than people realize. In its mildest form, a genuine crisis is exploited to shift policy. In its worst, the crisis is manufactured from nothing. The fact that the Lyon incident occurred on French soil so soon after the attacks in Paris is... Allemand hesitated, choosing his words carefully, deeply unsettling. If René hadn't fled, Rostock would have him completely controlled. Agreed, I understand that now. And please, don't ask me whether that kind of pressure would have been enough to sway my opinion on Rostock's scheme. I honestly don't know, and I'd rather not dwell on it. Jack, may I ask you something? Why are you part of all this? You're welcome to ask, Jack answered, a faint smile on his face. Allemand gave a slow nod. I understand. Where is René at this moment? Still in Zurich? He is. I have a trusted person watching over him. I can dispatch a plane to retrieve him. He won't board it voluntarily, that's certain. Any attempt to force him will only escalate the situation, making it worse for everyone involved, especially him and you. So I am to do nothing? For the time being. Marshal Allemand, what would it require for you to step forward and publicly denounce Rostock? Jack, my concern isn't the personal fallout I might face. The issue is that my voice alone wouldn't be enough. We would need tangible evidence. What if I could provide you with proof? You bring me even the smallest piece of credible evidence, something I can actually use, and I'll start making calls to every contact I have from here all the way to Washington. Windhoek, Namibia. While spring was unfolding in Switzerland and Germany, Namibia was in the tail end of its summer. Jack had pictured the country as an endless desert, so he was taken aback to see expansive stretches of vibrant grassland and scrub forest rolling past the airplane window. Their flight attendant mentioned that April marked the conclusion of Namibia's rainy season, and this particular one had been unusually generous with precipitation. The evidence was everywhere. Watering holes and lakes speckled the land, connected by meandering, silt-colored rivers. The plane landed, and Jack descended the stairs onto the sun-baked tarmac, followed by Ephraim and René. Jack noted that René seemed more relaxed now, a visible relief about him. Even though Namibia and Ivory Coast were separated by thousands of miles of African coastline, Jack worried that simply being back on the continent might unsettle Allemand. For similar reasons, he had kept his recent trip to Paris from René. The soldier's mind was already burdened enough. I expected it to be much hotter, Ephraim remarked. The sky was a clear, endless blue, the temperature a pleasant mid-70s. A gentle breeze at the tarmac's edge made the chest-high grass sway. It rarely goes above 90 degrees here, actually, Renee replied almost wistfully. Some call it the garden spot of Africa. Joining the flow of passengers toward the terminal, Jack kept his voice low. All right, stay sharp. We're looking for a single-engine Pilatus PC-12NG, tail number HBFXT. Both Jack and Ephraim had seen Bossart's private jet in Vermont, but Renee hadn't, so Jack pulled up a generic photo on his phone to show him. What makes you think it's even here? Renee asked. I don't for sure, Jack admitted. It was a reasonable hunch. Bossart had used that plane to extract Mahler, so it was plausible the lawyer made it available for Rostock's needs. It was equally possible Gerhard Klugman had arrived on a commercial flight. I don't see it, Ephraim reported, scanning the distant hangars. Nothing here either, Renee confirmed. 3 strikes, Jack muttered. He turned on his phone, and a text from Mitch appeared, the message in all capital letters. Progress. The call, ASAP. After clearing customs, they collected their rental, a white Toyota Land Cruiser, and began the 25-mile drive west toward the capital Windhoek. Ephraim took the wheel, while Renee sat in the back, silently watching the landscape unfold. If Jack hadn't already been aware of Namibia's historical German ties, the road signs along the 2-lane highway would have been a clear giveaway. Herbost, Caps Farm, Hoffman, Newdam Railway Station. The juxtaposition of this rugged, mixed terrain with distinctly European names lent the whole scene a strangely surreal quality. Ephraim, too, was captivated. Have you ever seen the boys from Brazil? He asked suddenly. You know, the one about Nazis hiding in South America. Jack couldn't help but laugh. I've seen it. Feels like déjà vu, only swap the rainforest for desert. Jack placed a call to Mitch, remembering that Munich was 1 hour ahead of Namibian time. Mitch's voice came through the phone. What's your current position? Just driving, Jack answered. He trusted Mitch, but years in their line of work had ingrained a strict need to know policy. It was standard operating procedure. Do you have an update? 2 things, Mitch said. First, I've pinpointed Klugman. He's booked at the Hilton in Windhoek, high floor. I'll have the exact level for you soon. Windhoek has a Hilton, Jack remarked, recalling the sleek, modern photos he'd seen online. It looked more like a skyscraper from Manhattan than something in the heart of Namibia. What's the second item? The name Janine Pedrier didn't show up on any Red Cross registries for the continent, Mitch explained. But there was a Janine Pelzer stationed in Abidjan for roughly 6 weeks last year. Her listed nationality is German, with Munich as her home city. I'm transmitting her ID photo to you now. Jack's phone chimed a moment later. The image loaded, and his stomach tightened. It was unmistakably the same woman Renee had gone to meet before his abduction. Jack had held out a faint hope he was mistaken, but this confirmed it. Janine had been Rostock's operative, a classic honeypot. Any lead on where she is now? Jack asked. Nothing current, Mitch replied. What's your progress on the Bossard portal? I'm inside, Mitch said. The data volume is massive, with layers of encrypted directories. I'm piggybacking on inactive staff logins, so my access comes in short bursts. The system flags duplicate terminal sign-ins. Run that by me again. When an employee steps away for lunch or a break, they log off. I get a notification and slip in using their credentials. The moment they return and sign back in, I'm booted. Then I have to hunt for the next available login. It's a tedious cycle. Understood, Jack said. Estimated time for a full data pull? Should have everything compiled tonight after their business hours end. By the way, did the FedEx package reach you? Got it in Zurich before we departed. Call if anything in the contents needs clarification, Mitch said, ending the call. Jack hadn't arranged accommodations in Windhoek ahead of time. Now, with Klugman's hotel identified, he quickly searched for the nearest option, which was the Awani Windhoek Hotel and Casino, just a block north of the Hilton. After surrendering their Land Cruiser to the valet, Jack, Ephraim, and Renee gathered their gear and entered the lobby. Jack requested a suite on the highest floor available and was given a sprawling, multi-bedroom layout with a private balcony offering a panoramic view of the city center. Stepping outside, Renee placed his hands on the railing and gazed out. This takes me back to a trip to Vegas, he mused. Nothing in Abidjan came close to this. Of course, we rarely left the compound to see much of anything. Get comfortable and try to unwind, Jack told him. They selected bedrooms and separated for a few hours to rest and reset. Jack was running on fumes. He couldn't recall the last time he'd managed more than 5 consecutive hours of sleep. Ephraim was probably in the same shape. As for Renee, who knew when the soldier had last experienced genuine calm, much less a night of undisturbed rest? He'd been fleeing for so long, an ordeal undoubtedly compounded by his psychological strain. Briefly, Jack questioned whether he should have accepted Marshal Aleman's proposal to fly Renee back to safety. Then again, the man had already been snatched once. A second capture might break him completely. They reconvened in the suite's living area at 5:30. Jack called room service, ordering baked salmon and a crab orzo salad for himself and Ephraim, while Renee chose prime rib with roasted asparagus and spring potatoes. As they waited for the meal, Renee perched on the coffee table, flipping through television channels until he landed on a game show that appeared to be Namibia's answer to Wheel of Fortune. He settled on the couch to watch, the host and contestants chattering in Oshiwambo. Ephraim caught Jack's eye and gave a puzzled shrug. Jack simply shrugged back. Jack suspected it wasn't the program itself that appealed to Renee, but the simple, comforting routine of it. Their dinner arrived and they ate quietly, their attention on the spinning wheel and the hopeful contestants. Once the final credits began to roll, Renee picked up the remote and turned off the screen. Thanks for dinner, Jack. Anytime. So, what's next? Are we moving on, Klugman? Just as he had with Mueller, Jack felt torn about the best approach. Part of him wanted to snatch Klugman up and pressure him for answers immediately. The other part argued for patience, to see if Klugman might lead them to something bigger on his own. For the moment, I'm more focused on Bossard's aircraft. Besides Hosea Kutako, there's only Eros Airport. It might have landed there. Actually, if you include private airstrips, there are dozens of possibilities within a 50-mile radius, Ephraim interjected. I couldn't sleep last night, so I did some digging. The hotel's Wi-Fi is surprisingly good. Dozens of airstrips, Jack echoed. But only 6 have runways long enough for a Pilatus PC-12. Take away the 3 that are inside government-controlled wildlife reserves, and you're left with 3 where that plane could have touched down. Midgard, Pokumi, and Osuna. Impressive work, Jack said. What was the alternative, Solitaire? You made the better call. All right, we'll split up. Renee, I need you to stay here at the hotel. Why? Because we need someone keeping a loose eye on Klugman's base. This was only partly true. Even if Klugman was in the building without knowing his specific room, they had no way of telling if it was even visible from their suite. Jack's real motive was to give Renee a little more time to settle, a chance to just breathe after everything. If we get word he's on the move, you'll have to tail him, Jack added. Renee gave a firm nod. I can handle that. Ephraim, you take Eros Airport. Grab a taxi and do a reconnaissance pass. From what I could gather, all the permanent hangars there are dedicated to maintenance. If the Pilatus is at Eros, it's probably sitting out in the open. What's my cover story for poking around? You'll come up with something. I'll take the land cruiser and check the other 3 airstrips. Can you send me the coordinates? Already done, Ephraim said, tapping his phone screen. Osona and Midgard were not only the closest airstrips to Windhoek, but they were also within 30 miles of each other, situated north of the city along a relatively straightforward route. Jack decided to tackle these 2 first. Anticipating that his phone signal would vanish shortly after leaving the city limits, he took several screenshots of his navigation app. Using these as his guide, he merged onto the 4-lane Western Bypass Highway, heading toward the town of Okahandja. Night had fallen by the time the glow of the capital faded in his rearview mirror. Once again, the sky was a vast, cloudless expanse of black, dusted with countless stars. The moon was so brilliant it nearly rendered his headlights superfluous. About 40 minutes later, his headlights caught mile marker 17, and he began to slow down. His map indicated there was no official sign for Osona Airstrip, just a weathered wooden marker pointing toward the derelict Bergwell farm, roughly half a mile northwest of the runway. The sign was so modest he drove right past it and had to double back. He steered the Toyota off the pavement, down a dirt track, and onto a wide frontage road heading east. After a few hundred yards, it dawned on him that he was already driving on the airstrip's mile-long runway itself. He switched off the headlights and continued by moonlight alone. A growing sense of emptiness settled over him. The far end of the strip was merely a large paved cul-de-sac for aircraft to turn around. When he reached it, he turned left onto another dirt path which led him to the remnants of Bergwell Farm, a sad collection of rusting sheet metal sheds, none of them large enough to conceal even a modest plane. One location cleared. The second airstrip, known as Midgard, was located 30 miles east of Osona. The only practical route, however, forced Jack to drive north first to Okahandja, then onto a meandering road that traced the perimeter of the Swakoport Dam Reservoir. On his phone's satellite view, the reservoir resembled a massive, flattened starfish, its waters a vivid, almost artificial blue starkly contrasted against the endless brown terrain. Jack followed the wide gravel road for 20 miles, as it climbed and twisted deeper into the hills, until a weathered sign finally appeared. Midgard Airstrip, Koruspa Lodge. The lodge wasn't on his map, which didn't surprise him. Around Windhoek, tourist resorts seemed to blink in and out of existence, failing under one management only to be rebranded and reopened by another. Jack took the turn and navigated another half-mile through a series of narrow ravines until the road forked. Another sign pointed left to Midgard Airstrip and right to Koruspa Resort Lodge. He went left and, within a few hundred yards, reached the edge of a runway. Killing the headlights, he saw a white single-engine plane parked on the opposite side of the tarmac. The tail number, HBFC, confirmed it was Bossard's Pilatus. The aircraft sat dark and silent, windows opaque, wheels chalked, door sealed. It appeared deserted. Jack grabbed his rucksack, stepped out, and walked across to the plane. He ducked under the nose cone, rapped his knuckles against the aluminum fuselage, and waited. Hearing nothing, he knocked again more forcefully. He then moved to the side door, lifted the latch, and twisted it. With a hydraulic hiss, the door swung down, deploying built-in steps. Jack climbed inside and paused, scanning the dim interior. The instructions Mitch had FedExed hadn't specified an exact placement for the GPS tracker. He found the small bathroom just behind the cockpit, removed the tissue box from its cubby, dropped the tracker inside, replaced the box, and exited. Back in the Toyota, he retraced his path to the fork and turned toward the resort. Rounding a bend, he was suddenly on a cobblestone avenue lined with palm trees, leading to a broad, thatched entryway that spanned the road. Beyond it, he could make out a circular driveway, brick pathways softly lit by ground lamps, and a cluster of individual bungalows. He braked to a stop and turned off his lights. This was more developed than he'd anticipated. A glance at his watch showed 1:15 a.m. The grounds appeared still, no movement, no lights in the bungalow windows. "The hell with it," Jack muttered to himself. He drove down the avenue through the entrance and gently rolled the Toyota under the lobby's awning. Through the windshield, the flickering light of a circular stone fire pit illuminated a group of 8 people seated around it. Jack pulled his binoculars from the rucksack and zoomed in. All were men. 3 had their backs to him. The 5 facing him were strangers. He wondered if Gerhard Klugman was among them. A sudden tap on his window made him jerk his head. Stefan Moeller was standing there, peering in. Perfect, Jack thought, his stomach tightening. Druid can take it if in heaven. Moeller called, his tone casual, posture relaxed. Haben Sie sich verlaufen. One sif dick de coverne parpake. Jack didn't hesitate. He rolled the window down an inch, roughened his voice, and replied in Spanish. Estoy perdido. Papeles eschenio? Nein Deutsch, Mahler said, already shaking his head, his annoyance beginning to show. Jack pressed, Angela Lodge. Evru kaffe kafter. Sie sind unter falschen Stell. GNC Wege. Go away, her contriden. Lo siento, Jack apologized quickly. He shifted into reverse, executed a swift U-turn, and drove away. It was nearly 4 in the morning when Jack pushed open the door to their hotel suite. Ephraim was sitting cross-legged on the floor, the only light in the room coming from the glow of his laptop screen. Hey, he whispered. Jack flipped on a table lamp and sank heavily into an armchair. 122, Wisted Swine 4. Ephraim kept his eyes on the screen, fingers still tapping. No luck at Eros. What about you? The plane's parked at Midgard. I tracked Stefan Moeller to a nearby lodge. Jack filled him in on the night's events. There were around 8 of them, all German, I bet. Moeller was the only face I knew. Unbelievable, Ephraim replied. Nice work. By the way, Mitch struck gold with the Bossard portal. I sent you the server link. I've been digging through files for hours. Find anything useful? More than I expected. For one thing, I finally know why Rostock wants you gone. Jack paused. He'd begun this whole search for that exact answer, yet lately it had faded from his thoughts. He'd stopped asking why someone wanted him dead, a strange shift in itself. Go on, he said. Last year, you handled a financial audit for a German firm called Dovestar Industrial Machinery. Jack remembered the assignment. As part of Hendley Associates' legitimate consulting work, he and other analysts occasionally took on contract reviews, often tied to mergers. Dovestar was one of several that year. It's coming back to me, Jack said. Pretty standard. A few days in Aachen, then home. There was more to it than just routine. Remind me. A Dutch company made a solid offer to buy Dovestar, but Dovestar turned it down. Somehow, the press caught wind. Both German and Dutch outlets started asking questions. Rumors swirled that Dovestar was struggling financially, maybe even facing bankruptcy. So why refuse a buyout? To calm everyone down, Dovestar hired Hendley to conduct an audit. The details were returning now. It was a financial soundness review. I didn't see any red flags. That's because they were buried deep, and your audit wasn't designed to uncover them. Here's the bottom line. Through several layers of cutouts, Dovestar is ultimately owned by Rostock Security Group. That's exactly the kind of concealment Alexander Bossard's firm specializes in. And from what I can see, Roos has been their only client for 6 years. Dovestar is a real company, but RS has been using some of its accounts like hidden slush funds. What for? By guess. An off-the-books operations budget. Your audit, routine as it seemed, triggered an automatic review by Buffin. Jack knew the acronym Germany's Federal Financial Supervisory Authority, similar to the U. Securities and Exchange Commission. Ephraim continued, "The hearing is scheduled for next month. You're listed as a witness to testify about your findings." Jack shrugged. "I hadn't heard. Might be buried in my inbox. Without your sworn testimony, the odds of exposing RS's ties to Dovestar and those secret accounts drop to almost zero," Ephraim said. "So if I disappear, the problem disappears," Jack concluded. "That's probably what Rostock was counting on. From what I understand, it's standard German legal procedure. If you're not there to certify the audit and face questioning from Dovestar's lawyers, the audit is useless." It suddenly hit Jack that the way out of this mess might be as straightforward as showing up at that hearing next month. Or maybe not. Everything they'd uncovered about RZ and Dovestar had been obtained outside the law. None of it would be admissible. If he tried to use it, Buffin would see his hands weren't clean, and his audit would be thrown out. Jack leaned forward, his voice low. "What's the current situation with the Dovestar accounts?" Bossard's own notes show the funds were drained and hidden roughly a month after your audit was filed, Ephraim replied. "But like I mentioned, the legal record is permanent. It's a frozen moment in time. If German regulators ever connected Dovestar to Rostock Security Group, Jürgen Rostock would have some very serious explaining to do." A slow smile spread across Jack's face. "Ephraim, you never cease to amaze me." With a modest shrug, Ephraim said, "I grew up watching my mother untangle financial and political knots at our kitchen table. I guess some of it stuck." "The real question is where that money was going," Jack stated. "Mitch's data shows that through Dovestar, Rostock has paid Klugman nearly $400,000 over 5 years. All listed as IT consulting. That's either a tremendous amount of routine hacking," Jack mused, "or a handful of extremely specialized high-stakes operations." He finally had the answer he'd been chasing, but true to form, it only spawned more puzzles. Klugman was in Namibia. Moeller was in Namibia. Therefore, by undeniable extension, Jürgen Rostock's interests were firmly rooted in Namibia. The pieces were converging on a single, distant point on the map. Sleep proved impossible. After 20 restless minutes, Jack gave up and returned to the main room. Renee was in the small kitchen, the rich aroma of brewing coffee filling the air. Ephraim remained on the floor, his laptop balanced on his knees. "Morning," Renee greeted him cheerfully. "Coffee." "Morning. Sevtrivenlitum Sevtapul." "Definitely." Ephraim mentioned the plane. "You're certain it was Mahler?" "Positive. Anyone else you might have known?" Renee asked, his meaning clear. "Was Rostock there?" Jack shook his head. "No familiar faces." Moving to the armchair, Jack lowered his voice to a whisper directed at Ephraim. "Did you bring up Dovestar with him?" "No. I figured that was your decision to make, depending on whether you think he's ready for it. I'll need to weigh that carefully." Jack opened his laptop and pulled Mitch's Bossard files from the secure server. Each document was a searchable PDF. According to Mitch's summary, Jack's name only appeared in connection with the Dovestar audit, but Jürgen Rostock and Rees were referenced hundreds of times, unsurprising, given that Rees was Bossard's sole client. Ephraim set up a spreadsheet. I want you to log every date and amount. Klugman was paid by Dovestar. Rostock was funneling him significant money, which means the required work was important. From what I'm scanning, Bossard managed a lot of Ares' international logistics shipping. Procurement, but the specifics are deliberately vague. Cross-reference Klugman's payments against those operations. Cross-reference how? Look for matching dollar amounts, geographic locations, permit filings, transportation manifests. Anything that creates a link. For the next 2 hours, they worked in focused silence. Ephraim constructed a financial profile for Klugman, while Jack pieced together a timeline of RSG's suspected overseas activities. When they compared notes, Jack began, "All right, over the past 5 years, I've identified 4 major RSG projects Bossard was deeply involved with. 1 in Canada, 1 in Panama, 1 in India, and the most recent one in Namibia," Ephraim finished. "Right." Jack provided the date ranges. "Find any correlations with Klugman's payments." Ephraim scanned his screen. 6 payments from Dovestar. They align pretty closely with your date ranges. Looks like maybe 2 payments per project. An initial retainer and a completion bonus, perhaps. Wonder could be. There aren't any payments linked to Namibia, though. The Dovestar pipeline was cut off after my audit, Jack reasoned. They must be using a different method to pay him now. Let's dig into what was happening in those countries during those specific windows. I'll take Canada and Panama. You focus on India. Ephraim looked up. And what exactly am I searching for? What was happening covers a lot of ground. Anything that fits RSG's typical portfolio: terrorist activity, high-profile criminal events, suspected assassinations. You know the drill. The task was daunting. Each nation had its own complex tapestry of turmoil. Radical political movements, active terrorist cells, powerful drug cartels, rumored coup attempts, and the ever-present backdrop of urban violence in the major cities. It was like searching for a single, carefully crafted needle in a haystack of chaos. Even after narrowing their search to the timeframes Jack had outlined, they were still sifting through hundreds of potential incidents that could be linked to Rostock Security Group. After an hour of fruitless scrolling, Ephraim leaned back in his chair. "I'm hitting a wall here." Jack let out a weary sigh, running his fingers through his hair. "Tell me about it." They had the basic framework. Bossard was handling legal work for RSG in these specific countries during these periods, and Gerhard Klugman had received payments for services rendered in the same windows. The connection was visible, but the crucial, unifying detail remained elusive. Renee, perched on a stool at the kitchen island, broke the silence. "This Klugman person, he's a computer specialist, a hacker, correct?" "That's right," Ephraim confirmed. "Then it seems obvious," Renee continued, pausing briefly before finishing his thought. "That's what he was being paid to do. You shouldn't be looking for just any incidents. You need to look for incidents caused by computer failures." A grin spread across Jack's face. He and Ephraim had missed the simplest solution. "Good thinking, Renee," Jack said. He did notice, however, that Renee had avoided directly naming Rostock as Klugman's employer. The man wasn't fully committed yet. "Ephraim, let's start over with that filter." Renee's suggestion proved instantly effective. From behind his laptop screen, Ephraim called out, "I think I've got one." About 2 years back, a waste treatment facility in Mumbai accidentally released 50,000 gallons of raw sewage into the Ulhas River. The cleanup is still happening years later. There are multiple lawsuits against the Japanese firm running the plant. The suspected cause was a total system-wide computer glitch. He scrolled further. "And here's another from Ontario 3 years ago. The control systems at two separate oil refineries malfunctioned simultaneously, venting thousands of barrels of product into a nearby protected fishery. Were these private companies? Renee inquired. Yes, Jack answered, his own search yielding results. I'm also seeing two separate events in Panama last year, both at major sugarcane storage depots. One involved a climate control system failure that led to a massive fungal outbreak, with losses around 60 million. The other was a fire suppression system that never activated, resulting in a $30 million blaze. Both facilities were privately operated. Now that's a pattern, Jack stated. But what's the theory? That Klugman hacked these facilities and triggered these disasters? To what end? Who stood to gain when those companies lost their contracts? Jack countered. After the failures, did the governments take over, or did they bring in a different private contractor? Ephraim tapped away at his keyboard for several minutes. In Mumbai, the plant stayed under private management, but a completely different corporation took over the operations. Same story in Ontario, Jack added, checking his notes. And in Panama. This is insane, Ephraim murmured, staring at the screen. We can't actually be seeing this. Jack wasn't so quick to dismiss it. Economic espionage was a thriving global industry, with unimaginable sums of money on the line. It seemed like every week brought a new headline about corporate sabotage, leaked rumors, smear campaigns in the media, and endless legal wars, all part of a silent economic conflict. Was moving from smear tactics to physically crippling a competitor's infrastructure really such a leap? The Panamanian sugarcane industry was likely worth billions annually. With profits that high, hiring a firm like Rostock to discreetly eliminate a rival and then step in as the savior could be viewed as a brutal but calculated business expense. Marshal Alamond had hinted at the vast resources Rostock would need to fund his private counter-terrorism operations. Having failed to secure backers or government patrons, had the German instead carved out a lucrative side business as an economic mercenary. It was a shockingly aggressive form of market penetration. Rostock would engineer a crisis, create an economic void, and then conveniently arrive to fill it for a paying client. Jack found himself wondering just how many times this playbook had been used. They had identified 3 probable instances, and potentially a 4th unfolding right here in Namibia. How many more were hidden? Renee, who had been listening intently, got up and settled onto the sofa across from Jack. His expression was grave. Everything you're implying. You believe Alexander Bossert is a part of this? Jack and Ephraim shared a long, silent look. Jack paused briefly before responding. He's involved, certainly, but he isn't the primary player. We believe Ergen Rostock is the one leading this. Renee gave a slow, contemplative nod. What would his motive be? To finance his private war on terror, Ephraim stated. You said it yourself. Renee Rostock is convinced governments are ineffective, and that his methods are the only viable solution. But is that genuine conviction? How deep does his commitment really run? Without a doubt. Jack leaned forward. If that's true, then where does he draw the line? If creating a smaller disaster prevents a larger one, doesn't that justify the means? Renee's expression tightened, his head shaking in refusal. Enough. I don't want to hear any more. A heavy silence settled between them. After a moment, Renee finally spoke again. Earlier, you mentioned Dovestar. What exactly is it? Are you actually asking? Jack replied, I just need to be certain. Ephraim, explain everything to him. Ephraim laid it all out, beginning with Jack's financial investigation into Dovestar, its link to RSG and the Concealed Operational Fund. He concluded by detailing how Dovestar had been funneling payments to Klugman. It sounds more plausible that Bossard is the real culprit here, Renee remarked. Jack fought to keep the irritation from his voice. Let me connect the dots for you. Unknowingly, I uncovered proof that Rostock is stashing funds through Dovestar. Eric Schrader, who works for Rostock, tried to kill me. Schrader and Mahler are acquainted, which strongly suggests Mahler also answers to Rostock. We have evidence linking Schrader to the attacks in Lyon. And finally, we believe it was Rostock who arranged your abduction, imprisonment, and torture. What proof do you have of that? Ephraim answered quietly, Janine Perrier. What about her? She's a fiction, Jack said. Her real name is Janine Pelzer. She's German, living in Munich, the same city where Russi is based. Rostock used her as bait, Renee. She helped orchestrate your kidnapping. No, I can't accept that. Some part of you already does, Jack replied. Why would Jurgen do such a thing? Jack sensed they had pressed Renee as far as he could handle for now. We don't have all the answers yet. We're still putting it together. Renee waved a hand dismissively. Until you can give me a clear reason, I won't believe any of this. He stood up, looking down at Jack with a mix of defiance and disbelief. Do you honestly think I could have been blind to all of this? I need some air to think. Anxiety coiled in Jack's stomach as he rode the elevator down to the lobby and stepped outside to the valet stand. 2 hours had passed since Renee walked out. Breach, can I help you, sir? The attendant asked. I'm looking for a friend who came down a couple of hours ago, Jack said, describing Renee's appearance and what he was wearing. Yes, I remember him, sir. He requested a taxi. Did he say where he was headed? Hosea Kutako Airport. I called the cab for him myself. Juritz. Switzerland. Jack's decision to head to Zurich was little more than an instinctual guess. If his reasoning was correct, Renee could only be bound for one of 3 places: Koruspapa Lodge to confront Mahler, Munich to face Rostock directly, or Zurich to extract answers from Alexander Bossard. Given Renee's earlier insistence that Bossard, not Rostock, was the mastermind, Bossard represented both the more tempting and the more accessible target, especially after Renee's weeks of surveillance. 15 hours later, and trailing Renee by roughly 6 hours, Jack's plane landed at Zurich's Kloten Airport, just past midnight local time. In his rushed departure, Jack had instructed Ephraim not to return their rented Citroen, but to leave it in the airport's long-term parking. Jack went straight there, then drove to the level where he and Renee had previously left Renee's van. The van was no longer there. For the 6th time since discovering Renee was missing, Jack tried his cell phone. Like every attempt before, it went directly to voicemail. Jack ended the call before the greeting started. He dialed Ephraim, who picked up immediately. Any sign of him? His van is gone, so at least we know he came here, Jack said. Is the Pilatus still parked at the Midgard airstrip? The GPS tracker hasn't moved. That didn't guarantee Mahler and his crew were still at the lodge, of course. Jack, not a chance, Ephraim. They'd circled this argument before, with Ephraim pushing to surveil Koruspa Lodge and Jack shutting it down each time. Ephraim had grown a lot since their tense first encounter at the Alexandria Nature Preserve, but what he was suggesting was a high-risk operation, even for someone with Jack's experience. So I'm just supposed to stay here. Ephraim pressed. You're supposed to stay there and keep digging into the Bossard files. Look for holes in our theory. Anything we might have missed. Run it all through that reporter's filter of yours. Marshal Allemande had committed to moving against Rostock if Jack could provide solid evidence, and the Bossard material got them close. But close wasn't enough, Jack knew. Rostock's team was in Namibia for the same reason they'd hit Mumbai, Ontario, And Panama, who knew how many other places? Jack needed to catch them red-handed. That window could slam shut if Renee managed to snatch Bossard, or even if he failed spectacularly. Either outcome would likely spook Rostock into scrubbing the Namibia operation. But would stopping one mission really matter? In the immediate sense, sure, but Rostock wasn't going to retire. If not Namibia now, then where next? Ephraim tried a final plea. If they don't take the Pilatus, we'll lose them for good. Just let me go. No, Jack said firmly. The Trenderithix. I'll be back as soon as possible. Finding a single van in a city crammed with vehicles was a needle in a haystack problem. Renee had mentioned living out of it. Where in Zurich could you park overnight without drawing police attention? Jack dismissed the thought. He didn't have time for a systematic search. Everything hinged on one question. Had Renee already taken Bossard? If yes, Renee could be anywhere. If not, then Renee would have to intercept him either at home or at work, somehow bypass or neutralize his security detail, and make a clean escape. On paper, it was a brutal tactical challenge. But for someone with Renee's specific mix of skills, field time, and increasingly unstable mindset, maybe it wasn't so impossible. The location was the real puzzle. Renee's flight had landed after Bossard's office on Limatquai was closed for the day. Unless he was willing to wait until morning, that left only one viable target. Bossard's home. According to Renee, Bossard lived in Zurichberg, one of the city's most affluent enclaves, a forested hill rising over 2,000 feet above Zurich's eastern fringe. Jack entered the address into his phone's GPS and pulled away from the curb. By direct line, Bossard's house was maybe 15 minutes from the airport. But the exclusive neighborhood was served by a single access road, forcing Jack to skirt the entire base of Zurichberg and navigate through the city's evening traffic before he could begin the winding ascent, adding another 20 minutes to the trip. Finally, his navigation app directed him to turn into a driveway marked by a solitary faux gas lamp, the entrance squeezed between dense walls of spruce. As the trees enveloped the car, Jack rolled down his window, killed the Citroen's headlights, and let the vehicle glide to a silent stop. The night air carried the soft buzz of insects and the faint, distant sound of water over stone. He pulled up his mapping application, entered the address, and zoomed in on the 2-acre property. The aerial view showed the house as a stark white rectangle centered on an emerald lawn. It was only when he shifted to a 3-dimensional perspective that he understood the roof concealed something far more complex. A structure of nearly 5,000 square feet that looked like a chaotic fusion of a Frank Lloyd Wright design and a bewildering Escher lithograph. The building was a geometric puzzle of sharp angles, vast glass panels, concealed wraparound terraces, and zigzagging external staircases. Jack eased the car forward until the edge of the manicured lawn came into view, then pulled over and cut the engine. He circled to the back of the car and lifted out the spare tire, retrieving his HK 9mm pistol from its hiding place. Moving quietly up the remainder of the drive, he slipped into the tree line and worked his way to a vantage point. The house was predictably dark. Either Bossard and his wife were simply asleep, or Renee had already come and gone. Or more troublingly, he was still inside. Jack hadn't passed any other vehicles on the road, but that was meaningless. Renee Allemande had grown skilled at this shadowy game. Jack pulled out his phone and dialed Renee's number. After a few seconds, a faint, almost ghostly marimba ringtone echoed from the direction of the house. A cold dread settled in Jack's chest. Renee was here, either lying in wait for Bossard or having already taken him. What about the wife? The security? Damn it all. The ringtone cut off, going to voicemail. Jack cupped his hand over the phone and whispered, "Renee, call me back." We've got a situation at Karuspa Lodge and could use your eyes. He hung up and switched his phone to silent. He doubted he'd get a call back, but if Renee had been worried about Jack tracking him to Zurich, the message might buy a sliver of confusion. The real problem was the house itself. All those vast windows and dark spaces made every approach a potential death trap. Would Renee even hesitate to shoot him on sight? A woman's scream pierced the quiet, followed by a single sharp gunshot. Decision made. Jack broke from the trees, HK raised, and sprinted across the manicured lawn to the nearest wall. He followed it to a sliding glass door, peering into a kitchen and dining area, done in stark, modern style. Sharp angles, clean lines, and cold stainless steel. A man in a suit lay motionless on the polished concrete floor, a bodyguard, Jack assumed. Finding the door locked, he moved on, rounding the corner to find a set of zigzagging steps leading to a second-floor wraparound balcony. He crouched at the top. Ahead was another wall of glass revealing a home office. The interior door was ajar, and a green nightlight glowed in the hallway beyond. Jack rose, moved along the balcony to the office's exterior door, and tested the latch. It was unlocked. With a soft hydraulic hiss, the door swung open. Jack stepped inside, the door sighing shut behind him, and moved to the hallway entrance. 3 doors, 2 on the right, 1 at the end left partially open. A flashlight beam danced in the gap. A woman's voice, choked with panic, cried out in German, "Stop it! Leisen, Fricka, please." There was a scuffle, the sound of bodies struggling on carpet, a heavy thud, and a pained grunt. "He can't breathe." The woman sobbed, her words partly muffled. "Please." Jack muttered, "Enough of this." He zipped his anorak all the way up, the hood obscuring the lower half of his face, and moved quickly down the hall. He paused at the partially open door. To his right, through the gap, he could see a bed. An older woman with long gray hair, wearing a nightgown, was face down on the mattress, Bossard's wife. Her ankles were bound with duct tape. Her head was turned toward Jack, but her wide, terrified eyes were fixed on something out of his view. Jack pulled out his phone and redialed Renee. The marimba tone started up again somewhere in the room. Jack eased the door open, raised his pistol, and stepped into the bedroom. To his left, a figure in a black balaclava. Renee, he had to assume, stood over Alexander Bossard, who was tied to a straight-backed chair. Bossard's right eye was swollen shut, a trickle of blood tracing a path from his mouth. The balaclava-clad figure held a Walther P-22, pressed firmly against Bossard's forehead. Renee fished his phone from his pocket and glanced at the screen. "Damn it," he whispered under his breath. Across the room, Bossard's wife spotted Jack in the doorway and let out a piercing scream. Renee's head snapped toward the sound, his eyes following her terrified gaze, and he began to turn. Jack was already in motion, closing the distance in 3 quick strides. He swung the Heckler & Koch pistol in a sharp arc, catching Renee squarely on the side of the head with its grip. Renee staggered, wobbled on his feet, and then collapsed onto the plush carpet, out cold. The woman's screams continued, shrill and panicked. Jack leveled the gun at her. "Quiet," he commanded in German. She instantly fell silent, her breath coming in ragged hitches. He softened his tone slightly. "I will not hurt you. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes," she stammered, nodding so vigorously her glasses slipped. "I understand." Jack turned his attention to Alexander Bossard, who was slumped in his chair, head tilted awkwardly, his eyes glazed and unfocused. "Do not worry," Jack told him in the same language. "I will return. But to understand." Bossard managed a weak yes. Jack caught the wife's eye again and received another frantic nod. He bent down, retrieved Renee's firearm and tucked it into his own waistband, then grabbed a fistful of Renee's jacket collar. He hauled the unconscious man out of the study and down the hall, the body leaving a faint trail on the polished hardwood. Near a bathroom door, Jack stopped and yanked off Renee's black ski mask. "You absolute fool," he muttered. He stepped into the bathroom, ran a hand towel under the cold tap, wrung it out, and dumped the icy water over Renee's face. He followed this by grinding his knuckles hard against Renee's breastbone. Renee groaned, his eyelids fluttering open. He tried to push himself up. Jack shoved him back down and held the HK inches from his nose. "Do you understand me?" "Yes." "What in God's name were you thinking, Renee? Is the man downstairs dead?" "No. Of course he isn't." This was monumentally stupid. "Walk me through your brilliant plan. How did you see this ending?" "Bossard would talk. Then we would know." "Know what?" Jack pressed, his voice tight. "Whether you and Ephraim are correct about Rostock." Jack pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache gathering behind his eyes. The absurdity of the situation was almost laughable. "I should call the police and hand you over. In fact, I believe I will." He pulled out his cell phone and began to tap the screen. "You would not do that, Jack." "Kerr, watch me." "Please wait. Just listen." For 1 minute. Jack gave a curt, reluctant shrug. Renee continued, "I was not going to kill him. Or his wife. You beat him senseless and terrified his wife half to death. He deserved it. He deserves far worse." "Perhaps," Jack conceded, "but you are missing the entire point. Right now, whether we are right about Rostock or about what happened to you is irrelevant. Something terrible is poised to happen in Namibia. We had a chance, maybe we still do, for all I know, to prevent it. Instead, I am here cleaning up your mess. All because you cannot control your temper and remember the training you once had." Renee said nothing. He squeezed his eyes shut, then lifted his head and thumped it back against the floor in a gesture of pure frustration. "I just want this to be over, Jack. Then, go home to France. I visited your father in Paris. He wants you back. He never stopped searching for you, and nothing he did caused your abduction. It is Rostock, Renee. You know it is. He is the one who tortured you, scrambled your mind, hooked you on drugs. He is behind the attacks in Lyon and the operations in India, Canada, and Panama. Probably more. But why take me? He asked your father to endorse his private warfare initiative. Your father refused, as did many others. Rostock decided that winning over a Marshal of France would be the first domino to fall, convincing others to follow. That's insane, Renee breathed, a flicker of clarity in his eyes. He's completely delusional. He's made the leap, Jack thought. A wry smile touched his lips. Takes one to know one. Renee actually returned the smile, weak but genuine. Are you still calling the police? Are you going to stop being a reckless idiot? Yes, Kem the Rind for to prite. Then we're good. Jack helped Renee sit up against the wall. Renee let out a long, shuddering sigh and slapped his own forehead. My God, what have I done? I am an idiot. Is Bossard badly injured? I will check him, but I do not think it is serious. Did you get any information from him? No. Not yet. After I started hitting him, I froze. I realized I had no plan beyond getting into this room. What language did you use with them? Jack asked. Renee said he had spoken German. Good. We might be able to salvage this, Jack replied, his mind already working. He laid out a new strategy over the next few minutes, detailing a role for Renee to play. Is your German fluent enough to sell it? Yes, absolutely, Renee said, his voice firmer now. Much better than yours. Good. Nikai, follow my lead. Renee stood up. Jack took hold of his collar and steered him down the hallway into the bedroom. Jack placed him between Buzzard and his wife, then struck him on the side of the head. Go on. In German. And with a convincing performance, Jack watched as Renee apologized to the Buzzards. He had exceeded his authority and misinterpreted his orders. Their employers wanted Jürgen Rostock, not Bossard. Millions had been wasted, and agreements had been shattered. They were promised a target like Mumbai or Ontario. We know you've been assisting him. Help us instead, and you will be safe. If you contact the police or Rostock, we will know. We will return. When Renee finished, Jack yanked him by the collar and pushed him out of the door. Then Jack turned to face Bossard. The man's one good eye was wide, his posture rigid and attentive. Their little performance had worked. Bossard would cooperate, but to what extent remained to be seen. At the very least, they had driven a wedge between Bossard and Rostock. Now Jack intended to hammer it in. He moved behind Bossard's chair and cut the duct tape from his wrists. Jack asked, "Do you speak English?" Bossard massaged his wrists and looked up cautiously. "Yes, I do. 5 years ago, your daughter Suzette was taken in Brazil, is that right?" "Yes, but what and Rostock saved her. Soon after, you took on RSG as a client. That was no accident. He's used the same method since. It's a recruitment tactic. Do you understand?" "I understand," Bossard replied. "But I find it difficult to believe Jürgen would do such a thing." "Then you haven't been paying attention. Believe me or don't. It doesn't matter. You're either with us or against us. Someone will contact you. Have your answer ready." Windhoek, Namibia. Ephraim hadn't answered his phone since Renee and Jack reached the Zurich airport for their flight back. Nearly a full day had passed with no word. Jack felt a growing dread about what that might mean, and he hoped his instinct was wrong. According to his phone, the GPS tracker on the Pilatus hadn't budged from its position at Midgard airstrip. If Ephraim had ignored Jack's instructions and gone to Karusapa Lodge to watch Mahler, the silence might be meaningless. Cell service was notoriously unreliable that far outside the city. Or it could mean he'd been captured and Mahler was getting a second chance to interrogate him. As he and Renee walked across the tarmac toward the terminal, Jack tried Ephraim's number once more and again got voicemail. "You try," Jack told Renee, who dialed him and hung up. "Nothing." Jack's phone chimed. It was a text from Mitch, time-stamped 8 hours earlier. "Wonder." Jack did. Mitch answered immediately. "Klugman is on the move. He left the Hilton. They're Poltwies for. I texted you as soon as it happened. When I didn't hear back, I called Ephraim. Where is Klugman now?" "I have no idea." Jack had a pretty good idea, which meant Ephraim probably did too. "Mitch, I'm going to text you an email address. If you don't hear from one of us in 5 days, send all the Bossard documents there." "Can you do that?" 5 days, no problem. Should I include an explanation or, "No, they'll figure it out"? "Thanks, ma for steaks. Talk soon." Jack hung up. He relayed the conversation to Renee. "Let's get to the hotel." The suite was empty, but some of Ephraim's clothes were gone, along with several items from the go bag Jack had left behind: binoculars, a digital camera, a multi-tool, duct tape, and a first aid kit. "He's a fool," Jack muttered. "At least, I'm not alone in that assessment," Renee replied. "What now?" "We go after him. Any idea where we can find some weapons around here?" Renee didn't have a specific source, but, having lived and worked across Africa for years, He knew the general landscape and whom to ask. Weapons dealers here operate by similar rules, he explained. They keep a low profile, but they're findable if you know the right whispers in the right bars. The hunt would begin in the shadowy edges of the city, where transactions were made in cash, and trust was a scarce commodity. The police aren't usually the biggest worry for these guys. It's the other dealers they have to watch out for, Jack observed. To thin out the competition, Jack inquired, and to boost their own stock. It's also about reputation. If you're going to be a major player in the arms trade here, you can't afford to look weak. You have to be willing to follow through. At least Ephraim hadn't taken the Land Cruiser, Jack noted with some relief. With Jack driving, they began a slow circuit of the city. Rene occasionally consulted the map on his lap, but he spent most of his time staring out the window, directing Jack to turn down this street, loop around that block, or pull over beneath the shade of a tree to watch the flow of people for a few minutes. At bustling markets and quiet cafes, Rene would leave Jack in the Toyota and wander off to strike up conversations with locals. Jack couldn't understand the specifics, but it was obvious the soldier was taking the city's temperature, listening to its heartbeat. Do you believe he'll show up himself? Rene asked after a long silence. Mueller-Rostock? I wouldn't count on it. Men like him, generals, they know better than to step onto the field personally, no matter how much they might want to. Mueller is his man on the ground. He's the captain we'll be dealing with, plus whatever Riche team he brings. We should expect at least 8, maybe more. So be it, Rene murmured, his eyes fixed on the passing cityscape. After another hour of reconnaissance, Rene decided their best bet was Kachuchura Township Central, the core of Windhoek's most desperate slum. Jack drove north on the western bypass to the city's edge, then turned on to the ironically named Independence Avenue, which led them into the slum itself. The landscape was a bleak expanse of dust and rocky hills, every inch crammed with a patchwork of shelters made from cardboard, scrap metal, and even repurposed highway signs bent into crude dwellings. Everywhere, groups of laughing children chased each other, while women stood in seemingly endless lines at a communal water pump. 70% of the city's population lives right here, Jack, Rene stated quietly. Nearly 140,000 souls. A powerful urge washed over Jack to stop the car, get out, and give away everything he had. But he knew that kind of gesture was a temporary bandage on a deep, systemic wound. The problems of Kachuchura couldn't be solved by a few bills from a stranger's pocket. He didn't have the larger answer, but the sight of the waving children as they passed left a hollow ache in his chest. After a few stops for directions, they found the neighborhood they sought, aptly called Soweto. Given the surroundings, Jack figured most residents would probably trade places with their South African counterparts in a heartbeat. The road dipped into a shallow valley, where the slopes had been carved into terraced lots for huts. The business district of Soweto was a short strip of family-run shops offering food, basic repairs, and medicines. Following Rene's gesture, Jack parked the Toyota beside a brick building, painted a startling, bright red. Over an open garage bay, a sign read Smarties Repairs. They stepped into the cool, shadowy garage. Rene asked a question in German to a mechanic, who simply jerked a thumb toward an open door on the right. Inside, a portly, middle-aged man with a shaved head was at a desk, meticulously rubbing lotion into his scalp. He waved a greeting, wiped his hands on his trousers, and ambled up to the counter. "Forven Sapwite?" Rene asked. "Some good, some not so good," the man replied with a shrug. "Tell him what you need, Jack." Just like that. "Can we trust this?" Rene let out a short laugh. "What? You think he's an undercover officer so committed he lives here full-time and runs a repair shop?" This is Smarty, the owner, and from what I hear, the most straightforward gun merchant in Windhoek. And who exactly told you that? Sevd Kavler but Tav. And no one, Renee said with a vague wave. Go on, tell him. If he has it, he'll name a price. There's no bargaining. His prices are fair. Jack had been mentally compiling a list. He took a breath and began to speak. Jack gave a casual shrug. When you're in a new place, you go with the flow. As he listed off each piece of equipment, Smarty responded with a simple yes or no. He had most of what Jack needed, about 80%, which included 3 AK-47s and 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Smarty scribbled a figure on a scrap of paper and pushed it across the table. Jack glanced at it and nodded. That works. Dollars, okay? Anything but Discover card, Smarty answered. The sun was already beginning its descent by the time they left Windhoek behind, watching it shrink in the Land Cruiser's mirrors as they started up the western bypass. Knowing he'd likely be coming back to Koruspa Lodge, Jack took a little extra time to study the lay of the land and the so-called road network. From his earlier scouting, he knew the roads off the bypass were mostly dirt tracks, barely wide enough for one vehicle. Pulling up the Google Earth images saved on his phone, he could make out at least 4 different routes in and out of the lodge area. They were about 20 miles south of Osona Airstrip, when the sun started sinking behind the western mountains. Renee, who had been baking in the afternoon glare, finally sighed, "Thank goodness," and flipped his sun visor back up. Just then, Jack's phone chimed. "What's it say, Renee?" "It says tracking. That's the GPS tag I hit on the Pilatus. The app's on the home screen, bottom left. Open the map view, you'll see a blinking blue dot. The Ginter it's in. Tell me which way it's heading." "South to the Stad Esprit. South. That didn't make sense. Midgard's runway ran east-west. Let me look. Take the wheel for a second." Renee steadied the Toyota while Jack studied the screen. The tracker was definitely moving south, away from the airstrip and onto the same rough road that led to Koruspa Lodge. When the dot reached a fork, it turned left toward the lodge itself. Obviously, the plane wasn't taxiing down that narrow path. Someone had found the tracker and stuck it on a vehicle. But who? It had to be either Ephraim or Mahler Ephraim, trying to help Jack follow Mahler, or Mahler trying to make it look that way and set a trap. Another classic no-win situation. Either Ephraim was in that vehicle, or he was still back at the lodge. Jack watched the dot until it stopped, right around where the lodge's circular driveway would be. He took back the wheel and handed the phone to Renee, who asked, "So, what's the play?" "Nothing changes. We keep moving." They drove without speaking for several minutes before Renee said, "It's moving again, backtracking the same way. Now turning north toward Swakoport Dam. He's heading for the western bypass. Can we cut him off?" Jack checked his watch and did some quick mental math. "Maybe. It'll be close." He pressed the accelerator down harder. Miles and minutes slipped past as Jack and Renee continued north and the blue dot crept west toward the main highway. The last sliver of sun disappeared behind the hills, and Jack flicked on the Land Cruiser's headlights. Insects began hitting the windshield in a steady peppering rhythm. A sign for Osona whipped by, then another for Okahanja. 10 miles to their turnoff. "Where is it now?" Jack asked. Renee angled the phone so Jack could see. Still pushing west, getting close to the bypass. Maybe 4 miles out. "Too close, way too close," Jack muttered under his breath. Renee offered, "We don't even know for sure he's in that car, Jack." "I know. But if he isn't, and we lose that signal, the tracker's range is limited. Past 50 miles, it'll fade. And if he's still at the lodge, Renee finished the grim thought. There's only one reason Mahler would leave him behind. Because Mahler was done with him. And if Ephraim was in that vehicle, he was a prisoner alive for now, but not for long. Lose. Jack slammed his foot down on the gas. The speedometer needle on the Toyota pushed past 90 miles per hour. The headlights illuminated a road sign up ahead. Okahanja, 2 miles. Our turn for the lodge comes up well before that town, Renee warned, his voice tense. It's going to appear quickly. You should probably ease off the gas. Jack kept his foot planted. Grab the rifles from the back and get them ready. Their only real chance to intercept the other vehicle was here, on this constricted dirt path, before it could escape onto the wide-open highway. Another sign flashed by. County Road, 500 FT. Jack finally lifted his foot from the accelerator. Renee was practically glued to his window, a hand shielding his eyes from the interior light. I've got visual. They're right on top of us, Jack. Jack killed the Land Cruiser's lights, plunging them into near darkness. This is a hard right turn, so brace yourself. The moment we stop, put your fire into their engine block. Stop the vehicle, but keep it low. I'll handle anyone inside. Jack, stop the car. Now. What's wrong? I'm seeing 3 sets of headlights, wait, 4. It's a whole convoy. We can't take on 4 vehicles at once, you know that. We need to disappear. Damn it all. Jack slammed on the brakes. The SUV's rear end began to slide sideways on the loose gravel. He corrected gently to the right, feeling the tires thump onto the rough shoulder. Ahead, the lead vehicle was slowing, its right turn signal blinking rhythmically in the dark. Jack recognized the silhouette of a Toyota pickup. He braked again, wrenched the wheel further right, and aimed the hood toward a shallow drainage ditch. The front tires climbed over a small ridge, the nose lifting and then dropping with a jarring thud. Jack brought the Land Cruiser to a final stop beside a large rock. He exited quickly, using the boulder for cover, and edged into a position where he could watch the junction. The fourth and last vehicle in the procession turned onto the paved road and accelerated north, vanishing into the blackness. The brief, frantic chase was over, leaving only the hum of insects in the quiet night. You've got to make a call, Jack. Renee's voice carried from inside the vehicle. What's the play? Jack turned and ran back to the SUV. We head for the lodge. He reversed out of the ditch onto the road, then drove forward and turned onto the dirt track. Jack covered the 10 miles to the fork leading to the airstrip, and the lodge in about 20 minutes driving by moonlight. With the headlights still off, he turned left until the faint outline of the runway emerged. The Pilatus plane sat there, dark and silent, its wheels chalked. Wherever that convoy was going, it was either too nearby to need the plane or too remote for a landing. A grim, almost sarcastic thought crossed his mind. Their elaborate planning was being undone by something as mundane as a group road trip. He turned the SUV around, returned to the fork, and took the road toward the lodge. As they reached the cobblestone entrance drive, Jack said, Rostock booked the whole place. There's no staff. Anyone holding a weapon is a target. Understood, Renee replied. We clear the guest cabins first. I'll follow your lead. Jack stopped the car a short distance from the entrance arch and shut off the engine. The sudden silence felt heavy. Renee passed him one of the rifles and 2 magazines. Jack loaded one, worked the action, and confirmed the safety was engaged. They stepped out into the cool air. With Jack taking point, they moved through the archway. He gestured to the right toward the main lodge doors. Renee nodded, approached to check them, and shook his head, locked and dark. They moved on. Reaching the open lawn, Jack pointed across to the row of 8 bungalows. then signaled to Renee and whispered, "Spread to the right." Moving about 20 feet apart, they advanced across the grass. No lights showed in any of the cabins. Jack angled toward the one on the far left. Renee adjusted his path to maintain the interval, his rifle up and scanning. At the first bungalow's walkway, Renee closed up behind him and tapped his shoulder. Together they approached the door, splitting to either side. Jack crouched, leaned carefully and peered through the window. The interior was neat and completely empty. He glanced at Renee and shook his head. They returned to the path and moved to the next bungalow. It, too, showed no recent signs of use. The third and fourth bungalows yielded the same barren result. As they neared the walkway of the fifth cabin, Jack stopped, catching a faint out-of-place scent on the breeze. The sharp smell of burnt meat hung in the air. Jack looked at Renee, who gestured toward the bungalow's entrance. Inside, the place was a mess. Unmade beds, trays of old food, and beer bottles spilling from the trash. A wooden chair sat in the middle of the room, strips of duct tape hanging from its legs. After a silent signal, they entered, flashlights sweeping the shadows. Near the chair lay a towel stained with blood. On the dresser rested a curling iron, its metal surface crusted with something dark and flaky. "That's burned skin," Renee murmured. "They pal belied that." Jack felt a cold twist in his gut. "Descend more." Outside, they turned left toward the next unit. Jack halted. A sound muffled, metallic, like a shovel digging. A man's voice, sharp with impatience, called out in German-accented English, "Hurry up." Renee pointed toward the rear of the buildings. Jack broke into a run, following a tree-lined path that opened into a dirt parking lot. A black Hilux was parked near a thicket of bushes, and beyond them, a flicker of light danced. They moved quickly, slipping past the truck until a ragged shout cut the silence. "If you're going to do it, just do it." "With the retray patrols." It was Ephraim. Another voice answered, "Suit yourself." "Rolf, get the gas can." Bushes rustled. A man stepped out, a pistol in his hand. "Renee, take him," Jack said. 3 shots echoed, and as the man fell, Jack charged past him into the clearing. An lead lantern cast a harsh glow over the scene. Another man stood at the edge of a shallow pit. Inside, Ephraim was shirtless, covered in grime and blood. Jack fired twice. The man crumpled. Ephraim stared, then hurled his shovel at the body. "Jack," he said, his voice trembling, "get me out of here." They drove the Hilux to the last bungalow and helped Ephraim inside. Renee went to scout the area while Jack closed the curtains and turned on the lights. The sight was brutal. Angry, circular burns dotted Ephraim's chest and stomach. 2 fingers on his left hand were crushed, his lip was split, and one eye was swollen shut. "God," Jack whispered. "Is it bad?" "Yeah, it's bad." "It's starting to really hurt now," Ephraim said, cradling his hand. A shaky breath escaped him. "He never asked me a thing, Jack. Not one question. Naturer seller ne. He just did it. For no reason at all. Me for fun." Tears welled in Ephraim's eyes. "Moeller ordered those 2 to kill me. I remember thinking, how bad could a bullet really be? Then they handed me a shovel. They planned to burn me and bury me in that hole. Why? Why go to all that trouble?" Because Moeller is a monster, Jack thought, keeping the words to himself. Ephraim was openly weeping now, his body shaking with each sob. Jack sat on the edge of the bed and gently guided Ephraim's head to his shoulder. "You made it, Ephraim. You're breathing. Just keep telling yourself that. I'm still here." Renee came back with the medical kit and began his assessment, looking for any signs of a concussion or internal bleeding before instructing Ephraim to swallow 4 ibuprofen chased with 2 tiny bottles of whiskey Jack discovered in the dresser. Once the journalist's trembling subsided, Renee focused on treating the burns and lacerations, saving the injured hand for last. A hammer did this? Renee inquired. A pipe wrench, Ephraim corrected softly. Jack leaned in. What's the verdict? The burns are surface level. They'll heal fine with basic care. Same story for the eye and the lip. What about my hand? Ephraim's voice was strained. I'm going to lose those fingers, right? Only if infection sets in. The bone tips are fractured, but circulation is intact. I'm afraid your promising career as a hand model is officially over, though. A weak smile touched Ephraim's lips. Guess I'm stuck with journalism, then. Jack, I'm sorry. You said go, and I hesitated. I was terrified we'd lose Mahler's trail. I had this instinct that Pilatus was staying put, but Mahler was on the move. I figured if I could just keep them in sight a little longer, we'd have a lead. You moved the GPS tracker? Ephraim gave a slow nod and Jack replied, all is forgiven. They bundled him in blankets and offered another small whiskey. He was asleep in moments. His body is battling shock, Renee observed quietly. He needs a solid 4 hours of rest before we even think of moving him. We have to get him back to Windhoek. Good luck convincing him of that. The kid's got a stubborn streak. And you're comfortable with him staying with us? Jack sighed. Not entirely, but he's earned the right to choose. Even if he just wants to see this through from the passenger seat, I'll allow it. Renee simply shrugged. You're calling the shots. These are vicious people, Jack. What they did to him, what they intended to do. Tristan. I know. And they answer to Rostock. Jack recognized this wasn't a question, but a grim declaration. The only tone he detected in Renee's voice was a chilling, settled resolve. The line had been crossed, Jack understood. The point of no return was now behind them. 75 minutes after reaching the lodge, the signal from the GPS tracker dissolved into static. The convoy still pushing north on the western bypass. Jack turned to Renee. We've lost them. Maybe not entirely, Ephraim murmured from the bed, reaching over to switch on the lamp. I overheard Mahler mention something about the Hilux's GPS. He might have programmed a rendezvous point into the navigation system. Renee was already heading for the door. I'll look. He returned a short time later. He's correct. There's a destination logged into the unit. Where to? A place listed as Kavango Dam. Koruspa Lodge, Namibia. Renee kept watch over Ephraim through the night, and at first light declared him stable enough to travel. Wrestling with his own conscience, Jack made one final attempt to persuade Ephraim to take the Hilux back to Windhoek for proper hospital care. But the journalist dismissed the idea before Jack could even finish the sentence. After stripping the 2 fallen Germans and their vehicle of anything useful, the group loaded back into the Land Cruiser, departed the lodge, and returned to the western bypass. According to the coordinates pulled from the Hilux's navigation system, Kavango Dam was approximately 110 miles to the northeast, yet neither the maps on Jack's phone nor Renee's physical paper map showed any trace of such a dam or a significant body of water in that region. The situation grew more daunting by the hour. While the Kavango Dam was only 30 miles west of the main highway, the sole route to reach it twisted through a brutal 150-mile stretch of the Ochuzanjupa region's roughest landscape. By late morning, having driven as far north as the paved road allowed, Jack swung the vehicle onto a dirt track that was barely more than 2 faint grooves carved into the earth. Hours crawled by. After 4, they had managed just 80 miles, and the so-called road deteriorated further as it carved a jagged path into the rising hills. Darkness fell with 40 miles still separating them from their goal. The track pinched in until a solid wall of rock filled Jack's window. From the back, Ephraim's voice was tense. "My side is a cliff, Jack. The tires are maybe 3 feet from the edge. I can't see how far down it goes." Renee leaned forward. "Do we keep going or make camp here?" "We push on," Jack answered without hesitation. "Moeller has at least an 8-hour jump on us. They could already be at the dam site, for all we know." "But to do what?" Renee pressed. Jack glanced in the mirror. "Ephraim, check your phone." Service had been frustratingly patchy since they left the lodge. Every time Ephraim managed to pull up a fragment of information about the Kavango Dam, the signal would vanish, leaving him to piece together a puzzle with most of the pieces missing. Through the headache, he'd persisted. The basic facts were these. Completed just 2 months prior, the dam spanned a half-mile width of the Omatoko River. A vast reservoir was now swelling behind it, and nearly 20 villages and farms lay in the valley downstream. Ephraim's screen flickered. "I've got a sliver of signal. Let me see what I can find." Another 90 minutes of grinding progress covered a mere 10 miles before the road finally widened and began a slow descent. Jack could at last increase their speed. By midnight, they were within 8 miles of the dam. "I found something," Ephraim announced from the dark back seat. "Kavango is a regulator dam." Jack asked, "What's that mean?" "They're built upstream from larger hydroelectric dams. Their job is to manage the water flow into the main power station." "Is there a hydro plant here?" Renee inquired. "Not yet. Looks like Kavango is a test project for something named the Achozan Jupa Renewal Project. The government wants to export power to neighboring countries by 2028. If this dam proves itself, they plan to build a full hydroelectric station a mile downstream." Renee sounded skeptical. "What's to prove? Either it holds water or it doesn't." "Not that simple," Ephraim replied. "Regulator dams need complex hydraulic control systems. They have a proof of concept test scheduled in 2 days." The word systems clicked in Jack's mind. Computer-controlled systems. He asked. Ephraim was quiet for a moment. "Oh no. I Zermake too are." "What Sangribrits?" said Renee, confused. "What's it?" "Ephraim," Jack said, "who built the control systems for Kavango." "They'll Pixar." "A British firm, Mondarin Engineering." "Was it a competitive bid?" "Likely, but I can't be certain." That was the link. Jack laid it out for Renee. Rostock had been contracted by one of Mondaroon's rivals to sabotage the dam's control mechanisms. Renee's next question was immediate. "Ephraim, how many people are living below that dam?" "Berevile, hundreds. Possibly 1,000. Jack guided the Land Cruiser over a final ridge and stopped, killing the headlights. Below them, arcing from east to west, was a stark line of sodium vapor lights on tall poles. In the sickly glow, Jack could discern the dam's pale, ochre-colored concrete wall. A squat bunker-like structure rose from its center, presumably an access point. He raised his binoculars and swept them along the parapet. At the far western end, almost lost in the shadows, sat a group of 3 black pickup trucks. He passed the binoculars to Renee, who looked and gave a grim nod. "Moeller's trucks." "Agreed. I don't see any movement." Ephraim whispered, "You think they're already inside?" "I'd bet on it," Jack said. "Lugman would need to be operating from the control room. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be in Namibia." Jack shifted the Toyota into neutral, lifted his foot from the brake, and allowed the vehicle to roll silently down the slope toward the dam's service road. He brought them to a halt about 50 yards from the concrete parapet. Renee let out a tense sigh. I really wish we'd had more time to put a real plan together, Jack. If wishes were horses, we'd have an Apache gunship providing air support right now. Ephraim, get out and come to my side. You're taking the wheel. Me. Driving. You're going to find some elevated terrain and start recording video. Get everything you can. What's the point of that? Maybe nothing, but you're doing it. If Renee and I don't walk back out, your job is to get to Windhoek and contact Mitch. He has a secure email contact for you. You tell that person the entire story, every detail, and they'll handle it from there. A low vibration began shuddering through the Land Cruiser's floor. What is that? Renee asked. Suddenly, a line of red strobe lights ignited along the dam's crest. Two figures burst from an access bunker on the parapet and started sprinting toward the Hilux trucks parked at the far end. We're out of time, Jack stated flatly. Kavango Dam, Namibia. They moved quickly, with Jack taking point as they dashed onto the wide parapet. Watch for Klugman, Jack called back to Renee. How will I recognize him? Anyone not holding a weapon doesn't get shot. Got it. Jack glanced back. Ephraim was still frozen beside the open driver's door of the Toyota. Jack skidded to a stop, turning fully. Move, damn it. He shouted. He waited, heart pounding, until he saw Ephraim finally slide into the driver's seat and begin reversing the vehicle back down the road. Only then did Jack resume his sprint. Renee was already far ahead. Two more men emerged from the control bunker's entrance. Neither was Mahler, and Jack had no clue if one might be Gerhard Klugman. Both were armed with Famea's assault rifles. Renee fired first. One man crumpled. The other ducked back inside, heaving the heavy steel door shut. Renee's AK round sparked harmlessly off the metal. Jack caught up, and they covered the remaining distance to the door at a jog. It suddenly swung inward, a rifle barrel leading the way. Jack dodged right as Renee hit the deck. Dropping to a knee, Jack hosed the opening with fire. The FAMAs vanished, and the door swung fully open to reveal a body sprawled on a steel-grated landing. Jack rushed forward. Renee, you okay? May bet takes fui shavering. He looked back. Renee was motionless, face down on the concrete, a dark pool expanding beneath him. A sharp pang of regret hit Jack. I'm sorry, Renee, but he forced himself to keep moving. At the bunker entrance, he pressed against the cold wall, steadied his breathing, and peered inside just in time to see two more men charging up a stairwell. Jack fired twice, dropping the lead man. He dropped to a knee and stitched a burst across the second man's legs, sweeping them out from under him. The man crashed backward down the steps. Jack pursued. Dazed from the fall and his injuries, the man had lost his rifle. Jack gave him a quick pat down anyway. Confident the semi-conscious guard was no longer a threat, Jack turned and descended the next flight of stairs into a concrete alcove. To his left and right stood two royal blue steel doors. Jack picked left. The door opened onto a narrow maintenance tunnel, barely wider than his shoulders, lit by the sickly glow of overhead fluorescence. Electrical conduits snaked along the walls. The hum of massive machinery was a physical sensation, a deep, rhythmic thrum he felt in his gut. He closed that door and tried the other. This one opened onto a grated catwalk, illuminated by pendant lights. Jack stepped to the railing and looked down. Nothing but darkness and swirling mist met his eyes, accompanied by the roar of torrential water. The air carried a sharp, metallic scent of ozone. The catwalk to his right ended at a solid wall, so he turned left jogging about 50 feet until he reached a descending staircase. This led to another, lower catwalk. At its far end, a short set of steps led up to a glass-walled control booth, glowing like a beacon in the industrial gloom. Through the windows, Jack saw the strobing glare of emergency lights, red and orange, painting the darkness. He moved quickly along the catwalk. Inside the control booth, two silhouettes stood and began hammering at the glass with their rifle stocks. Breaking into a sprint, Jack aimed and fired toward the booth, forcing the men to duck for cover. He reached the metal steps, crouching low so his head stayed below the door's edge. After swapping the AK's magazine for a fresh one, he extended the barrel and tapped it against the steel door. A row of bullet holes instantly perforated the metal from the other side. Jack rolled back, then onto his shoulders, sighting up at the booth. Hold on, Jack. Just wait. A shape filled the window. He squeezed the trigger. The man's head vanished in a spray of crimson. At least one opponent remained behind that door. Unless Jack wanted to retreat and hunt for another route, which he didn't, his only choice was to push forward. He rose, pressing himself tight against the handrail, then took the steps and gripped the knob. Stop. He needed a distraction. Firing a quick burst up at the control booth window, he then yanked the door open and rushed inside. A short corridor of white-painted cinder blocks lay ahead, ending at an open doorway. He moved toward it. Midway, a figure sprinted past the opening from right to left. Jack nearly fired but restrained himself. The man wasn't armed. Could that be Klugman? At the door, Jack glanced left and spotted a set of steel steps leading up, likely to the control room. To his right hung a yellow door marked Maintenance Ladder in black letters. Jack turned left, crept up the steps, and paused at the control room entrance. Don't hesitate, don't overthink it, he told himself. Any delay to reconsider tactics would waste precious seconds. He swung through the doorway. The room was empty. Along the wall, beside the windows, stretched a long control console. Its buttons and screens a chaotic constellation of flashing warnings. He was too late. Whatever chain reaction had been triggered was now beyond anyone's control. Lugman's virus had clearly overridden the dam's sisters. A torrent of water, hundreds of thousands of gallons, was already surging down the Amatico River toward the vulnerable farms and communities downstream. If he couldn't stop the flood, he had to at least secure evidence of who set it in motion. As Jack turned to leave, a rifle butt swung toward his face from the stairs. He jerked sideways, but the impact caught his cheekbone, scraping down the side of his head and tearing through his ear. He heard the cartilage rip more than he felt it. Blood poured down his neck. Staggering, he lost his grip on the AK. It clattered through the railing to the floor below. Half blinded on his right side, Jack lunged upward, wrapping his arms around the attacker in a crushing bear hug, then shoved off hard. They tumbled down the stairs together, the man's rifle pinned between them. During the fall, Jack glimpsed the yellow maintenance door swinging shut. Still tangled, they crashed onto the floor with Jack on top. He pushed up for leverage and drove his elbow into the man's nose, feeling it break, then struck the side of his neck. He kept punching until the man lay still, face obscured by blood. Jack stood, retrieved his AK, and headed for the yellow door. Beyond it, a ladder led up to an opening washed in fluorescent light. He recognized it as the far end of the utility tunnel he'd used earlier. At the top, he crawled out and broke into a run. Ahead, two figures vanished around a bend. Jack reached the curve moments later, just as the second man, unarmed, stepped left through a doorway. Jack raised the AK, aimed, and fired. The bullet struck the back of the man's right thigh. He staggered through the doorway and vanished from view. Jack rushed forward and peered around the edge. A heavy-set, bald man with pallid skin was sprawled on his back, both hands gripping his bleeding thigh. The man wore a black shirt. Across the front, in ornate red Germanic lettering, were the words, Game of Thrones. Winter is coming. Gerhard Klugman, Jack stated. I've been searching for you. Partly dragging and partly carrying Klugman. Jack moved quickly up the steps to the parapet. Renee's body was no longer there. Over here, Jack heard. He turned to see Renee seated with his back against the bunker wall. His left arm was covered in blood and bent unnaturally at the elbow. Jack dropped Klugman onto the parapet and asked Renee, Muller? That way, heading for the hillocks. Jack walked to the center of the parapet. Stefan Muller, still favoring the leg Jack had shot at the Alexandria Preserve, had only managed about 100 yards toward the truck. Muller, stop right there, Jack shouted. Muller kept moving. Jack raised the AK to his shoulder and fired. The round struck the concrete just left of Muller's feet. The German looked back over his shoulder, yelled something unintelligible at Jack, and then tried to hurry, his limp now an awkward, shuffling gait. Final warning, Jack called out. Renee muttered, just finish him. He's valuable. He can lead us to Rostock. Jack settled the AK's front sight over Muller's legs and fired a brief burst. Muller fell. He twisted in pain, then rolled onto his stomach. Jack began walking down the parapet toward him. He'd covered half the distance when he heard an engine roar to life. A horn started blaring. Jack turned, bringing the AK up. He lowered it. With Ephraim at the wheel, the Toyota Land Cruiser veered around Jack, straightened, and accelerated toward Muller, who had just pushed himself up to his knees. The Tabel Gravely, the Cobbet the Pie, Jack yelled. Stop. We need him alive. The Toyota drifted left as Ephraim lined up the hood with Muller, then began gaining speed. Muller, finally hearing the approaching engine, glanced back. The Ephraim never touched the brakes. Paris, France as promised. The very day Jack arrived at the front gate of Hugo Alemann's estate, with Renee beside him, his arm in a cast from wrist to shoulder, the marshal opened his black leather address book and began placing calls. Though Ephraim, now back in Brussels and coordinating with Mitch by phone, was still weeks away from fully compiling what Jack believed would be ample evidence to trigger a German and EU probe into Rostock's security group, René Alemann's first-hand account of his mistreatment at Rostock's hands had been more than enough to galvanize his father into motion. Despite having retired from military life and retreated from public attention, the marshal's influence remained considerable. By mid-afternoon, the first whispers of anonymous allegations against Rostock Security Group and its founder were emerging on European news outlets and radio broadcasts. The drumbeat had started. Marshal Alemand would soon be convening a press conference. He assured Jack he would not be the only prominent figure standing before the microphones. It seemed Rostock had applied his strong-arm methods to other high-profile individuals across Europe. From Italy to Great Britain, Marshal Alemand found it surprisingly easy to persuade his counterparts of Rostock's activities. Those who had previously hesitated to support the Germans' ventures but remained silent were now eager to join the expanding alliance. And before Alemand was finished, Jack suspected those who had secretly backed Rostock would face a choice: step forward voluntarily or be unmasked by the impending investigation. Jack had gratefully accepted Marshal Alemand's offer to stay at the estate as long as he needed. With a deadline approaching, he required time to think, though not about his own decision, which he'd actually reached even before they departed Namibia. He spent an afternoon walking the estate's manicured gardens, the quiet solitude a stark contrast to the chaos of the desert, turning over not what he would do, but how best to ensure Rostock could never again operate from the shadows. Guiding the unpredictable Ephraim and the volatile Renee had been a grueling masterclass in handling people under pressure. Jack understood his place now. The decision itself was clear: but the path that led him there had been paved with loss and hardship. Jürgen Rostock's downfall was inevitable. Jack felt the truth in his bones. Preventing Rostock's future schemes would save countless lives, yet the cost had already been staggering far beyond Peter Hahn and Caitlin Showalter. The precise haunting number was 322. Jack's inability to thwart Mahler at the Kavango Dam's control system had condemned that many men, women, and children, their villages and farms swallowed by the unleashed floodwaters. The relentless circular question always returned. If he had been faster, sharper, could he have changed it? He knew there was no answer, just as he knew the question would echo within him for a very long time. For much of the past week, Jack had fallen into a slow, deliberate routine. He slept late, pushed himself through a run around the expansive grounds, swam laps in the pool, and often finished with a tennis match against Claude. Returning to the house this particular afternoon, he found Renee and Marshal Hugo Alamand seated opposite each other in the sunlit solarium. With a warm smile, Hugo gestured for Jack to join them and poured a fresh cup of coffee. "When was the last time you spoke with Ephraim?" Jack asked Renee. "It's been a few days," Renee replied, a trace of concern in his voice. "I've left messages, but no reply. I'm hoping it just means he's deeply focused on burying Rostock and not the alternative." "The alternative?" Hugo inquired. "Moeller," Jack stated simply. On the dam's edge, Jack had fully expected Ephraim to brake or swerve at the final second, but the car never deviated. Moeller's death was instantaneous, a grim parallel to Eric Schrader's fate outside the Alexandria supermarket. Strangely, Jack found no dark humor in the symmetry of their ends. He suspected any sense of justice Ephraim felt from killing the man who had tortured him and ordered him burned alive was brief and hollow. While Ephraim was resilient enough to survive the trauma, could he truly move past what he had chosen to do in response? There was, however, a sliver of light. At his mother Marie's insistence, Ephraim had returned to the family estate. There, according to Marie, he and Belinda Hahn were figuring things out day by day. Jack was heartened for them both. Renee, too, faced a difficult journey ahead. Confronting the damage Rostock had inflicted might have already cost him his fiancée, Madeline. Their wedding was postponed, and his military career was in limbo. "Everything feels corrupted," Renee had confessed to Jack earlier. Shifting focus, Jack asked, "What's the status with Alexander Bossard?" Hugo fielded the question. "One of my attorneys is with him in Zurich right now, taking his formal statement. Whatever you said to him, Jack, secured his full cooperation. Once we have that deposition, we will ensure it reaches the correct hands. It will be the first domino to fall. I imagine Jürgen Rostock is about to experience a rather spectacular change in his circumstances." Jack found this entirely plausible. Like Bossard, Gerhard Klugman, now recovering from his gunshot wound and certain Rostock was hunting him, had provided a detailed account to Hugo's legal team. The hacker was shrewd enough to see his former employer was a sinking ship, and that cooperation was his only viable path to avoiding both Rostock's vengeance and a prison cell. According to Hugo's lawyer, Klugman kept records that were both meticulous and deeply unsettling. Jack glanced at his watch. It was 3 in the afternoon here, which meant it was 9 in the morning back home. "Will you excuse me for a moment?" he said, rising. He stepped out the solarium's side door onto the manicured lawn, sat down in the grass, pulled out his phone, and pressed the speed dial button. The line connected, and a familiar voice answered. "Jerry Hendley." "Jerry, Jack. We need to talk." The North Sea, Albiskel oil field, Norway, freezing to death or drowning, he couldn't decide which would claim him first. In the grand scheme, it hardly mattered. Jack Ryan, Jr., was certain his life would end within the next 2 minutes. The F-470 Zodiac raiding craft slammed through the churning waves under a sky choked with storm clouds. Jack gripped the safety ropes with white-knuckled fists, fighting to stay inside the boat. Adara Sherman, seated ahead of him, was taking an even worse beating. Each impact with the water threw another wave of icy spray into their faces. Jack's night vision goggles were crusted with frozen salt, blurring his view, but wiping them clean was impossible on this wild ride. Half a mile ahead, the darkened silhouette of the oil rig loomed against the raging sea. Jack welcomed the gloom. It was their only cover. A bitter, penetrating cold fogged his mind and set his teeth chattering. The wind cut straight through his 5mm neoprene wetsuit, and the sleet felt like shards of glass scraping his exposed skin. Bartosze Jankowski, ignoring their collective misery, kept the outboard motor at full throttle, his eyes locked on the GPS. Their schedule was blown, forcing a noisy approach, though the howling gale helped mask the sound of the engine. These same winds had already scrapped any hope of a helicopter insertion or a fast rope deployment, a skill Jack had recently mastered and rather enjoyed. All three of them were being battered relentlessly, but the clock was their real enemy. If they didn't reach the platform's service ladder in 12-20 seconds, the mission was a failure. Assuming we're even alive in 20 seconds, Jack thought grimly. The armed eco-terrorists waiting on the rig suddenly seemed like a secondary concern. Right on cue, a massive rogue wave lifted the Zodiac's port side clear out of the water. Jack had wedged his boots under the deck ropes for stability, but he felt his body lurch toward the black, icy abyss. At the last possible instant, Midas's sure hand seized the drag handle on Jack's vest, hauling him back from a fatal plunge. Jack glanced to starboard at the second Zodiac keeping pace a few yards away. Through the green, icy haze of his NVGs, he saw Dom Caruso flash a gloved thumbs up. Jack returned the gesture. There was no time for conversation. Ding Chavez piloted the other craft, his focus entirely on the navigation screen. These 5 operators from the campus were a tightly woven team, the sharp point of a private, deniable intelligence agency known only to President Ryan and a handful of his most trusted advisors. Small in size, they consistently hit far above their weight. Tonight's desperate operation was a testament to that. They handled missions the official agencies either couldn't or wouldn't touch. As they charged forward, Jack mentally reviewed the platform schematics one more time, focusing on the control room and the machine shop, his 2 objectives. They owed their situational awareness to Gavin Burey's digital sleuthing. Without his intel, they'd be going in completely blind. The brief confirmed 4 hostages and 6 well-armed members of the Green Army faction. But in a hostage scenario, intelligence was always incomplete. John Clark's final warning replayed in his mind. Stay frosty. You don't know what you don't know. How painfully accurate. It's time, Ding's whisper crackled in everyone's earpiece. Roger that, Midas confirmed. Jack watched as Ding's Zodiac peeled away at a sharp angle, its reinforced rubber hull carving a furious turn through the dark water. The derelict drilling platform offered 2 entry points. Jack's inflatable would approach the forward ladder, while Ding and Dom would ascend from the rear. During their recent training exercises with the Norwegian Marinejegerkommando, conditions had been frigid but manageable, allowing them to perfect their timing. Tonight, however, the North Sea was a churning beast, turning every element of the operation into a gamble. Their objectives were twofold: rescue the hostages and neutralize the terrorists. The Green Army faction had issued a dual threat: execute the captive oil workers and detonate the rig, promising an environmental catastrophe to rival past disasters if their ransom was not paid. Official U. Policy was a firm refusal to negotiate with terrorists. a stance born from the historical lesson that capitulation only breeds further violence. Yet, as the group well knew, some corporations and foreign governments remained willing to pay, making them lucrative targets. In this instance, intelligence from a source on the inside revealed a grim truth. The militants on the rig never intended to collect a ransom. Their twisted ideology viewed a massive oil spill as a righteous act, a way to galvanize public fury against the energy industry. Murdering the rig personnel was a perverse bonus in their crusade. The platform, slated for decommissioning, sat isolated in international waters. A Texas-based energy team had been testing innovative extraction techniques there, a project the GAF discovered and violently interrupted. With the hostages' lives in immediate peril and no time for official channels, the company's security director reached out to his only hope, John Clark. Clark's old connections were unable to mobilize in the narrow window, but fortune had placed the campus operatives just 2 hours away, fresh from joint training with the Norwegians. While the Norwegian government could not sanction a direct assault by its unit, Clark managed to secure a Swedish-built CB-90 fast assault craft, the Mojavik, for insertion. From there, the team was autonomous. The rushed strategy called for a synchronized climb and a coordinated strike on 3 key structures. Jack's element would hit the front, with Midas and Adara targeting the crew quarters to locate hostages, while Jack secured the control room before pushing toward the machine shop. On the opposite side, Ding and Dom would assault the drilling and processing modules to disarm the explosives, then pivot to support the other teams as necessary. The goal was to compress any remaining hostiles into the platform's center, offering them a final choice between surrender and annihilation. It was a tidy plan on paper. They all understood that seamless communication would be their lifeline, as the exact numbers of friendlies and enemies remained unknown. Their most significant constraints beyond the brutal weather were their weapons. Each operator carried identical suppressed SIG, Sauer Impact submachine guns, and P229 pistols in 9mm. Heavier calibers risked dangerous overpenetration, and explosives were unthinkable near volatile hydrocarbons. In this environment, their greatest assets were skill, nerve, and precision. Given the team's caliber, Jack was confident that would suffice. As Midas reduced the throttle, the Zodiac's bow settled, signaling their imminent arrival. The Zodiac pitched and rolled on the heavy swells, but Jack managed to steady himself enough to finally adjust his night vision goggles. They were now mere feet from the platform's access ladder. Through the worsening storm, he could just discern the shape of the other, inflatable boat on the opposite side of the massive rig. The sleet had transformed into a dense curtain of snow, rendering his NVGs almost useless. 10 seconds, came Midas's hushed voice over the comms. Ding's reply was fragmented, lost to static. By Dickwing, Midas whispered. Silence answered him. What's the problem? Jack asked into his own microphone. He saw Midas's lips form words, but his earpiece delivered only empty noise. Communications were dead. Before Jack could even process the thought, Midas was already shifting to silent hand signals. This mission was officially going old school. Adara reached for the rope in its rubber-coated grapple as Midas killed the engine. A towering wave lifted the boat and slammed it sideways into one of the platform's massive steel supports, the inflatable hull bouncing off with a dull thud toward the ladder. With a practiced flick of her wrist, Adara sent the grapple sailing. It caught a rung on the first attempt. She and Jack hauled the line hand over hand, pulling the Zodiac snug against the ladder to secure it. The immediate challenge was synchronizing with the other team. Jack drew his tactical light and sent 2 quick flashes into the darkness toward Ding's position. An answering flash blinked back a moment later. He signaled a go to Midas and Adara, receiving nods in return. Adara moved first, a study in controlled motion. She placed one boot on the gunwale, timed her step onto the ladder with the boat's upward heave, and pulled herself up in one fluid, almost graceful movement. She immediately began the long, grueling climb toward the platform deck, high above. From Jack's perspective in the violently rocking boat, watching through the eerie green haze of his goggles, it looked as if she were climbing directly into the gaping maw of some rusted industrial beast. The boat dropped into a trough as Midas positioned himself. On the next surge, he stepped up, planted a heavy boot on a rung, and hauled his powerful frame upward, beginning a rapid, silent ascent. Then it was Jack's turn. The Zodiac plummeted down another swell so sharply that his stomach lurched and his knees nearly gave way. The sea was growing angrier by the minute. He checked his weapon's sling, planted his right boot on the gunwale, and felt the boat rocket upward on a massive surge. The hull crashed violently against the steel ladder just as he stepped off, the impact throwing him forward. His gloved hands barely caught an icy rung, his knees smashing painfully against the unforgiving metal as his feet swung wildly in open air. He scrambled, found footing, and finally secured himself. His heart hammered against his ribs as he watched the wave that had nearly claimed him crash into a neighboring pylon. It's too close. He allowed himself a single, steadying breath, a rookie error. From his peripheral vision, a rogue wave, crowned with furious white foam, rose up and broke over him. He braced, but it was futile. The wave hit with the force of a freight train, a great gray wall of water that smashed his helmeted head against the steel ladder. For a terrifying second, all he could do was hold on for dear life. Then, as suddenly as it arrived, the furious water receded into the darkness. Spitting out salty brine, coughing it from his nose, he didn't wait to see what the ocean would throw at him next. He untangled his limbs and began to climb, driven upward by a sudden, superstitious dread. An old, raspy voice echoed in his memory. Trouble always comes in threes. The comms failure was one. That monster wave was two. He climbed faster, not wanting to imagine what the third piece of bad luck might be. The initial steps up the slick ladder were manageable, but his left boot skidded on an ice-glazed rung, sending a jolt of alarm through him. Instinct took over, his grip tightening on the cold metal. The brush with the frigid water had sharpened his focus, a primal clarity that came with evading the abyss. He found his rhythm, moving with deliberate speed, hand over hand, ascending through the storm. After a few more rungs, he looked up. His teammates were almost at the platform's edge, climbing with purpose, oblivious to his struggle below. Adara's recovery from that Chicago gunshot wound was clearly complete. She hadn't lost a step. Emboldened, Jack increased his pace. The adrenaline was a potent fuel, battling the deep cold, even as his own exertion began to generate warmth. The familiar burn in his legs was a welcome reminder he was still in the fight, and the saltwater sting in his nose only served to heighten his senses. Progress was being made. He slowed his climb as he reached the protective cage near the top, anticipating Adara's signal to hold position. The strategy was clear: regroup at the entrance, then fan out to hit 3 separate targets spaced nearly 100 feet apart. He lifted his head for a quick scan of the deck. Adara and Midas were nowhere to be seen. Perfect. The plan was already in the wind. Jack hauled himself onto the steel grating, designed to drain seawater, and dropped into a low crouch. Most of the snow sifted through the gaps, leaving no tracks to follow. To his left lay the crew quarters, their assigned objective. He saw no sign of his partners, but according to the schematics, the entrance door was around the corner, so their absence wasn't necessarily alarming. A check of his watch confirmed the timeline. The other team would be breaching their door in half a minute. You sow time. Jack cycled the action on his submachine gun. In this miserable weather, every sane person would be huddled inside. He allowed himself a grim smile. What idiot would choose to be out in this? The wind-driven snow was thickening into a near blizzard. He scraped ice from his gloves and tried his comms again. Static. Even if his team was hunkered down nearby, conversation was impossible. The howling wind would drown out whispers and shouts would betray their position. He watched the seconds crawl by, profoundly grateful now for the mind-numbing repetition of drills on a simulated platform last week. All that tedium was paying off here, in the freezing dark, pummeled by the gale. He checked his watch. Now, moving in a combat crouch, he skirted a steel storage container and pivoted around the corner. A training mantra from Ding Chavez echoed in his head on a swivel. It proved its worth once more. Jack stopped dead, his boot toe hovering just above a faint line in the accumulated snow. A tripwire. It spanned the grating, with fat snowflakes balanced atop it like birds on a power line. Kneeling, he activated his weapon light, tracing the thin filament to its source, a Yugoslavian copy of a claymore mine. Mend 7. Their intelligence briefing from Gavin hadn't mentioned perimeter mines, but Clark's warning to expect the unexpected rang true. Maybe these self-styled Green Army lunatics had a comms jammer running too. A new, darker thought surfaced. Were they just being cautious, or was this a deliberate trap? The first piece of a more sinister setup. With meticulous care, Jack stepped over the wire, his eyes aided by the green haze of his night vision, now meticulously scanning the deck for further threats hidden in the swirling snow. Jack reached his assigned spot beside the heavy steel door, which swung outward. The wind howled around him, but he saw no movement. Pressing his back against the cold corrugated wall of the control building, he recalled the old blueprints. The structure was a perfect square, 30 feet on each side, just like the 3 other modules on this aging offshore platform. He was on the eastern side. Directly opposite on the west wall, a door led to the crew's sleeping quarters. His objective was through the door on the north wall, which opened into the machine shop. If I make it through the control room alive, he thought grimly. The control room itself was a single, open space. Desks, control panels, and workstations lined the exterior walls, offering zero cover. Once inside, he'd be completely exposed. A glance at his watch. We've 10 seconds. He placed a gloved hand on the knob and turned. This varietateur. Distant gunfire erupted the distinctive chatter of AK-47s. That was Ding and Dom's sector. But his teammates weren't carrying AKs. He heard no return fire, the wind likely swallowing the sound of their suppressed weapons. A surge of adrenaline burned away the cold. His friends were in the thick of it. Time to go to work. He shoved the door open and immediately pulled back, flattening himself against the wall, expecting a hail of bullets. None came. A 1-second peek with his night vision goggles revealed only the north exit door, slightly ajar. He was thankful for the technological edge in the darkness. More gunshots echoed, some loud, some muffled. He had to move. Crouching low, he sprinted through the doorway. Bam! Blinding white light lanced into his eyes. The sudden illumination through his NVGs felt like shattered glass in his skull. He hit the floor and rolled as automatic fire erupted from the open north door. Firing blind, he emptied his magazine on full auto toward the sound. The enemy's gunfire ceased as his own weapon clicked dry. Scrambling to his feet, he ripped off the useless goggles, blinking away spots as he lunged for the north wall. By the time he slammed into it near the door, his vision had mostly returned. Motion sensor or a lucky switch? Doesn't matter now. A quick pat-down confirmed he was unhit. A minor miracle given the shredded linoleum where he'd just been. The old saying flashed in his mind. Bad luck comes in threes. That ambush was number 3. But his instinct screamed that the quota wasn't yet filled. Slapping in a fresh magazine, he chambered around. The north door led to a short, exposed gangway, which ended at another outward swinging door to the machine shop. The shooter who'd just tried to kill him was waiting there. Maybe his friends were too. More distant gunfire. Were his teammates still fighting? Or were the hostiles executing prisoners? With comms down, he had no way of knowing. Hesitation was a luxury he couldn't afford. Kneeling, he performed a quick head bob past the doorframe. The narrow deck was clear, but the far door was shut. They knew he was coming. All they had to do was burst through that door and cut him down on the gangway. Trapped by the safety rails, with nowhere to go but a long drop into the churning sea below. He muttered to himself, 7 breaths, a calming fragment from the Hagakure. Then he ran. His boots pounded on the steel grating. His entire focus was on that closed door, waiting for it to fly open. It remained shut. He crashed into the machine shop wall beside it with a solid thud. The element of surprise was long gone. No more creeping around in the freezing dark. He desperately wished for a flashbang grenade. All he had was his nerve. It would have to be enough. His team was relying on him. So were the hostages. He visualized the schematic one last time. Another 30 by 30 box. Inside were 6 small stalls, really just partitions of 2x4s and corrugated steel, each with only 2 walls. A maze of potential ambush points. Taking a final, steadying breath, he prepared to enter. Jack threw open the door, staying clear of the frame. Heavy rounds punched into the wall just overhead, sending a spray of sharp metal fragments blooming from the steel. Northwest corner, he figured. The shooter's aim was wild, either terrified or playing a clever game. Jack needed to create a diversion. He swung his impacts around the door jamb and let off a controlled burst high against the back wall, careful not to hit anyone. A second burst followed, and then he was moving, diving into the first service bay on the left and sliding hard into a rolling tool cabinet. A woman's scream cut through the space, followed by a distant rattle of gunfire. Not good. Jack's eyes scanned the stall. A heavy drilling hammer hung from a pegboard. He snatched it, hefting its weight. "This'll sting," he yelled, hurling the tool like a grenade. It clattered and spun across the grated floor toward the last bay on the left, exactly where he guessed the gunman was holed up. The hope was the sound would mimic a flashbang, causing a flinch. Before the hammer settled, Jack was already in motion, rolling into the opposite bay and bringing his weapon to bear on the northwest corner. In his scope's center sat a bearded man, clutching a compact AX-74U, using 2 platform technicians in greasy coveralls as a shield. One woman had dark hair, the other was a striking blonde, her wide blue eyes clear even from this distance. The gunman had a fist twisted in their collars, his weapon aimed at their temples. "Drop it," Jack commanded. The terrorist's response was a guttural shout. The red dot of Jack's sight hovered on the man's forehead. His finger tightened, but he held fire. The primary rule was hostage safety. Taking this guy out was a distant second. The risk was too great. Maybe the guy was just scared and could be reasoned with. But in that split second of calculation, the bearded man shifted, burying himself behind the women again. The shot was gone. "Drop your weapon." Jack tried again, his voice firm. The answer was a snarled curse in German. Jack held up a placating hand. "Don't do this. Put the gun down. You have my word you'll be safe." He didn't move, praying for another opening. Instead, The gunmen began shuffling backward, using the two women as a moving barricade, edging toward a steel exit door on the east wall that led toward the wellhead. Jack shifted his stance, trying not to present a static target. Why isn't he shooting? He kept his sight on the man, waiting for a sliver of exposed body. The terrorist reached the door, fumbling for the knob without taking his eyes off Jack. "Don't even think about it," Jack warned. "We're cool, just take it easy," Jack replied, his tone deliberately calm. The door cracked open. The fighter started to back through, then he violently shoved the two women forward and slammed the door shut behind him. The technician stumbled toward Jack, sobbing with relief. "Thank you. You saved us. Didn't it get clear?" "It's Jeffrey Ptowe," Jack ordered, even as they clung to him. He gently but firmly peeled their arms away, guiding them back from the door. "Are either of you injured?" They both shook their heads, tears streaking their grimy faces. "We're okay. Thank you." Two sharp gunshots echoed from beyond the sealed door. "Stay right here," Jack said, his voice leaving no room for argument. The women nodded quickly, retreating toward the far wall as he turned his focus back to the exit. Jack lifted his weapon and moved toward the door. "Jack, Mert, two are two in there." Ding's voice called from the other side. "Thank goodness." Jack let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "Mishure, teftiko poo." "It's me." He lowered the gun. "Area secure?" "Derv and Tiwar." The door opened. Ding entered, a broad smile on his face with Dom close behind. "Where's the rest of the team?" Ding asked. But Dom's smile vanished, replaced by a look of shock. A gunshot rang out behind Jack. The rush of air from the bullet grazed his cheek, but the round struck Dom squarely in the chest. Almost instantly, a second shot echoed, embedding itself in the wall beside Ding. Jack spun, bringing his weapon up to target the dark-haired woman with the pistol. Yet it was the smiling blonde who seized his attention as she drove the 8-inch blade deep into his abdomen. A sudden, sharp memory flashed through his mind, a training exercise back in Virginia, the instructor's warning about letting relief lower your guard. The irony wasn't lost on him now, not with the cold steel buried in his gut.